Hey folks, how's it going? Hope you can hear me on the stream okay. Just as an FYI for everybody. And hey Intel, Leading Edge, hey how you doing Pilsner? Just as an FYI to everybody that I will be primarily monitoring Blackbox's stream and watching there. So if y'all want to be asking questions, I would primarily suggest you do that over on Blackbox's stream. I'm going to be sort of keeping an eye on my end here, but I'm not really going to be chatting too much directly with chat here, okay? So if you got questions, I would recommend that you congregate over on Blackbox stream and then we'll get everything organized. Cool. So let me unmute my screen here. Hope everybody...
And with that, hello, everyone. Welcome to today's stream. With me here is Toto. Hello,
hey,
Toto.
how's it going?
There we go. You'll know him, developer of the amazing TBM 900 and the Challenger 650 as well. So let's see. Fly Leo, thank you much for the 13 months of resub. Mark Aigudevi. Oh, there we go. Just did a quick Houdini for me there.
Yeah, no, I was resizing the explain window and it takes a little while.
Okay. And Mike Tango Charlie coming in as well with 55 months. Good God. Thank you so much. Yes, good afternoon. Looking a bit low res. Oh, you mean the Toto here. Well, that's supposed to be the way it is. Unless you mean the stream, I hope not. Stream should be fine. So right, so yeah, so that's normal, Mike. Yeah, that sounds normal. Yeah, so Toto has been kind enough to invite me along on today's flight across the land, Americas.
Yes, sir.
So he got a slot from Dallas to Panama. So the flight time, actually, I've not really checked the flight time yet completely.
So it's 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours, it says.
I was trying to look for something that's reasonably short.
Yeah. So we all know how quickly 4.5 hours can go, especially since I know we got lots of interesting stuff to talk about. I know Toto has prepared something, but he's left me completely in the dark. I don't know what's going to happen on this flight. But as always, I'm sure it's going to be interesting, and we've got some interesting
Please
topics to talk
accompany
about.
me into the flight deck here, and I'll be showing you around.
Roger. I'll just order the fuel truck.
You can go ahead and, I guess, not really all that important right now. I'll first want to talk you through this.
Okay, I'm right with you.
And we're going to have 5 passengers on board.
5, roger. All very important, of course. No need to de-ice today.
Oh, one thing I just noticed, you connected as, let me see, did you or did I? Or did somebody else just spawn in our place? Oh, no, that's... I'm wondering which one of us didn't push the shared cockpit, the shared flight button on connecting to XPilot.
I think so. I didn't.
In that case, you'll... Hang on, let me see. Let me just check this for turn T. Connect this shared cockpit, November NJA171A. See if that sorts itself out. Nope, it's still coming in with you being... can you just try and reconnect to Vatsim quickly? Yeah. Just make sure you check the shared cockpit button.
Connect and shared, but it says observer mode, so I'm going to be in observer mode, or...
I'm not sure, that's really weird. We shouldn't have to both push this, I don't think.
No, I think just one needs to select...
Okay. Well, in that case, we're going to have an airplane with us for some reason. I don't know why.
Hang on. So you selected connect and shared cockpit.
100%. Yeah, absolutely, I did.
Question: do you have to put in something else behind the call sign or not?
I do. You don't. You should be just connected as NetJets 171.
So Echo Juliet Alphas. Oh, hang on.
Oh, hang on. Am I being stupid? Is it Echo? No, it's... I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I connected as the wrong thing, didn't I?
Yeah, so I've connected without any selection of the.
No. I'm the idiot here. I apologize.
No worries, no worries.
I think.
So I should be connected now.
Yes. You connect.
Hey, Mike. Yeah.
You connected
So
as Echo Juliet Alpha 170.
Alpha 171.
There's an extra one at the end of your identifier, I think.
Is it? Hang on.
Yeah, it says
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're
7171
right.
on my end. Should be.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so now 171.
Yes.
Hey, so Jan, good Nachmittag, and Juan, hello, and also Eternal. Thank you so much for 23 months of support. Thank you very much for that.
Alrighty, you online?
I am online. How about you?
Cool. I am as well, I think.
And
Yes.
and only one aircraft to see.
Yes,
Okay,
indeed.
cool.
That's a good thing. That's
Perfect.
the right amount of aircraft.
Yeah, what a beautiful livery again, man. I love this livery. Look how shiny. Absolutely cool.
And you changed the reg as we discussed on the airframe manager.
Hang on, let me just. Okay, so can I do it now?
Yeah, you can. It's
Okay,
under in
so
the airframe manager. It should let you do that.
yeah, and then hang on. Where do I
At the
enter
top,
the
right at the top of the window.
registration?
Yeah, just edit that.
And then what do I want to have?
Let's see. What did I tell you to set it to? Well, something other than November 711 Bravo Bravo, or I mean, November
What do we have
830
for the
Sierra Bravo. Let's say
830
Sierra.
Sierra Bravo?
Yes, sir. Yes, good stuff. Now that matches.
Okay.
That's all.
And then
In pounds, I guess. Pounds and
yeah,
feet.
pounds.
It's
So pounds it is, pounds of feet, and then do we need to generate or something or?
no, that's all.
Okay.
Sweet. Good stuff.
Okay. Hasn't changed for me. So it still says Charlie Fox November Victor Tango for me on the
Interesting.
engines.
It has changed for me.
Okay, that's right.
Oh, right. I don't have the same livery as you do. That's fine.
Okay, well, we're not worrying about that. Cool.
Whatever.
Right. So I did offer Toto for him to fly as pilot flying, but he said since he has prepared stuff,
Yes, sir.
then I'll be pilot flying, and that means Toto, of course, has more work to do than I have. And Pirsrich, hello. Pirs, it's baked into your livery, but what does that mean?
Ah.
Baked.
So it's painted in probably by the author.
Okay. Okay, so Pilsners. I'm using the wrong one again. You're kidding me.
It's okay.
Oh God.
Yes, sir. So
Yeah.
let's head on inside.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Don't worry about the nose wheel. It'll sort itself out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just
yeah.
matter of.
And let's discuss November 830 Sierra Bravo.
Yeah, it's just on the panel at least. 830 Sierra Bravo. Yeah.
Oh, you put in an extra S.
Oh, hang on. Flight configuration. No, not flight configuration. Let's do aircraft manager. So there we go.
Cool.
Now it's correct.
Perfect. So today we're not flying, your beloved November 711 Bravo Bravo because she's a well cared for private thing. But today we're flying as NetJets, so we're pretty much airline pilots, but with business jet pilot time. So unpredictable, but we also get to fly all the bad aircraft that nobody loves. So November 830 Sierra Bravo has had a particularly tough life.
Ooh.
And if you start looking around the cockpit, you're going to start seeing some stuff. Notably, if you look on the overhead.
What are all these APU stickers? That back one of stickers.
Yeah. So.
And what's this? ATS in? No.
Yes, sir. She's had a somewhat tough life, and if you look on the circuit breaker panel behind you, you'll notice that maintenance has already had a go at the airplane.
Oh no.
Yes, so they have deactivated some systems.
Is that DME2 also?
No, that's GPS2.
That GPS2. So GPS 2 deactivated. And
Yes.
on this side,
So
hang on.
let me go through the tech log here quickly and tell you what's what, why we're going to have a somewhat interesting time here today. So we have, unfortunately, it's also placarded down here on just above the CDUs. You'll see that we have dual GPS inoperative.
Yeah, can see that.
So both our GPSs are out. So we're back to conventional nav. Well, not conventional, but we can't use GNSS and RNAV approaches. We still should be
Okay.
fine to fly VOR, ILS, the classic stuff. And we're of course BRNAV for en route just fine. So we can go ahead and fly any RNAV, SIDS, and stars. But we still have DME updating all that other stuff.
Yeah.
So we've got GPS out. We've got the APU inoperative. Unfortunately, the heat exchanger got clogged up. So that system's deactivated as well and placarded up on the overhead. We've also got pack 1, unfortunately, has poofed. And I'm going to go quickly through the procedures for that as well. I've made sure that we are legal to fly. Then we have, if you look on the back of the pedestal by the third flight management FMS, your side, the left inertial reference system is dead as well. So we're going to have to be using IRS-3. And yeah, let's quickly go through the dispatch deviation guide for those. So for the GPS, we are legal to fly. There is just a operational procedure that says that except where en route operations require to use, both may be inoperative, and we just need to placard the thing and not use the thing. On the TOS warning, it says also if GPS is not available during QFE operations, TOS warning, we should switch off terrain, but that's okay. We're not going to be flying QFE procedures.
Yeah.
Good. For the
People
AP.
saying close the door so passengers don't hear this. Passengers are luckily not here yet, so they have no idea. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. For the APU, the applicable procedures are fairly simple. There's really not that much that we need to concern ourselves with. Let's see, went to the wrong chapter here. Damn it. Stand by. We got enough time for the departure, so that's not really all that much of a problem. So we are airborne auxiliary power, and all it needs to do is we need to placard the APU as inoperative, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Yes, yes, that's correct. For the packs, the only applicable procedure for us operationally is that we are limited to flight level 400, which isn't a problem anyway. We're not going to be flying that high today. We are filed for flight level 370, so that won't be a problem. Let me just quickly review the procedure. Yes, one may be inoperative provided that the ram air vent valve is operative, which it is. Associated CAL anti-ice is selected on when airplane is operated above flight level 400. Operation is not conducted more than 60 minutes from a suitable airport. Okay.
And what about speed brakes? Do speed brakes need to be active? Because I know that's normally on the airliners.
There is no additional requirement. Okay, so I was wrong on the flight level 400. We can't fly above flight level 400. We're not actually ceilinged, so we can go all the way up to the service ceiling. Just on the inoperative side, we need to have, for some reason, the CAL anti-ice turned on above flight level 400, but we're not going to go that high, no problem. And for the IRS, for the inertial reference system, yes, with the auto throttle, we may have, all we need is 2 of our 3 IRSs be functional. So we have 3 on board. We can dispatch with 2. We have to have an independent attitude indicator system operative on each pilot's side. So that means you're going to be on IRS 3. I'm going to be on IRS 2. And an independent directional compass indicating system is operative on each pilot's panel. So that's going to be provided by the inertial reference system. And the auto throttle system is considered inoperative when the left inertial reference system is inoperative. So that's why we don't have an ATS, even though the ATS computer is there, but it only feeds data from IRS number 1. So no IRS 1, no auto throttle. Joy, isn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see once the airport powered up because with the
with
IRS, what that looks like.
so with that, I'm gonna go ahead and call Jenny here, and I'm actually gonna turn on my sounds again in the sim.
Hot Start Flight Support, Jenny speaking. How can we help?
And I'm gonna go ahead and request from Jenny. We're gonna need an GPU and an air start
Of course.
unit.
I'll have that over with you in a minute or two. Anything else?
And an air
Of
start
course.
unit.
I'll have that over with you in a minute or
Quick
two.
question regarding.
Anything else?
So
Always a
I
pleasure.
ordered
Take
around about
care.
2,800 gallons, which is supposed to be about 18,000 pounds. And
Okay.
do we need center or tail fuel for that, or is
Oh
that?
yeah, we're gonna go almost full. Full tank capacity is about 20,000 pounds, so we're gonna be quite close to full. We've got 5 people on board. We're gonna be a fairly heavy jet today. The reason
So we need
Yep.
all of the shutter valves
Yes,
open,
all
or?
of them open, and the recommendation is, of course, to do a quick shut-off test. So when all the valves show open, push and hold the shut-off test button to test the high-level sensors. They should all close. Good stuff. You can let go. And good stuff. And that's it.
Yeah, so pounds selected. Okay, cool. Hopefully I've made the right calculations.
Perfect, perfect.
All right. Yeah, that is so interesting stuff. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Right, let's see who's here. So Mark, hello. Chris, hello to you as well. Hope you're all doing good, guys. Michael, hello. Nort, hello. And Noteworthy, hey. Well, I don't know. So the thing is, I mean, Toto definitely had a good thing about, what kind of, interesting failures or broken items he can insert and, still have the aircraft flying, but then, have some challenges that come with it.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, is it completely, kind of unrealistic? No. I mean, you can. I've never flown, private jets, so I don't know exactly what the state would, be there like. But I know, I've had aircraft with many different MEL items, and then sometimes if you get, these amount of broken items, well, and depending on the routing, depending on what daytime, etc., what area you're flying around in, what the weather is like, sometimes you may even turn down the aircraft as an airliner. That is, I'm not sure about the private sector, but yeah, airline wise, yeah, you as a captain, you've got to make a call at some point saying, you know what, this is just not good enough.
Well, for this time, I mean, I went a little bit heavy. I will freely admit that on the failures, but that was kind of deliberate to give ourselves a little bit of a challenge, but still be able to arrive without limitations at the destination. The destination weather should be fairly good. We're gonna be landing on an ILS, so no big deal.
Okay, so while you get going with the reflights, I'll tell the viewers about the routing,
Absolutely.
etc. So they are a little bit in the picture. So let me just load in the flight.
Pull up.
So here we are. So Dallas, I've just been to Dallas like two and a half weeks ago in real life. Interesting airport. And we actually had some thunderstorms around the airfield as we arrived. One thing that was completely kind of overpowering is the slang, the dialect of the controllers. So the Texas dialect, that was a challenge to come in here, and one of the controllers talked so fast, and yeah, so we did a plan for a standard arrival, which it didn't happen because of those thunderstorm cells that we had to fly around, and then the controllers were really really busy as well, so that was quite a challenge. But interesting airport, nice. Takeoff was long taxi out to get to the departure. I think it was 36 center. I think we departed on.
Just gonna do a quick fire test here.
Yeah. So for today, departure
Overheat.
Let's have a look what the ATIS says right now. We've got departure ATIS. Delta, and they are departing. Traffic departing runways 17 center, 18 left. Notum says 17 right closed. Possible threat local dialect. Well, I mean, yeah. So for us, it was like, make sure we listen, and So my kind of threat error management. So the mitigations that I briefed, I said, well, we all of us on the flight deck, all of us have to fully understand the clearances that we get. If there's anyone in the flight deck that doesn't understand fully the clearance that we just received, speak out and we'll clear it up.
Good stuff. Still waiting on the. Oh, there we go. There's the ground power unit. And
yeah. So Pilsner.
available.
Yeah, Pilsner, thank you so much for the 34. And Pilsner says, since I connected as primary, if you like, then that I would have to file a flight plan. I don't know.
Or generate it on SimBrief, but I'll type in the flight plan by hand. That's not a problem.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Pilsnerish. Then let's have a look. So greetings to Colombia, to Juan, and then Mark Antoine. Thank you much for wishing us a great flight. And you're studying for your CPL written exam. GG's. All the best for that. Montreal. Yeah, we flew past Montreal last week on our way to Toronto. We actually considered Montreal as a alternate, as a Plan B alternate. How to get shared cockpit working? Well, the aircraft, at least I think, totally is stable as well now with the shared flight.
Yeah, stable is available with it as well. Yeah.
So it's already. So if you have bought the Challenger 650, then
there's a manual in it.
Yeah. Yeah, it does work.
Cockpit lights are set. Quick lab test here.
Yeah,
so I didn't burn out any bulbs because you can set those as well as failures.
Oh my god.
Yes, each and every one of the lamps.
Oh no. So we're flying down southbound. Yeah, just a little bit east of Mexico. Then down here towards Panama. Panama City. Actually, it's called Papa Tango Oscar. Yeah. So that looks interesting. Weather-wise, currently here we've got 280 at 7. It says 10 miles, Q 11,000, scale at 13,000. 8 degrees, quite fresh. And in Panama, currently variable 2 knots, 9 kilometers, scale at 2,000, 31 degrees, so quite humid. And yeah, good stable weather, it seems like.
Let's see if I can get away with going full screen here on my simulator, because it's a little bit limiting to have a teeny tiny window.
So if I want to have the IRS indicating on my side, what do I need to switch?
So the switching that we'll be doing is, actually let me do one more thing. On the pedestal there, yes, left IRS, you're going to want to set that over to alternate, yes.
There we go. Perfect. So I've got IRS 3 now, source. X.
Somehow X-Plane's managing to be slow, even though I have plenty of GPU and CPU. Great.
Pilsnerish, actually, I do have a night stop soon in Toronto.
Alrighty.
Good. Okay, so I'll get hacking on the flight plan.
Okay, let me just quickly cycle through the database here. There's a sequence for this. FMS flight plan uplink. Okay. Do you want to enter that yourself, or should I?
Hang on. Yeah, I can uplink in a minute. Let me just check that in my status. Yeah, 30th November, 27th December. That's fine.
Anti-skid is tested. Nose door is clear, and I need to go ahead and fire up number 3 hydraulic pump. Brake pressure is checked. Parking brake. So let me just mash my parking brake keys here. Brake is set. And the nose door is closed.
It would take a long time to fuel up the aircraft.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you go
Quite
full...
funny. It's quite funny. I loaded in today just to have a look at the aircraft, and the aircraft was on the runway. It was like tilted to one side, and I was like, what's wrong with the aircraft? And I remember that was the time when we flew to, was it Paris or something? Did an emergency landing there?
Oh yeah, possibly. We had a blowout or something.
Yeah, it was still a hydraulic failure and so on. So yeah, it still had all of the broken items there. So let's have a look. 13,800 currently. Wow, it's taking a long time. So I can see ground start unit is here.
Yes, sir.
Already plugged in at the rear.
If you LCV will skip because we don't have a... We need to push the buttons out here because we're in. 10-stage isolation valve is not going to be coming on. Packs are going to be delayed because we don't have air. Air conditioning panel. So we've got norm. Pack 1 is inoperative. Pack 2 is selected off for the time being. Cabin temperature will down a little bit, but it's controlled from the cabin anyway. Pressurization panel will be landing pretty much sea level. So set that up. Center man rate minimum. Pressure control is out. Emergency press is guarded and out. Bleed air, everything is out. Supplemental grounding, anti-ice panel switches off. We got the cowl anti-ice switches cycled through. Sure, we don't have any new cautions about it.
So just looking at the, so currently parked at the corporate aviation ramp, and from here the best departure runway would be 17 center. 17 right is closed. So let me just go departure arrival.
Wing overheat.
Okay, that's tested. Emer lights.
So the Nellin 6 departure, good. With the transition to Hori. Execute.
Passenger signs are going to stay off until we refuel. ELT is armed.
Just checking the routing.
Let me grab the ATIS here.
So that's to Lumen. And then planning for 2-1 right. And that's the ILS, obviously, because we don't have... Or the VOR. Let's have a look.
Alrighty, ATIS is on board. Information Tango. That match Vatsim?
Information Tango, yeah, seems correct.
Wonderful. I'm going to set your Barris barometer as well. Reach quickly around you. 2998. That is set.
That's interesting. Regarding the approaches in Panama, we'll have a look what we can get later on. So I guess the main runway probably will be 03s.
Yes, that's normal. It does say that it's northeasterly winds prevalent in December.
So we'll actually do the approach into. So I'm going to take ILS 3 right, and then we have an arrival routing as well. There we go, Luman. Okay, so that's going to be here. Yeah, so that's going to be the rival routing. The Wuman 1 Alpha.
Just do a quick SPS test here.
Yep. Go via Tango Bravo call. Execute, nice. Bilzer says your monitor capture is jacked up. Apparently on the stream, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, probably. Ah yes, I know. There. How's that?
So we'll talk about this in a few minutes anyways, regarding our Nellin 6 RNF departure. Now people will be wondering, hang on, you don't have GPS, so you can't fly RNAV. Well, you've got to read the text very carefully. So what is required is RNAV 1. However, updating is either DME IRU or GPS. So that's what we'll check if we have
Yes.
DME IRU available or
However,
not.
important detail, we need to set our position manually.
Yeah,
Since
'cause we don't have-
FMSs are initialized to nothing. There's no
Okay,
GPS, so
so
there's auto-align. But
let me
that's
have a look
okay.
at the coordinates
Yes.
for the parking spot that we are on. Hold on. So in case you're wondering, where do we find that? So we go to the taxi charts and then scroll down until we find, hopefully, parking coordinates. They're probably not, but let's have a look here. So I don't see any coordinates up here.
I mean, it's not a big deal. We can always just go ahead and align to the airport reference point, and then we'll simply.
Yeah, I mean, if we go to Alpha, then that's fairly close as well. So Alpha, the most northern Alpha point would be. Shall I read it to you? Then.
Yep, just a sec
Okay.
here. I'm also figuring stuff out to make sure I can load this in. For some reason, Navigraph charts wasn't working on Safari. I don't know why, but
That's
yeah,
weird.
that's really weird. Parking gate and coordinates. Yeah, those are all for the airlines.
But I mean, the Alpha, the northern Alpha is fairly close to our position. And once we get updating, I guess once we take off, we get another update on the runway as well, right?
We'll do an update on the runway manually. There's a button for that on the likes page, which a lot of people don't know about.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So initially we can set so north 3254.4.
Yep.
And then west 097.
097.
02.3.
Check. Okay, north 3254.4, west 09702.3.
Yep, that checks.
Okay, IRS is aligning.
Mm-hmm.
And we should have... IRS 1 is out here, as we can see on the positive third page, but IRS 2 and 3 have 6 minutes to finish a line.
So let's have a look. Got about 25 minutes to go. Edward, the pilot, says it also auto-updates once you hit the Torga buttons, at least on the 200 model. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't on the Challenger. Not on the 650. And not on FMC 6200.
There we go.
They removed that because we are essentially assuming that we're going to have GPS. Are your flight controls centered, or is mine the one that's off?
Let's have a look. Yeah, no, because my in-game, it is centered.
Okay, it's probably me. Okay, just gonna quickly recalibrate and everything.
I can recalibrate as well. Calibrate. So that. All that. Okay, and that is. Yeah, the mechanic. Don't worry about the trim. That will come. Okay, so I've calibrated my flight controls,
Mm-hmm.
and so for the trim.
Okay, let me.
Okay, so that what you mean? Oh, the aileron trim. You're right. Yeah. Sorry,
Oh,
I was looking at the rudder trim.
see, that's something
No,
I should have caught.
yeah, McCallum, fantastic. GG's. Yeah, good catch. That was the one.
Yes, sir.
Pro pilot. Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay, so EFIS and ICAS. ICAS indications nothing's missing. Yep, now we are centered on the aileron trim. We still got rudder trim out to the left, so I'll fix that.
Hey, Maybe Whale. Thank you so much for the 45. Welcome. How are you doing? Well.
Do a quick gear bay overheat test.
Gear bay overheat.
So I'm surprised
Checked.
that the fueler hasn't come back yet.
Ah,
18,960. 970, yes. It's like really like last couple of pounds. Yeah, it's still fueling.
to be honest, I think we've got enough. Our min fuel for departure is 18,526. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, that's our block. Our min is takeoff is 17.7. We can go ahead and switch off the pumps here and we'll be good to go. Yeah, actually it was just the tail that was still filling up. Okay, so you can go ahead and put down the panel. He'll come back momentarily.
Yeah. Panel is off.
Okay, TOS warning switches. Do a quick TOS test here.
Glide slope. Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Pitch and roll disconnects are in.
Terrain. Terrain.
Ground
Pull up.
spoilers are auto. Thrust reversers are going to be armed. Thrust lever check. Pull you in. And there's our...
The pump stopped too early, Captain. Do you need more fuel?
No.
No, we don't.
So we're off.
Okay, just one quick signature on here, and I'll be on my way. Here's a copy for your records. Have a nice day.
Cheers. Thank you much.
Engine
Right.
vibe check is done. The oral warning. Sweet. Smoke detector test.
Smoke.
As checked. Trims are now set correctly, and we should do a test really. So actuate your side.
Ah, Megaje, yeah, welcome. Yeah. You changed your name. Nice to see you. How are you? Trim going. Just wondering, ITT is, I don't know, has somebody made an engine run up or something? 90 degrees ITT right engine.
Possibly.
Mm.
It honestly, the sensors actually stopped measuring at 50. give or take, so the other side doesn't have to be necessarily that much colder.
Okay.
Okay, so let's quickly do a test here. Yes, sir, that disconnects. And test your side. It doesn't want to let me enter at cockpit. Okay. Gonna consider that good. So trims are on. Yaw dampers are on. Good, no messages. Reversionary inhibit switches. This is where we come to your situation. So left IRS is inoperative, right IRS is normal, FMS3 is normal. Tuning inhibits are all out. Displays and ICAS, right displays are norm, and all the other stuff is norm. Hopefully we're not going to be having any other issues.
Yeah, I hope so too.
IRSs are just about getting there to nav in just a few seconds.
Have a look at some tower view here. So nice and busy day.
Alrighty, IRSs have aligned. MFD data are already on that. Yes, we have nav and nav on 2 of them. IRS1 is out.
Ooh, nice aircraft behind us. 787. Dreamliner.
You might know a thing or two about that, eh?
Yeah. Had a good simulator mission yesterday. Kind of a refresher mission. That
TCAS
was actually pretty
system
cool.
test okay.
Alrighty, ATIS and clearance. So now we got to talk to people.
Yep, so ATIS. Let's just return.
ATIS,
here.
we have Tango.
Let me just request again. And so Lucas, the shared cockpit is already in. So uniform now.
Yes,
9
sir.
degrees, 3000 is the altimeter. Set on my side.
Yep, and
So
on
shared
my
cockpit is
side as well.
public. Cool. Let's have a look. Do we have?
I'm gonna switch both nav radios to auto, so that the FMSs can use them. Now let's see
Do you
who's
think
online.
do we think we can get the pre-departure clearance here?
Well, hopefully. Where's my X-Pilot window? There you are.
Yeah, so in real life, I've talked about it on the last stream or last week. So in Dallas, for example, it works exactly as on Pilot Edge. You just log on into CPDLC CUSA, Kilo Uniform Sierra Alpha, and you don't have to request the clearance like you do in Germany, for example, in Europe. You actually just log on, and then within a couple of minutes, you will get your clearance automatically. So that's actually pretty neat. Yeah, so cruise at the moment, flight plan, it says initially
370.
yeah, so 360 is on the flight plan, then got climb 370. So
Really?
shall we go 336 or?
It should be 370 on the flight plan.
Okay, well this got enough. Let me just check that here. Somebody was complaining.
Oh, hang on. You have. Did you set our? Yeah, you set us to 370 feet in the flight plan.
Okay, that. Okay. All right. That was the thing. Yeah, thanks, guys. Airbus pilot. There we go. Yeah, 370 is a bit low level. I don't think the fuel would be enough to get there.
GNS is not available. That's
Runner
noted.
55,
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and
clearance on request,
deactivate
stand
them.
by, expect PDC.
So Lucas, if you read through the manual, it'll tell you all about the shared cockpit.
Dallas Fort
features.
Worth, delivery, Papa to Mike Lima Romeo,
It's here, for
radio check
example,
on
in
128.250.
Challenger 650 menu,
Aircraft
and also under the user settings.
Papa Hotel Mike Lima Romeo.
You get everything you need regarding shared cockpit in there as well. So the setups with
Papa Hotel Mike Lima Romeo.
your IP address, password, etc.,
It appears that I don't have a flight plan from you.
Are you deflecting
That's
the yoke?
strange.
left,
thought
right,
I
now?
felt
think
that,
I am.
but I'll check. Papa Lima
It was
Romeo.
like now it's full right for me.
Hang on. What's this stupid thing doing? Oh, whatever.
now
I'll
it's-
just try and do a full calibration here.
The flight plan is fouled, Papa Lima Romeo.
Let's see if it sorts itself out. Worst case, I can disconnect my flight controls.
Papa Lima Romeo, I still don't have it.
Okay.
You might have to disconnect and reconnect and refile.
So
Strange. I will do that.
Okay, I'm going to call him for clearance then.
all right.
Let's see if the push to mute works. DFW clearance, ExecJet 171 clearance to Panama, please. With information uniform. I don't know if it recorded that or if it worked.
I didn't hear anything at all. Let me just, can I just dial in the ATIS real quickly, make sure that I have...
I don't seem to have a flight plan from you either.
We should
But I have
file
actually
up as ExecJet 171, Echo Juliet Alpha 171.
So I'm not hearing anything, hang on.
ExecJet 171, roger, I still don't have it.
Okay, let me refile then.
Are you hearing the ATIS?
ATIS, no, I've turned off
Papa Lima Romeo,
COM 1 for myself because
everything
I'm talking on COM
Flight
2,
plan is fouled.
getting the clearance.
Okay, hang on, let me just see if
What
I
the
can...
hell's going on with SimBrief? I did file this up.
Fortunately, I still don't have it. Stand by. Strange. Stand by, Papa Lima Romeo.
See if it'll let me actually pre-file. And I gotta log in.
So, American 3 Alpha November, DW clearance on request, stand by number 30.
Not sure, guys, you probably can't hear the ATIS right now, can you?
National Airport Depart.
I can hear it fine on COM 1. Yeah, it's there.
Faintly, okay, no.
It says there's a flight plan on file for ExecJet 171, but it belongs to somebody else. For whatever reason, it thinks that I'm somebody else. Or some
Shall we, since you've filed it.
Hang on. Let's see.
Can you hear it now, guys? Yeah, I think they can. Oh, thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, we're gonna have to swap over on the way that we're logged into Vatsim, because otherwise they're not gonna probably work.
So what I'm going to be in the observer mode, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to put an Echo to Alpha 171, and then at the end.
Yes, just an alpha, and let's go ahead and ExecJet 171. Yes, I'm connected, and you just connect as alpha and check the shared flight box.
Okay, so I should be online as well now. Yeah, I can hear the ATIS. So TV Benjo, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs on the channel. Thank you very much.
DFW
clearance delivery, American
Let's see if
1442,
it'll let me
information
file
from
again.
uniform request IFR clearance to Boston.
Okay.
American 1442, clearance on request.
It's your
Stand by,
birthday,
number
T.
one.
So T Ranger, happy birthday to you.
Actually, never mind. I just got
All the best wishes.
PDC.
Yeah, alright, good.
Hope you're going to be able to celebrate. Okay, so I
Well,
can
now we're
hear everything now.
good, but we're now disappeared from the map. That's fine. From the
Mhm.
Vatsim map, I'm just waiting for us to reappear, I guess.
Yeah, probably could take a few seconds.
I'm gonna call him anyway.
Yep. Perfect.
DFW clearance, exec jet 171. Is the flight plan working now?
Dispatch at 171. Yes, I have your flight plan. Can you accept a PDC?
Yeah.
Affirm.
Dispatch at 171, expect PDC number 1.
Okay, so perfect. I heard everything. So data link or fans, or what do we need to do?
It's probably gonna come over the it's gonna come over the Vatsim text.
Ah, okay.
That's how they do it here in America. Vatsim, Vat
Okay.
USA, they don't.
Okay.
I mean, I can try.
XP. Yeah.
I don't.
XP.
Yeah, there it is. It's just gotten it over direct text here.
Okay.
So we are. I'm just gonna go ahead and I guess you know what I'll
Yeah.
paste it in direct messages to you, or do I paste it in chat somewhere? I don't know.
You can put it in chat if you like, or whatever.
Yeah, let's put it in the chat. Sure. It's
so everybody else can see it. So greetings to XP Tampa Airport, Canada. Nice.
okay. So we are cleared to destination MPTO route Nellen 6 departure Hawaii transition.
Checked.
Altitude is flight level 370. Squawk is 3405. The rest of the route is spotted. So okay.
3405 is in ATC1.
Transition climb via SID, except maintain. No, it's just climb via SID. Expect flight level 370 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 11855. And expected runway is 18 left for departure. Contact run 121650 for taxi. Okay.
But expect. Okay, well, I mean, we can request 17 center maybe.
Yeah, it's not that far.
Do you think
to be honest.
Okay.
18 left is
So-
just on the other side here.
Okay, so I'm going to call up the chart real quickly.
Right, ADAS clearance has been received. No, I'm pushing the wrong button.
Departure.
Okay, FMS flight plan is done. We'll go ahead and do a wind update just for quickies.
So transition 18,000, and on the routing it says top altitude 18 left. It's going to be 10,000, so I'll valid 10,000 here.
Gotcha. I'll set the departure runway then as 18 left for now.
Yep. Thank you.
Runway 18 left. Next item on our checklist here is takeoff data, so I'm gonna key that in real quick.
Okay. So climb and heading 176 degrees, 1120, down direct LAN at about 5,000. Okay. So heading 176.
Runway 17 right is closed. That's why they're not giving us 17 right.
Well, I did plan for center, so that was my hope, because they did have one at center open as well. But that's fine. No worries.
Gotcha. Okay, we have got the winds in.
Hey. Jenny's calling. Our guests are here, I guess. Yeah, last minute. Yeah, hopefully. No, that's all. Hey, Captain Mitchell. No worries. All good. Thanks for being here.
Temperature is 9er.
Ooh.
Got We're within 500 pounds of the max takeoff.
That is delivery, Papa Hotel Mike Lima Romeo.
Imagine having to
Hotel Mike Lima Romeo, DFW clearance. I still have your
leave
clearance. Are you
the bags
requesting
behind.
IFR or VFR?
Well, let's hope not. So I'll send
Negative,
the performance.
requesting VFR flight, local, Papa Lima
Looking
Romeo.
good. And 250, 220, I guess, on the
Sorry, that's
speed
what I
bump.
controlled. I thought you were IFR.
Avionics and
Papa
charts are
Lima
all set
Romeo,
up.
clearance on request, standby. Say your
Interesting. So
destination.
V speed is an amber caution
It
speed
is
disagree.
a local VFR flight, so no destination. The destination is just Dallas again, Papa Lima Romeo.
Stand by. Let me just. I'm gonna quickly check on your
Roger,
side, okay?
Papa Lima Romeo. So, would you like to?
Why do you disagree?
What's the direction of flight?
Oh, VFTO is
Haven't
177
decided
on
yet,
my
actually.
side.
Just one knot
Just
off.
making a few turns and then heading back.
I have an
Papa Lima
idea.
Romeo.
It might be just a slight weight differential.
Roger. Please advise
On the
the
measure of
direction of
fuel.
flight. We're currently very heavy, busy airspace, so I hear.
Yes, just 50 pounds apart
Yeah.
on the FMC
Roger
fuel.
that.
I'm just gonna sync that up.
I will try another airport. Thank you, Papa Lima Romeo.
And we'll go on this side as well. 19200. I'll manually enter the fuel. I don't know why the right side is sensing slightly different fuel. Now it's probably the left side doesn't have IRS corrections in it. That's okay.
Yep. So iris correction because
yeah, airplane attitude.
Yeah, so it will measure if you're on a slope or something.
Yes.
It will measure the slope via the iris, and if it's not working on my side, then of course it can't really sense the fuel correctly. Hey Lee, wie geht's dir?
Alrighty, and V speeds are now checked and matched.
Yep, perfect, cool. Right, flight instruments, out select, takeoff.
In fact, to that end, let me just for funsies here check my ICAS. No, the ICASs do agree on the fuel quantity, it's just the FMCs do not. Okay, flight instrument check. You ready?
Yep. So I have heading 267.
Yes.
And I've got 3000 on the altimeter setting, 610 feet.
Checked.
Yep, checked.
And we're navigating off.
Hello, Captain. How are you today?
There they are.
Mm-hmm. Good,
That's
good.
great to hear. Well, we're all set back there, so we can
Okay,
get going
cool.
anytime.
Perfect.
Sweet.
Good timing.
Okay, so yeah, heading 267 on my side, FMS2 navigating, initial altitude initial waypoint is the 1120 altitude constraint. Then we've got V1 of 136, VR 141, V2 147, VT 177, fairly high V speeds, we're high weight.
Yep.
Initial speed is 220. Takeoff altitude select 10,000. And
Checked.
610 feet 3000 on the meter. So flight instrument check is completed.
Thank you much.
Departure brief.
Yeah, so taxi out. So actually, yeah, we don't have to push back anything. We can taxi out on our own.
Now the trick,
Most likely.
the trick is we're going to have to start the engines here at the gate.
Yeah.
Well, at least
Because
one
of
of
the
them.
external power. Yeah. And then we got Yankee, probably Foxtrot, and then Whiskey Hotel. Or Whiskey Golf, Whiskey Fox, one of those. Or I mean, it's a long runway. You could probably even accept
Even intersection,
Yankee if they ask for it. Yeah. Yeah, remember that we have to do a position update on the runway.
Yes.
Very important because we don't have GPS updating available.
Checked.
Yeah, and then the departure route is the Nellin 6 RF departure. And yeah, we did talk initially about it. We don't have GPS today, so it's an old aircraft and didn't
like
receive much love lately. Yeah, so GPS 1, GPS 2 is in up. We've got one of the left iris in up, so I'm running on alternate right now. So we do need for the RNF 1 capability a DME, and IRU updating.
Which we do.
And I guess if we go to position,
it's under status. It's under progress. You'd see that we've got DME active.
Yeah, there we go. So DME, IRS. Yeah. So that's why we can fly the departure. It's an on-off departure. We're able to fly that as long as we have that updating available. So initial climb 10,000 feet. We can expect 370 later. And then, yeah. In case of engine failure, I just declare emergency, go straight out.
Yes.
Fairly flat, not much. 3,600 is the highest MSA. So what height do you usually accelerate for engine out?
400 feet.
So 400 feet, accelerate, clean up, and then we climb 4,000, radar vectored approach back to
Correct.
Dallas.
Sorry, no, it's 1,000, but 400 feet, we would start actions like change configuration, that kind of stuff, if we need to.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do the memory items and then checklists. Yeah, and then accelerate, clean up, climb 4,000, return for a landing. And I guess we're above max landing weight, or?
No, we are.
No?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, we are above max landing weight.
Okay, so
38,000 is our limit, and we are at 47,700.
Yeah, but I mean, if we are on fire, we'll return nonetheless.
Sure, we are okay to do an overweight landing. It's just the gear is going to need an extra inspection, worst case.
Okay, there we go. But for emergency cases,
we have a hard landing indicator.
Oh yeah, we do. No hiding on that. Cool. Yeah. Anything else you would like to add?
Nothing else. Cool. So that's the departure and emergency procedures are checked. PIS covers and chocks. I don't think I've done that part yet, so I'm going to go ahead and check.
Yeah, 8532. We're back. These are my flight.
So there you go. Big shout out again to Lee. Team for 41 months. And TV, thanks again for the 550 subs here. Thank you so much.
Your clearance is still valid from last time. If you need anything, just let me know.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
To that end, everything else on the outside of the aircraft is good.
Fantastic.
Alrighty. Yeah. The pins, covers, and chocks are removed.
Yeah.
Cabin, lights, water heaters, master seat, that's all set in the back. So flight compartment check is complete. Next one is going to be the engine start check.
Okay. So let's quickly talk people through this. So we are going to start. So our APU is in up, and so we are going to start the engines with external power. So is it going to be starting both engines with external, or do we do
I'd recommend starting one. We'll taxi away on just one engine. It's going to require a fair amount of power at this weight, but it shouldn't be a problem. Once we get the nose wheel straightened, I'm going to recycle the nose steer so that you get proper steering and stuff. Okay. And other than that, yeah, I'm assuming that we'll probably want to taxi out along Yankee taxiway. That's where we'll do the cross-bleed start when there's nobody behind us.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. So
it needs a fair amount of power.
Okay. So then I'm going to close the door. So
I can go ahead and close.
Yeah, that's fine. So,
I'll get the door for you, don't worry.
Yeah. Roger.
I'll give the passengers a brief.
Yeah. There goes the door.
Oh, come on.
There it is. Yeah, closed and locked.
Yes, sir. And...
Ladies and gentlemen, if we may please have your attention. Your flight crew would like to welcome you aboard this Challenger 650 for your flight.
They've heard it a million times.
We would like to take a moment to review the safety features of this Challenger 650.
Alrighty. Let's go.
The FAA
got a CTOT to meet.
Yes. So let's do the engine start checklist, please.
Alrighty, doors are closed. Parking brake and pressure. I'm just going to quickly check the parking brake. Where's hydraulics? There it is.
Yep.
Pressure is set, parking brake is set.
3000 psi, cool.
Fuel quantity and balance is sufficient for flight, and we are within balance limits.
Yep,
Beacon
as ordered.
is on now. Fuel boost pumps. We'll turn both of them on.
All right.
And ignition. Which one would you like today?
We'll take B today.
Ignition number B. Okay, and engine 2 start. So we need to
we're gonna
signal. Yep.
Yeah. So
you can just go ahead and give the hand signal to the guy, and he'll fire us up.
okay, so we'll start number 1 engine first then.
Yep. Actually, no. Number 2 is the normal one.
Okay. So hang on.
That's okay. So I'm watching here on the summary page, and when we get bleed pressure in the manifolds, it's going to be first on the left side.
There we go. Yeah. Now bleed is coming up.
Yeah.
50.
We need 40 psi for start, so that's sufficient for start.
That's good.
Starting on number
All right.
2.
So we'll start number 2. Yep,
start light is on.
Effective. So here comes N2.
It's going to be a little bit slower than normal.
Yep. Put 20. 20. That's good. Here comes fuel.
Place the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Although the bag may not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. To adjust the mask, pull the straps on the sides.
Fairly quiet on my side here.
Children or persons in need of assistance. Please note that smoking is not allowed when oxygen is in use. There are 2 fire extinguishers on board, located at both.
Let me just have a quick look at the sound.
I have the headset on, that's why. Check on
Oh yeah, you're right. I was just wondering why it's so quiet.
Cool. Okay.
Why are half the systems in up? Well, because Toto wants to make things a bit more interesting today.
Yes.
Hey, cloak on. Okay, so right engine is started.
Yes,
that
sir.
That means
I'm gonna skip a few items here.
Yeah.
So we'll go to the after start. I'm just gonna quickly check the items on there. So generator number 2 is on. Ignition I can disarm for the time being. Packs. So right bleed open. Right pack open. 14 stage is open on the right. Actually, I'm not going to check the items off, and we'll do that after all the items are done. Flight control check, we can go ahead and do that now.
Okay.
Just quickly turn on 3B pump here so we get...
Yep.
Alrighty, and do a ground spoiler check here. Deploys and stows, flight spoilers.
Looking good.
Okay, that's all done. Cal, anti-ice, all the other stuff, that's only for 2 engines running. Fuel balance is checked, still good. Trims. I'd recommend for this kind of a weight about 6.4 units.
Checked, yep.
Nose steer, I'm going to turn it on once we start rolling. And APR, ADG unit, all the other tests I'm going to do once the other engine is started. Okay, ready for...
I'll set him to get rid of the ground power.
Yes, sir. Actually, we'll deselect it on the overhead.
Yep. And chocks are out, so we are good to go.
Alrighty, we have all the hydraulics powered on. So, I'm going to give the ground guy a call. We're at the executive ramp. And
with information, just have a look.
Give information uniform.
Uniform still, yeah.
Alrighty, he was on 12165, I think. It doesn't say on here, but our clearance did say that.
Yeah, it said, 12165 taxi.
Okay.
26.55 American 1126.
Delta 52, 3 request handoff.
52, 3, I handed you off a good while ago. Contact East Tower 126.55.
6.55, Delta 52, 3, bye bye.
ground executive 171 at the corporate aviation ramp. Request taxi with the uniform.
Executive 171, can you ensure you're squawking about Charlie with the correct squawk code 3405?
Sorry about that, just turn it on.
DFW ground, American Airlines 3 Alpha November.
Yeah, you should receive us now.
Yep, I just turned it on.
Charlie at Alpha Gate.
American 3 Alpha November, runway 17 center, taxi by Kilo, Yankee, Mike, Echo Foxtrot, cross 17 right at Yankee.
Taxi via Kilo, Yankee, Mike, Echo Foxtrot, cross runway 17 right at Yankee, American 3 Alpha November.
DFW ground, good morning. American 1447 has just pushed from Charlie 10, ready for taxi.
American 1442, runway 17, taxi via Kilo, Yankee, Mike, Echo Foxtrot, cross 17 right at Yankee.
Taxi runway 17 center via Kilo, Yankee, Mike, Echo Foxtrot, contact, cross 17 right at Yankee for American 1442.
American 1123, contact EFW East Tower 126.
Alrighty. DFW ground, executive 171, do we squawk Charlie out?
Roger, executive 171, you need to push or are you ready for taxi?
Oh, we're ready for taxi.
Roger, executive 171, runway 18 left, taxi via Juliet Yankee, Zulu, Golf, Whiskey Golf.
Juliet Yankee Zulu Golf Whiskey Golf runway 18 left and executive 171.
Spirit Wings 1858, contact DFW East Tower 126.55.
So let's hold up. So we exit, then Yankee.
Spirit Wings 1858.
With a left turn here.
Yeah, and then we go Yankee to Zulu. And then Golf is the middle one, and Whiskey Golf is the holding point one left.
Yes.
Alpha.
So it's
Okay, are we ready?
Ready.
Alrighty, release the
Taxi
parking
lights
brakes.
Got the nose wheel is going to be a little bit.
By Kilo, Yankee, Mike, Echo Foxtrot, cross 17 right at Yankee.
Don't worry about it.
Can you please repeat it?
There we go. Yeah.
A little bit slower, please.
Right, so single engine taxi.
532, 17 right via Kilo, Yankee, Mike, Echo Foxtrot,
Clear on all
cross
sides.
17 right.
Should have probably told you before, eh?
Yeah, well, I did see that. So hey, Brennard, wie geht's dir?
Taxi to runway 17
Starting to
right
rain a little bit.
Kilo, Yankee, Mike, Echo Foxtrot, and then cross runway.
Yep, Julia's
And
straight
then
ahead,
cross
and then it's going to
runway
be a right
17
turn.
right at
On the
Yankee.
second one.
Oh, the first one should be Yankee.
Didn't he say, he said Yankee Zulu,
2655, thank you for your service.
and then Golf with...
Juliet Yankee Zulu. Or is it Yankee Zulu? Oh, right.
So Juliet Yankee is the connecting.
Oh, right, yeah, my word, these are confusing, yeah. Juliet
Yeah,
Yankee Zulu Golf, yeah. Great, okay, yep, I got it.
So he's...
I know.
Yes, to give away.
I have no idea where we're supposed to. We're supposed to give this way to this guy.
Yeah. Oh, it takes a lot of power. We're heavy.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go straight until we hit Zulu, then we turn right.
Correct.
Yeah, clear to continue. That call was for us. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I've got Juliet Yankee sign there, and then Zulu to the right. Perfect. So, brakes checked, steering checked.
Okay, I'm gonna get the taxi checks here out of the way, just quickly. Taxi lights are on, wing cal, anti-gas are not required, brakes and steering have been checked, reverse thrust we'll test later. Flaps I'm going to set after we have both engines running. Altimeters are set and cross-checked, 3000 on both sides. Radar weather is going to be staying off for the time being. Takeoff briefing.
Remains the same.
Remains the same. The taxi check would be completed with that, but we'll get the rest of the stuff for the after start.
So, oh boy, hope we make that hill.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
And Bob, hello to you. Finally flying a real sim, yeah.
You got rain going on.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
No, I don't think... Did I enable real weather? I don't remember anymore. I'm going to check when we're stopped.
Is that hill realistic? I'm just trying to think, Brent, because that's a taxiway we actually taxied over in real life 2 weeks ago. But I think we were on Yankee.
And remember, you're on in a much bigger airplane. Maybe from our little vantage point down here by the ground, it looks bigger than it is.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bridge. I know that.
DFW East Tower 126.55 from Great Flight out.
Tower 126.55 for I think F440, thank you, bye-bye.
Okay, so whenever you're ready for a cross-bleed start, let me know.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call them because we're going to have to stop and add a lot of power.
2505, runway.
So maybe on Golf, maybe that helps them.
Yep.
Zulu.
I'm going to coordinate that.
Kilo, Zulu, Foxtrot, Whiskey Hotel.
Runway 1 Atlanta, Kilo, Zulu, Foxtrot, Whiskey Hotel.
That queue.
American 2505. Sorry, Delta 2505.
That's very realistic. When we departed, there was a huge queue on that runway there.
DFW ground, ExecJet 171. Is it okay if we stop on Gulf to do a cross-bleed start?
Go ahead.
Fantastic.
Okay, so we're okay to stop there.
Yeah, I heard that. Perfect. Are you using AO? What do you mean AO?
Ambient occlusion?
Auto thought. No, I don't. Okay, so we're gonna go straight ahead until we hit Golf. You
Yes,
see the
sir.
sign there? So second one to the right, and then we'll stop on Golf and do the cross-speed start.
Checks.
Now it's a big rain shower again.
Clear on the right.
Well, Brennel, vielen Dank, Brennel, for gifting us up to 777 Pop. Here comes to the right.
American 3 Alpha November, contact DFW East Tower 126.55.
Yeah, start clear on the right. Nobody going to kill us from Yankee.
They're going to go a little bit to the left and then right again onto Golf.
Yeah, sort of curves a little bit.
Yeah. But yeah, we got a lot of space here. Not. Is there in-up sticker new feature? Well, it is if you call Toto and able to program these things.
I'm going to show you in cruise how I did that because it's dynamic. It's not just painted on.
ExecJet 171,
That's
contact
cool.
West Tower 124.15, have a big flight out.
Yeah, we'll stop here and then we'll do the
124.15 for ExecJet 171, and thank you for your services. Okay, I'm going to swap over to COM 1 here for Tower.
Yeah, okay, let me change that as well.
West Tower, ExecJet 171 on Gulf. Just to advise, we need to do a cross-bleed start, so we're going to be about 60 seconds until we can move again.
ExecJet 171, deep to 10, no worries.
Okay, parking brake is set.
Yep, set.
Good. For the cross-bleed start, we need 60 psi, so you're going to have to add power. If you look on the summary page here on my side, you can see bleed pressure on the bleed press line. So keep adding power, keep adding power. You're going to have to add a lot of power.
PSI? 60?
Yes.
Jeez. We're almost takeoff power now. 60 PSI.
There we go. Okay, I'm going to arm ignition A.
Yeah.
And starting with the left engine.
Roger. Yeah, N2. And here comes fuel. So once we get starter cut out, then I'll reduce thrust to idle again.
And starter cut out.
Perfect, going back to idle.
Alrighty. Let's skip the fuel system. Check engine 1 is started. Engine start checklist is complete, so the after start check is generators 1 and 2, so it's now squawking about generator 1.
Checked.
Set ignition is off. Packs are number 1 is on, number 2 is off. I'm going to turn on the left bleed just to have it available. 14th stage is open. Cal anti-ice, we do not require flight controls have been checked. Ground flight spoilers have been checked. Cal anti-ice status for doing the ground anti-ice check, or the Cal anti-ice check, we're going to skip that. Fuel balance is checked, we're in balance. Trims are set, reset for takeoff. Nose steer is on. APR test. That'll be this guy here.
Yeah, APR looking green. Yeah.
Test okay.
Checked.
ADG unit test in the back here. So
yep.
Just pull that to unit. And after 2 seconds it goes out. Double ground wing anti-ice. We're going to skip all of those. I'm going to just do a quick wing anti-ice test here. And the Cal anti-ice test. Cal is working. Wing might take a little while to heat up, but we'll do an isolation valve check. Isolation valve opens. ATS we're not going to have available, so that's okay. TCAS is on. And I'm going to just quickly cycle back. You can go ahead and I'm going to leave the wing anti-ice on until it comes to green, and then we can go ahead and finish up the checklist. I'm going to call them that we're ready for it to continue taxi.
Yep. Roger.
And West Tower Exec Jet 171 on Gulf, we're started up and we're ready to continue taxi.
Exec Jet 171, roger. Whenever you get to the runway, let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Roger that, Exec Jet 171. Okay.
Right, left side, and let's go Whiskey Golf.
Right. You don't need as much power this time. Okay, and wing anti-ice check is completed. So the after start checks are complete. You can do a quick reverse thrust check.
Yep. So we'll do reverse green.
Okay. Laps.
And
20.
Reverse off.
Altimeters are set in cross check. Radar weather is going to say that's on. Takeoff brief is no change. Taxi checks are completed. All right.
Hang on. So Brennard, regarding the APU in-up on the 787, well, we don't need bleed air to start the engines in the 787. So you just need enough electrical power. And so you would normally start one engine at the gate, and then you have the engine generators, electric generators from the engine, and that's strong enough to then do the other start of the other engine. So we're going to be left here, Whiskey Golf.
That checks.
There it is.
Follow the line.
Yeah. Getting distracted here. Cool. And so next up is the before takeoff checklist.
Roger. Tax. So passenger signs are now on. Anti-collision lights, I'm going to switch those on once we're past the line here. I'm just going to call them.
Yep.
And Tower Exec Jet 171 coming up to runway 18 left. We're going to be ready for departure in 30 seconds.
Exec Jet 171, roger. When you're ready, RNAV Valerian, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
What's our RNAV departure again?
Netherlands 6. Netherlands 6 departure.
Right. Yeah. RNAV to Nullen, 18 left, cleared for takeoff. November, correction, Exec Jet 171. Okay, anti-collision
right,
lights
clear.
on.
18 left checks.
Turn on your landing lights there. Probes. Windshield heats. Okay, let me just finish this up. Going anti-ice is not required. Continuous ignition is on. ATC TCAS is TARA. Supplemental grounding anti-ice panel is checked and clear. CAS is showing. Takeoff config OK. Landing pulse recog lights are on, and before takeoff checks are completed.
Thank you much. So, just quickly recap the clear for takeoff. So, we're going to set the thrust manually.
Yes, sir. Onto the carrots there, which is 89.6.
Exactly, and then later on, yeah, if I don't see it coming,
I'm gonna go to legs and do a runway update.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Because we don't have GPS.
Go to 2505.
And we press the runway update.
Good
cool.
morning.
Yes.
Behind
Ready?
the departing.
Ready. You can just push the levers forward. I'm gonna set the fine thrust for you. I'm gonna set your thrust, okay?
Yeah. Your throttles.
Thrust
80 knots checked.
Checked.
2505 seconds.
V1. Rotate.
Can't understand you, sir. I'm sorry.
Positive rate.
Here.
Sorry.
Do you want LNAV?
Yes, please.
400 feet.
And enough.
Just push the nose down a little bit more so we can get the speed up. Above target speed, we can go ahead and retract the flaps.
Flaps up.
Flaps
there
up.
we go. And we go direct to LNAV, please.
That's already set.
Oh, LNAV set, okay. And VNAV. Level change, maybe?
Yes, sir.
There we
Level
go.
change. Speed. What speed do you want?
Yeah, 240, please. That's the limit for the
Jet
next.
171, contact departure, good day.
Over to departure, exec jet 171.
There we go.
1855.
Mm-hmm. Autopilot engaged.
Checked. Departure, exec jet 171, passing 3.5, climbing via the Netherlands 6 departure.
Exit jet 171, regional departure, radar contact.
Perfect, thank you.
Good stuff.
DFW departure, I'm right country Alpha November Heavy, which is
Yeah, so we're crossing 5,000 already.
3 Alpha November
So
Heavy,
LAN
departure, radar
restriction is covered.
Checked.
And wobbly is bad. Wobbles, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome.
23, clear direct RDO.
Okay, I'm gonna get the after takeoff done.
Confirm for the American 1123.
Yes, please.
Yeah, clear direct RDO for American 1123.
After takeoff, landing gear is up, flaps are up.
Clear seated to RDA, American 1123.
Off. Ignition. Off. Pressurization. So let's check. On 500
climbing.
feet, pressurized differential pressure, good stuff. Pack
American
transition.
1123, contact Forward Center 135.55, good day.
Was it for us? Was it? No.
555?
135.55,
No.
American 1123, thank you.
Oh, I'm gonna set climb thrust here.
Yep.
So 93.3, and you have to manually advance the power.
Okay.
Exit jet 171, climb maintain 17,000.
Climb maintain 17,000, exec jet 171.
Yep,
American,
17,000
3 Alpha
sets.
November Heavy.
Climb
Sugar
power
2,000,
is
level at 2.
Affirmative.
Okay, why'd you level off?
That's my...
And you'll want to select flight level change again, or whatever
American
mode.
3 Alpha, American 3 Alpha November, your climb via SID gives you all the way up to 10,000, so for now climb maintain 10,000.
So let's have a look. We're above 10,000. Then we're going to go performance.
I'm climbing.
That was part
And
of your initial
resume
clearance.
VNAV plan speed.
We've got the 250 set for the climb here. How about we climb at like 280?
I can 440 inbound track.
Target
That
speed.
sounds good. So I'll enter that.
Oh,
you already done that.
Departure radar contact.
Perfect.
Maintain
Alrighty.
17,000.
7,000,
Mach 78 for a climb.
171,
Yep.
Contact. Hold on. Not taking the flash yet.
Okay.
Departure Kilo 125
I set a target climb speed of Mach 0.78.
2,400 feet.
That sounds good.
Another 2505, regional
Expecting
departure
a
radar
frequency
contact.
change here momentarily.
And 171, contact forward center 135.55. Good day.
3555, no, exact jet 171, see ya. 3555.
3 Alpha November.
Center, hello, exact jet 171, passing 14,000, climbing 17,000.
Exact Jet 171, forward center, roger. Climb and maintain flight level 370.
Climb maintain flight level 370, exact jet 171.
Alright, that's already a filed level, so 370 set.
Sweet. Passenger signs, what do we want to do with them?
Yeah, it's just a bit bumpy still.
Okay.
Just wait a few more minutes, before someone hits their head and zoos us.
Yeah, zoos our pants off. Cast is clear, so that's the after takeoff checks completed.
Nice, good departure. So there we go. So as we climb up, we're going to have to manually increase throttles.
Sir.
Just climb power there.
It's old school.
Yeah, if you joined it, if you joined a bit later, and you're wondering about these
1126, contact
in-up
center 127.02.
stickers, so GPS 1 and 2 in-up, the left IRS is in-up, APU is in-up, the PAC 1 is in-up, and the autothrottle system
Contact Houston Center
is also in-up.
127.02. Have a good day.
Houston Center 127.0.
But we checked the MAL and can still fly, so...
Yes, sir. Still fully legal.
Yeah. Okay, so standard set, passing 180.
And set. And also on the standby.
Yeah.
So another thing that has changed, if you sit in your normal seating position, you'll notice that suddenly you can see very well on the instruments. The glare shield, Goran went back and readjusted them. Our glare shield was unfortunately tilted down just a little bit too much and made it difficult to see the instruments. So he went and fixed it, and so now it is perfectly spot on.
American 3 Alpha November, forward center, roger. Climb, maintain flight level 390.
Cool, we're on our way, and the owner seems to have cash flow issues. Well, yeah.
Well, we are a NetJets is a fractional owner, right? So it's not it's everybody's and nobody's airplane. To a degree.
Beautiful. Wow, I got a lot of crosswind already.
Let me just check if my weather is correctly set. Oh, right, I didn't have real weather set.
Note it says he's from Columbus, Ohio, headquarter of NetJets. There we go. Eventually, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Everyone is using it. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so in general, so obviously, oops, deactivate the messages from Discord. So in general,
somebody's hot
there
micing?
are always, huh? Sorry.
Somebody hot micing on Vatsim. I'm hearing side tone.
Okay. Yeah, receiving something. Not me though. Yeah, you're right.
Bionic 1087, contact Houston Center 127.02. Have a good day.
So let me have
over to Houston Center 127.02. Okay, 1087.
Yep, somebody definitely hot. Yeah, there we go. Finally.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Nice. So we are coming overhead.
Northwest 198, contact Houston Center 13. Correction 127.02.
So now we go to Waco.
Houston 127.02.
Southwest 198. Alpha Charlie Tango. Tune that on Radio 1.
Fort Worth Center, good afternoon for American 1442 climbing through 10,000 for 17,000.
American 1442, Fort Worth Center, roger. Climb, maintain flight level 370.
Somebody asked Toto, do you know if the plane in the current state would pass the MEL check?
Oh yeah. That's why I chose all these failures. And at the start of the stream I rattled them off and I went through the MEL items. Yes, it would absolutely pass MEL. I mean, that's why we have so many redundancies in the systems, right? We have 3 inertial reference systems even though we only need 2. We have 2 packs even though we only need 1. That's why. ATS is not required for flight. Let's see, what else did I break on here? GPS is not required for flight.
Yeah, unless of course that's the thing you have to be careful with regarding the departure routes, but we talked about that, what's needed for updating. So normally the RMP procedures are GPS based, so they normally have requirements to have GPS updating, but the ANAF 1 departures not necessarily need a GPS updating.
Contact Fort Worth Center 135.75.
Yeah. So Toto, if you look at the way, so Toto will talk about how to set the labels.
Sure.
And you can see here that maintenance has disconnected.
Contact Fort Worth Center 135.75.
That for us? No.
Yeah, 3575.
13575, ExecJet 171. Jeez, I'm having a hard time hearing. Fort Worth Center, November, correction, ExecJet 171 passing 273, climbing level 370.
ExecJet 171, Fort Worth Center.
Perfect.
Good stuff.
Fort Worth Center, American 1123.
So somebody asked already, what about these pins or these circuit breaker
American 1123, Fort Worth Center.
colors? Will they be in later or?
Yes, they will be in. This is not just something for me to play with.
Perfect. Yeah.
So they're actually.
American 3 Alpha November, Fort Worth
If you go
Center.
on in your simulator, go to flight edit failures, or even over in the study as well. In the menu, you'll see a new category up there in the window.
So but edit failures or?
Yes, edit failures either under flight or under study as well. And there is now going to be a new tab called INOP. And
so there it is, yeah.
Yeah, and that lets you add either collars onto specific breakers, or you can even place a new label. So for example, if you go to the last, let's see, put a new label down, you just type in whatever you want as a message to say on the label.
So
on the bottom right, the right column is for labels, and the left side is for circuit breaker collars. So, Yep. And push place.
Yeah.
And just point it where you want it to be. You can use your mouse wheel to turn it over. You can't place it just about arbitrarily. You have to place it in certain places. So basically the panel.
Okay. Will it give you a sign that you?
You're gonna see the label.
Oh yeah. Ah, there we go. There you go. There we go.
And just click, and that'll place the label.
Yeah. There you go.
Also change colors and that kind of stuff. Yes.
Oh, there we go. How cool is that?
And you can change the color and font size and that kind of stuff. I still want to refine it a little bit. Maybe make the labels bigger, but we've kind of run out of texturing space for it.
Yeah. So you can put that, of course, a red color. There we go. Look at that. That's really nice. Text color, you can put change that as well.
Yes. Make that white.
Yeah. And there we go. Hey Vinny, how you doing? Nice to see you.
And you can also save and load these in the failure scenario. So whenever you create a failure, or like a set of failures, you can always save and reload them. And these labels and circuit breakers also get get saved as part of that state, so you can easily
Nice.
share that. You can. That's how I did it basically initially. I created a failure set ahead of time, and then when we connected, I just reloaded it.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so again, guys, you got so many options. If you want challenges, yeah. But and again, shared flight, I can only advertise full-heartedly. It's so much fun. And yeah, Challenger has it now. If you get the Challenger 650, you have shared flight. So fly with your buddies. Enjoy that experience. Brennel ask, you have to return this. The thing is that, like Toto said, yes,
American
but you
1123,
sometimes have
contact
like
Houston
3
Center
systems.
127.02 with the request.
So 3 IRS systems or 3 altimeter systems, whatever. So and that's the reason. So one breaks and you are somewhere without maintenance.
It's 127.02,
And that way, you actually have
2702,
the
and
chance
let
to
them know
fly
you'd like to
back
amend your altitude.
to a base, home base, where you actually have maintenance and get that fixed. So you're not stranded every time something breaks. The difficult thing really is when you have multiple inoperative systems that may each on its own be perfectly fine, but at some stage you may say, in the combination of these different inoperative items, with certain weather conditions, or maybe fly to certain airspace, let's say Africa.
November, contact Houston Center 127.02.
That way you may want to consider not accepting the aircraft on that specific routing. But from my experience as an airline pilot, living with MEL items is absolutely normal. So literally, you check your maintenance books when you come onto the aircraft. That's the first thing we do. Make sure that the aircraft is released by maintenance, so it's serviceable, we can fly it, and then it has a hold item list, HIL, and on that list there will be different categories of inoperative items or failed systems. Handicapped systems, for example, let's say they are influencing your landing capabilities, for example, or ETOPS capabilities would be another issue. Then you have important items, and then you have the minor items like cabin stuff, coffee maker, which are absolutely not necessary for a safe flight. Although, I mean, coffee maker, yeah, some will disagree on that. Yeah, says you exactly. So that's the thing. It's something where the PIC or both pilots will discuss that, and in the end, the PIC, the pilot in command.
171, amend altitude, maintain flight level 360 for now.
Maintain flight level 360, exact jet 171.
Yeah, 360. And the PIC in the end will make the call to accept an aircraft or not. So that's daily life as a pilot, corporate or airline. That's normal.
Yeah, let me just ask him if that's going to be our final, or if we're going to be expected for the climb soon. And just for planning purposes for exact jet 171, is that going to be our final for the time being, or can we expect for the climb later?
Jet 171, it's 37 is going to put you on for actually leaving the airspace, so I'm just going to let Houston make that decision once you make the turn there off the departure, and then 37 becomes wrong way.
Yeah.
Roger that. Okay, so I'm asking because
it should only be for a couple minutes is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Roger that.
Jet 171, contact Houston Center 127.02 again.
127.02, exact jet 171. 12702.
Flight level 320. American 1123, Houston Center, good morning.
Good morning, sir. It's possible to change the flight altitude, please, to final flight level, to flight level 350, please.
350 is your request?
Roger, sir. 350 is my request.
American 1123, climb, maintain flight level 350.
Fly maintain 350, American 1123, thank you.
Houston Center, November, correction, exact jet 171, Plasm 345, climb flight level 360.
Jet 171, Houston Center, good morning.
So should I put 360
That's
for
what
now?
I'm,
Cruise?
that's,
Yeah.
for the time being, I would keep it at 37.
Okay.
We shall see what's going to happen.
3688, contact Houston Center 134.42.
Because if we're going to be only on here for like 5 or 10
134.42
minutes, it doesn't
for
really make sense to
3688. Thank you so much for
adjust. Or
Yeah.
but it doesn't really make that much of a difference.
Right. Yeah, I'm happy to release the cabin.
Roger that.
Which would be... Hey, Tail West, nice to see you.
I'm going to go ahead and take care of the passengers here. I'm going to give them also an overwater briefing because we're going to be flying slightly over water there. Not much, but just...
Yeah, fantastic. Tail West, so I'm sure, Tail West, you're happy to be back home. Assuming you are back home, because Munich, I don't know if people here know, something happened which I've not seen
5522, traffic 12
in Germany for quite some time. And that is
flight level
the Munich airport is closed completely. They closed last night, around midnight, and it's closed until tomorrow morning, completely.
Correction, he's at A340.
There's a lot of people stranded at the airport. So rail system collapsed. The motorways are closed.
Correction, Avelo.
And that's due to snowfall.
Correction, 1087, contact Houston Center 134.42.
Was that for Avianca 1087?
It's still an open microphone again on COM1, seems like.
34.42, Avianca 1087.
Hot miking is everybody's favorite pastime on Vatsim.
We'll go quickly to vertical speed if I find it.
It's having a bit of a struggle here with the wind and
vertical speed. Yeah. Hey, Hilo Shalom. So Tail West, you're home. And Mark, thank you so much for gifting us up to
Houston Center, Copa 456.
Tail West, Mark. Thank you so much.
330.
Copa 456, Houston Center, stand by. Okay, your request 330 or 350?
So I've got to be careful now to
330.
manually adjust the thrust here.
Before 56, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Roger, Copa 456, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Datalink ACARS, Datalink message. FBO update, signature FBO, passenger limo is a black van crew rental, budget SUV. Oh, thank you.
What's Astoria? Waldorf Astoria, Panama City. You sent that? Good God.
Crew hotels, Waldorf Astoria, Panama City.
Right, 360, and so I guess you would have performance tables available regarding power settings up here, right?
It doesn't actually, it's not really all that sensitive, so once you have it somewhat dialed in, yes, there is a performance table, but it will vary a lot based on weight, on winds, and temperatures and that kind of stuff, so basically just occasionally every couple of minutes you just look at it, and if it needs changed, you change it. Like for instance, right now I would still leave it at essentially full power. I'm going to set cruise power for now as the thrust limit, but it's the same number anyway.
So 97, okay.
Yeah,
right. We'll monitor that. Yeah, we'll monitor.
So this 198, are you going to make marks at 13?
Cool. So, the thing is now, where do we see the accuracy that it's
So it's
calculating?
on the FMS data block on your PFD. It's called EPU, or the Estimated Position Uncertainty.
Oh, there you go.
5522, contact 130.
So 0.11, which is still very good. So.
Yes, and I'm 0.1.
Yeah.
And we can talk about the details about
how
this particular sausage is made.
Okay.
So we have a study screen for this. Over in the study menu, you'll find FMC, and under FMC, you'll find for each of the three FMCs, there's a position state.
Yeah.
So that's the very first, or in the first in each of the groups here, right? And this is like a like an overview of the truth versus what the FMC thinks is happening. So you can
So
see.
it's 198 cross marks at maintain 1313.
So you can see on there, if you zoom out even more on that drag bar,
Cross marks at
you're going to be able to see where the inertial reference systems are. So they have drifted off. IRS 2 and 3 have drifted off maybe 0.2 miles away by now.
So yeah, you can see the distance starts at half a mile, 0.1, 0.2 miles. So Iris left, so 1 is inop. That's why we don't get a position from Iris 1. So Iris 2, and these are the very basic calculated positions, right? So you have your initial position, and then over time, so acceleration, and over time, you get these calculated positions.
Yeah, and you might think about what's those dashed circles around you. One of the things about navigation is a position is meaningless without a certainty. If you want to have any kind of reliability or any kind of estimate of accuracy, you have to be able to calculate the certainty. So what each of the dashed circles around each of the positions is telling you the confidence value that the FMS has, that you're with 95% confidence somewhere within that circle. So the FMCs do not know our true position. All they see is basically those positions that are coming from the sensors, and then on here on this study screen we can see the relationship or relation to how accurate the FMS is actually getting it versus where we really are. So right now the black mark, the black little cross that says FMS on there, that's the final computed FMS position. So it thinks that we're there, and if you zoom out a little bit, it'll give you a confidence value around it as well. That's going to be a black dashed outline, and it's going to be about 0.1 nautical miles away from us. And there it is. So that's a visual representation where it thinks that we are within 0.1 miles of where it says we are, and we are. If you look on our actual position, yes, we are even closer than that.
Yeah.
And each of the sort of circles there, one of them says DME, DME, and the other one says VOR, DME. So these are the sensor inputs coming from the various solution sensors, right? So right now it's computing a DME solution based on 2 DME radios, and you can actually see the DME radio or the DME stations that it's picked. It's on the list there that says DME candidates at the bottom. So it's right now on your side, FMC1 is tuned to TPL and Alpha Golf Juliet DMEs. Signal quality and phi is the relative angle between the 2 DME stations. And in fact, they're also drawn in magenta on the display there. Now it's just changed its mind.
Yeah, look at that. So that's a long distance now, 20 miles. That was 20 miles away, and the other one was even further away, right?
Yes. It can be up to 100 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you zoom out real far, you can actually see the world out there on this display. It does give you sort of an overview, right? So that's how it does it. It's looking for the best match of signal quality, suitable distance, and as close to 90 degrees as possible. That's the phi angle there. And based on that, it can then estimate that, okay, with this angle and this signal quality, I think that the confidence I have in this number is like, I don't know, 0.1 or 0.2 nautical miles.
Yeah. So with GPS updating, it would be even more accurate.
Oh, GPS, you could probably tell which side of the airplane you're sitting on.
Yeah. So that's the thing, but like we mentioned, we don't have that available today because both receivers are inop, and so we have to make do with the the DME updating. So let's say DME starts becoming unreliable. Let's say we're over the Atlantic. There's no DMEs.
Yes.
You're pretty much stuck then with just simple IRS mixing as a position updating to the FMS, and that means obviously that the uncertainty becomes a lot greater over time.
Yeah. If you zoom in on that window, you're going to be able to see where the irises are and where their uncertainty rings are. They're much bigger. You're just going to zoom out until you see the irises, and more. There they are.
Yeah.
They're like
so
2 miles.
These are the IRS uncertainties right now, and they will grow over time.
Yes.
As the error gets bigger and bigger.
Yes, at a rate
of... come on.
Yeah, the manufacturer specifies 95% confidence level. Growth rate is 2 nautical miles per hour.
Yeah, that's it depends, of course, on the on the system itself, how old it is, and how it's maintained, and Yeah, that will change over time as well.
The Uncle 440 contact, Houston Center 134.42, good morning.
Yeah, very nice. So that's always very interesting. I quite like that because this is something, this is a concept which is, you know, based on every bigger aircraft, airliner, corporate jets. Yeah, it's very nice, very interesting topic.
And there's also another circle on there that says VOR DME. That's the cyan one. And you can see that that one's closer to the airplane than the IRS is, but further away than the DMEs. It was right there. It just zoomed down.
Yeah.
And it's that little circle there, and that's the VOR DME solution. VOR DME has much less confidence or more inaccuracy just because of the nature of how VORs work. So in this case, the VOR DME solution is, let's see, what does it say? It's given us a figure of merit of 0.94 nautical miles. So if we were just using VOR DME, the FMCs would know our position to within roughly 9 or 1 nautical mile. Still better than the IRS's, but
yeah. Could you fly across the pond with DME? Well, there are certain specifics. If you're flying within, let's say, the NAT, so the North Atlantic Track System, then you need certain systems available with certain accuracies. So, be it RMP4 or RMP2, depending on the airspaces. So, the updating itself. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Toto, but for the Atlantic, for example, you don't need GPS updating.
Correct.
If I'm, yeah. So,
and you're not going to get a radio because there's no radios there, right?
Yeah. But of course, that's risky because, just like we mentioned, if you're only relying on IRS, triple mix, let's say, to get your position, the uncertainty will grow, and so the AMP, so the actual navigation position, will then increase. And if it gets above the required, so it says that 95% of the time, I cannot guarantee that we are within those limits. That means your displayed position on the FMS, or the FMS position, i.e. the one that is displayed on your nav display here, will then exceed the tolerances of, let's say, 2 miles.
Yes.
And that then means that, well, you're going to have to call ATC. And in the worst case, you would have to descend below level 290 to get out of that North Atlantic Track System. Or there's a routing called the Spruce Goose routing, I think.
Yes.
Which goes over Iceland, Greenland. It's a published routing. You could fly that as well as a backup routing, if you like. But of course, you're going to have, all the legal requirements, fuel, ETOPS, whatever. But yeah, there are certain things that you can do a bit fast here. Let's slow down a bit.
Okay. We can go up to Mach 0.82 and sort of up to cruise speed here, so that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So Captain Crash, I mean, good point. Where are we coming from, right? Crossing the Atlantic with the old INS systems, where in the end, when you come across the pond and you got a offset of, let's say, 15, 20 miles, worst case.
And Captain Crash is a crazy person who probably going to go flying with a sextant in hand.
Right. Yeah. So interesting topic. I love these things. FMC2 position there.
Yeah, and that one's probably going to differ a little bit because he is using a different source.
Yeah. So regarding, is it here that on my display I get like FMS1 and yours is FMS2, or is it
198 descend to maintain 7,000.
Or is it voted the best, is voted and then displayed?
So for the what do you mean, on the MFDs or where?
Yeah, on the MFDs.
So those are primarily driven by our active nav source. So the active nav source is shown on the PFD in the magenta data block.
Oh, you got FMS2, yeah.
Yes, I have FMS2 selected, and you have FMS1. Now, if I wanted to, for example, I can go ahead on the bottom, on the let's see, do I have my laser pointer enabled? Oh, there it is. So if I go ahead and on here, push on, well, First of all, I'm going to pre-select a different nav source, so that's the inner knob, and that lets me change to a different FMS. So for example, I wanted to switch to nav source FMS1, switch nav transfer. Now I'm seeing your side, but you'll notice that they are amber.
Yeah.
That's for a reason. That's because I am now using the same side data positional source as you, or navigation source, and that means we do not have redundancy.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Alternatively, I can go ahead and select like VOR nav source or whatever, and VOR nav sources are used primarily for us for ILS guidance and terminal guidance, because then we're essentially back to like conventional navigation.
Okay.
And that's what happens when you do an ILS approach. When you select an ILS approach in the FMC, it pre-tunes the ILS localizer, and then when you've got the approach mode enabled on the autopilot, once it sees the localizer center, then it transfers both sides over to the localizer nav source, and you're basically to conventional navigation.
So this 198 descend to maintain 4,000.
That's one of the kind of a weirder aspects of how Collins designed their system of navigation sources, where the nav source is a thing you actively manage. It's not like on an Airbus where the loc button essentially always internally, if you have an ILS loaded, it always transfers to the ILS, but as soon as you go back to nav, it is back to FMS navigation. Here, the only button you have is nav, and nav is always driven off of your active nav source. I don't know. It's more of a conventional kind of design with the added FMS component on top.
171, climb, maintain flight level 370.
There we go.
Yeah.
Climb, maintain flight level 370, exact Joe 171.
So I'll do that with vertical speed. So we got vertical speed 370.
It's 198, expect ILS from my 4.
The ILS from my 4 Southwest 190.
And you gotta give it the beans.
So there's, how much is it? 90. Well, that's cruise power. But up here, it's pretty much the same, isn't it? Cruise.
It's almost, yeah. Right now, for our current temperature, it's 97.8 for both.
Yeah, yeah. You see, cruise and climb. Yeah, that's normal for jet engines up here.
In fact, 97.8 is the maximum that the FMC has tables for. Technically, the engines are okay up to 98.6. That is sort of their normal rating. But realistically, there's a slight buffer put in there for basically just having an extra buffer so you don't overspeed the fans. Because 98.6 is sort of the fan red line.
Okay. Nice.
For some reason, when GE designed the engine, they didn't put the red line for the engine at 100%. No, they made it, the 100% is just some number for RPMs, and then they said after testing that, hey, actually we can only do this much RPM safely, so instead of changing where the 100% point is, they just changed the maximum in the books.
So that's 198, descend to maintain 3,500, San Antonio altimeter 30,
fairly common
00 again.
Weird thing that they do with engines, turbine engines. So the PT6 is also kind of funny. We frequently get reports from users that, hey, I can't get to my cruise or maximum power on the or whatever table power I've pulled from the manual because I'm going over 100% NG, and I'm like, that's okay, that's fine. The engine can go legally up to 104.1%.
Yep.
There's VLS cap.
Yeah, so 100% is not maximum. Yeah, absolutely. It's just a value.
Yep. Sometimes called a rated speed.
Yeah. Right, 370.
Sweet, and bumpy. Bumpy ride. Yeah, we're cutting across the jet stream here, 130 knots on the nose.
Ooh.
Or citation speeds.
Houston Center, good morning, number 1720 Tango with you, 190.
So,
1720
let's have a
Tango,
look.
Houston Center, good morning.
You will check. Let me have a look at the...
You can just go to progress, that's going to tell you. Or, what are you looking for?
And there we go. So for the fuel quantity, currently 17,250 pounds.
That's also on the ICAS block right above. You don't have to bring up the summary page.
Yep,
That was
but the
198 back to the final
distribution.
turn right, heading
That's
310.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Right
Okay,
heading
yeah, fine, yeah.
310,
Okay, cool.
Southwest 198.
Yeah, so currently, yeah, it's using fuel from the center tank.
Yes.
We'll have a look at that in a minute. So regarding fuel check, which, yeah, Hori, 31 minutes after departure. At let's have a look. How many pounds?
Pound Renos. So
range values.
there are many ways to look at the fuel values in the Challenger Proline system. Normally you would just go to index progress on the FMC here, and that's going to tell you your fuel on destination. As long as it says that it's good, then you're happy, and it also gives you your
That's 198 turn right,
last
heading
fuel
020,
state
join the loop.
Okay.
Alright, heading 020, join the loop.
If you want it in more detail, you can push MFD data, and then that's going to bring up the data page, and then under display menu you can select which of the data pages you want. Flight plan progress is sort of a more detailed look on what's happening with the flight plan. You also have position summary. Position report if you want like a super duper detailed one for oceanic position reports.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah,
That's
so
198 mile from hard, maintain 3,500
where do I
till
see
hard,
what
clear
time we
to ILS,
departed?
runway 4 approach.
Time loft 39 minutes, there we go.
Hard, clear ILS.
Yeah, so
Southwest 198.
looks alright, we're looking good on time.
Yes.
And fuel-wise, I know here we always have a lot more fuel, but minimum required would be 15.9. We'll have our legal reserve values.
Yes, I've put in about an hour of extra because I was expecting trouble at the destination.
Uh-oh.
Not trouble that I've planned, but more like they're gonna tell us to hold for a week.
Yeah. Which could happen, yeah. So there we go. Yeah, guys, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask.
So I'll take
So
it.
study.
Which one are you looking for?
November 172 Sierra Tango
Is
Palace.
anything with
discretion,
fuel?
maintain 9
Yeah, fuel system. There we go.
College.
Yeah, perfect. There we go.
I'll get the college all the time.
Yeah, so you can see the challenges of many tanks. So we have
look for
the mains, then we have center auxiliary,
I will ask in the college altimeter 2900.
forward auxiliary, aft auxiliary,
Yes.
left saddle, right saddle, and tail tank.
Yeah, they are usually grouped as 4 systems, and each of the systems has sometimes more than one tank. So the left and right are fairly straightforward. They're called main. Those are basically just in your wings. They're single component large tanks, right? So integral tanks. The aux is what you see on the ICAS page. It's the one in the middle of the display. It's arranged like a T, so it's like at the core of the T, I guess. So right now we've got 6,330 in the aux, and that's split between 3 tanks: the center aux, forward, and aft aux tanks.
These three, okay.
Yeah, and they are very much unequal size and even unequal level. So the forward and aft aux tanks are a little bit higher than the center aux. The center aux basically sits in the wing box. It's the biggest tank you have on the airplane.
Yeah.
And that leads to some weirdness with refueling where in order not to cause an overflow in the center tanks, they have like if you look on the refuel defuel tab in this window here, the way the refueling system works a little bit strange. You'll see that there's like 3 check valves in the center there, and the check valve that goes to the center aux tank doesn't prevent fuel doesn't allow fuel in during refueling. So this is refueling, right? This is coming from your fuel tender. Instead, what happens is that the fuel gets pushed out to the forward and aft aux tanks, and then it basically fills those up first. They hit a sort of little valve at the top that fully shuts them down, fully fills them, and once they are fully filled, they are basically now sort of, so to speak, a little bit overpressurized. And then if you look on the transfer system tab, you'll see that there are lines leading back from the aft and forward aux tanks, and so the center aux just fills through these transfer lines. And then there's a float shut off in the center aux tank, which if that gets, or basically a high level switch, which when that actuates, it stops refueling for the entire center aux system, and then any sort of full fuel where the forward and aft aux tanks are completely full, just basically under gravity drains into the center. It's calculated in such a way that all of the tanks are close to full. The center is the fullest, but they are not 100% because they have to be able to still, expand and vent and that kind of stuff. They can't be completely filled because you like rip them apart and stuff.
Yeah. So, of course, tail tank would very likely be for center of gravity reasons.
So the tail system is three tanks actually in the tail. So there's the actual tail tank, which sits right below sort of the rudder, and then you have a pair of what they call saddle tanks. Those sit in the aft equipment bay. They're not integral tanks, so they're not part of the aircraft structure itself. Rather they're like bags. They're bladders, actually. Bladder tanks. They sit in a box, but they're bladder tanks. And the idea is that fuel is sort of allowed to freely flow between these three. There's a common manifold below them that links them together. And you can see that there's a little pump we're in a way, called the transfer pump. And that fills fuel into the aux system. And there's a set of high level and certain level switches between the aux and the tail system to make sure you never go too far outside of balance. So it'll first initially burn off a little bit from the center system. I'm sorry, it'll first burn off a little bit from the aux, then it'll start draining the tail. Once the tail hits about 35%, is actually, if you go to the fuel level sensors tab, you'll be able to see that. You see, now it's done. Now it's shut down the transfer pump. It's the last tab on there. You go to fuel level sensors, you'll now see that the there we go. Now 30, so the high level switch has now actuated on the so the high level switch is showing full on the center aux. It's a little bit further up. There you are. So once it hits that switch, it stops transferring, and then it waits until we've drained enough from the center aux, and then it keeps going. And there's like a sequence with the 35% switch, and then in the tail there's a 38% switch. So it does like a little shimmy where it drains down to one of the switches, then it waits. I don't know how to explain it. It would probably be easiest if I drew it, but there's a set of steps that it follows to keep the airplane within its limits. So it's not like.
Actually.
Yeah.
Where are you parking? Are you parking off of Gulf 3 or November?
But you can see that, so detailed. So it's not just a simple number simulation. It's actually doing this stuff in the background.
Oh yeah.
And it has influence on the center of gravity and weight distribution.
Oh yeah, and the sloshing as well. So if you're flying uncoordinated, if you push it a little bit on the rudder, you'll see the little apparent roll of the aircraft there.
Contact Monterey Center 131.4 ticker.
Roger.
That's going to cause fuel to actually slosh about.
1.4. Have a good day.
Right now it's showing filtered and delayed sensor data, so these capacitive sensors are fairly noisy. But if you push the button there that says raw sensor data, it's going to show you the instantaneous measurements of the sensors.
Oh wow, yeah.
Now it's a little bit too noisy to see.
Yeah.
But if you pushed on the rudder, you'd be able to see them swing fairly hard.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's a little bit difficult to see.
Yeah.
They're very noisy.
Yeah. But any aircraft movement, does change those values.
Yeah, and so
Houston Center, good day, American 2161.
the fuel system computer unit, the FSCU, has to make sense of these. It basically has a big table in it of pre-computed sensor states, so it knows that, okay, when these sensors are showing like this number together, and I'm getting attitude data from the inertial reference system, I can correct for where I think the fuel should be. It usually is within better than 3%, but it sometimes doesn't get it quite right. So, it's one of the things about the field level sensors in the Challenger.
Aircraft advise Houston stepping away 1 minute.
You're not supposed to put too much stock in them, and especially there's even a detail or note in the airplane flight manual where you're not supposed to trust a out of balance indication for 30 seconds after making a turn on a taxiway, because the sensors might have sloshed about and the fuel computer unit has just gone completely crazy. There's a video also up on YouTube where you can see a Challenger taking off, and between them applying takeoff power and being like 2,000 feet in the air, they've like gained, so to speak, on the fuel sensors, like 600 pounds of fuel.
Yeah, we actually had the issue on the Neos when actually no, that was the CEOs, the new CEOs that came out. We had suddenly, I don't know how many kilograms, 600 kilogram missing after takeoff, which then slowly came back again in the indications. But it happened, and I remember that they tried for a long time to find out what the reason was behind that. But that was an entry now logbook, ticket logbook, saying that don't worry about it. It's normal. It's not normal, but it's normal for now.
I mean, it's one of those things, right, where that's the reality of running. The world is analog, as much as we would like it not to be, but the world is analog. So the real world is analog anyway. So that means all of our computers that have to deal with physical quantities and that kind of stuff, they have to deal with the fact that the world is messy. So you're no sensor. So all the sensors that are going into the avionics here are always. I pass them through a sort of noise generation and like generating realistic junk that they might see, measurement errors, biases, and that kind of stuff. And then it's up to the avionics to make sense of it.
So for the A220 that you're making,
yes,
do you actually have kind of do you actually get some real world data on these things, or are you gonna have to calculate that yourself, or
you expect the GPS-17 from
so with all the sensors, for example?
I don't get that kind of data from anybody. I do study a lot of technical manuals and a lot of mostly parts data sheets. For example, for the inertial reference system, you can actually find the data sheets for the individual sensors that are inside of them. Both of the accelerometers and the ring laser gyros are actually sold by Honeywell separately. If you want, you can just basically buy the ring laser gyros and accelerometers, and therefore Honeywell has to give you a full integration data sheet that gives you expected performance, how to talk to the thing, the exact protocol specification, the physical and the electrical interfaces, that kind of stuff. And in there, if you make some educated guesses, you can estimate how this thing is going to behave in real world usage.
Okay, so because I know that you want to get this right.
If you want to get rid of the summary page, just push summary on the CCP there, the button. This is just an overlay. Keep that on.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the. Okay, that's fine.
There you go.
Yeah, so many things. Again.
Honestly, it's a bad UI design by Collins, but whatever.
Yeah, this thing. It's one of those things where you just have to play around, a couple of times, and then. There we go. Nearest airports. So let's see. Any questions? Anybody? McKellen says, would love to see this gem in Micro's Flight Sim. Yeah, we've covered that topic many times. Not so easy. So we're still with currently, what center are we with? 2702.
We should be with Fort Worth Center. Just about getting ready to go away.
Yeah.
Although we are still going to be in the US ADIS for a little bit, for about 100 miles.
Okay.
I'm expecting that we'll stay with them probably for at least another 10 minutes.
Yeah. Also wondering, guess they don't have Super DLC here.
Vatsim USA rarely ever do.
Yeah.
I mean, I can check up on Hoppy if anybody is available there. I kind of doubt it. Maybe they'd put it. Let's see, would they put it on Center Houston? 2702 is who we're on. They're kind of quiet though, aren't they?
Yeah. But what's the right frequency?
I do have them turned up, so I can hear. I should be able to hear them.
Yeah. So next boundary would be Cana. So that's going to be Monterey. And until then it's Houston. So maybe there's not many aircraft going this way.
Interesting. For some reason, Xpilot is not giving me controller info for most controllers. I don't know if they don't even have any listed.
Yeah. But I mean, they could still, if there's anything wrong, they could ping us by text, but or quiet.
Yeah, I'm not receiving any text. I am definitely connected.
There we go. Should be fine. Lilo says, get worried about SU-14 Max Flight Sim. A lot of people having 10 FPS less in the beta. Okay, well, hopefully I get that fixed.
59 contact, Monterey Center,
There we go.
131.4.
Now I can hear someone.
That wasn't
Monterey 134.4,
No.
FedEx A59, good day.
131.4.
And notice
131.4.
that right now, since we're using different, our two FMCs actually talk to each other, and based on which FMC is the primary, right now it's your side, so the arrow is pointing to the left on the flight mode annunciators. That means your side is navigating, or your side is steering. That means that side FMS gets first pickings of the VOR and DME pairings.
172 Skier Tango after Sunday
they actually coordinate between each other to make sure that each of them picks a different set, if possible, for VOR and DME. So consequently, now your side actually has better position uncertainty than I do. Right now, my side is 0.28 and yours is 0.16.
Yeah.
In fact, mine has gone to 0.29.
And 2 Sierra Tango, Sugar altimeter 290902.
So, for instance, if you look on
2 Sierra Tango, that altimeter is
we can
3 minutes
compare
more than 1
positions
hour old.
between each other. If you go to index progress and the second page.
Index progress, second page, yeah.
And you'll see that my FMS thinks that we are 0.9 nautical miles to the right, whereas yours thinks that we're almost pretty much on the money, 0.01.
Yeah. And so the required right now was this active? Yeah, active RMP 2 nautical miles. Yeah. So as long as we stay below that, we don't have any
the
issues.
en route RMP is actually not a specified number. There's no manual out there that says that it should be that number. On Collins, they always basically treat en route as being 2 miles by default, unless you say otherwise. If you expect to be flying oceanic or remote airspace, and or where GPS is not available, to suppress sort of caution so it doesn't like bug you with hey caution low position accuracy, you can actually push the en route RMP toggle switch right now, and I can switch us over to 4 nautical miles, and that way it's not going to bug us until we exceed 4 nautical miles position uncertainty.
Okay, cool.
Now that will really only be a factor if we were oceanic or with no DME guidance or anything like that.
Or on the arrive routings. So
Yes.
when we
So
RP1 or
once we enter,
So
once we enter terminal navigation airspace, so that means either past the first waypoint of the star, or within 31 nautical miles of the destination airport, it will automatically go to 1 nautical mile, and this toggle will be disabled.
Yeah.
If I then try to push the
686 Houston Center. Good morning.
If I try to push the button there in the terminal airspace, it would just basically tell me, hey, no, not available.
Okay.
Previously I was
Because now it's like required. Okay.
I climbed to 380 due to traffic.
And he never brought you back down?
Still 100 knots
That's negative.
wind. Fortunately, not all on the nose.
Yeah, luckily, well, 400 ground speed's not too bad. So 3 hours 39 minutes to go until Panama.
Yes. And you'll notice that on the MFDs, there's this little window at the top that says like our next waypoint and destination time and that kind of stuff.
Mexico 686, descend and maintain flight level 370.
So these two windows are controlled from the display menu page, and they're called just the window. And you can select between 3 presentations, so nothing, on, or VNAV. I have on my side set it to on. That way I see the destination fuel, time, and that kind of stuff. We sometimes call this the LNAV mode, or the long distance mode, where I'm sort of looking ahead very far. Hey, where is our situation going to be on the destination? Typically on the left side or the flying side, you would have it on VNAV, which gives you your short-term vertical constraints and that kind of stuff. Upcoming top of descents, that kind of stuff. So that lets you know short-term, hey, what's going to be happening vertically right in a few minutes. So I guess you could call this the tactical view, and mine would be the strategic view, long distance.
Yeah.
But
cool.
You can set whatever you want, really.
Yeah. Very nice.
And even the FMCs disagree about the time that it's going to require. In fact, let me see. I have a little note here. If you look on the clock, I've put a little label on there as well. It says set clock time. Because we do not have GPS. If we didn't ever actually synchronize our time.
Yeah, that's true.
This is completely wrong. So I have to now go to manual time. And what does it say? Actually 1800 UTC is the clock. Yeah. That's pretty good. Yeah. Let's check the FMCs. Index status. Yeah, 1800 UTC. Oh, they managed to get lucky.
Yeah.
Because you can.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Because normally, it will be synced up to the GPS time.
And GPS time, if you right now, says 02 hours. It's like completely wrong.
Yeah.
The Jet 171 traffic. Call it 11 o'clock, 30 miles, northbound, flight level 370737.
Okay, on TCAS.
Looking for the traffic, and we got him on TCAS, exact Jet 171.
District 171, roger, traffic will be no factor.
Okay.
Jet 171.
Alright, 30 miles.
Yeah, it's going to be he's 25 miles according to TCAS.
Traffic, call it 9 o'clock, 29 miles, southbound, flight level 370. I don't know what it... Challenger.
Yep. Don't know what it is. Challenger, exactly.
686, we have the traffic.
So let's see, how come I don't have TCAS on my side?
You need to push the TFC button, you probably didn't have it enabled.
Good afternoon, Delta 32 on the ground in San Antonio.
TFC.
Clearance to Atlanta.
There we go, perfect. Nice.
You call them the sort of, when you see these dashed rings, that's how you know that you've got TCAS
Good morning, cleared to Atlanta Airport. As filed, maintain 4,000 expected.
Why did he feel the need? I guess he felt the need to just talk or something on the radio because it was just a lot of dead air. But he really didn't have to tell us about traffic that's 20 miles away.
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
hey, Mr. Tomboy, thanks for the raid. Welcome everyone. Currently in the Challenger 650 from hot start.
I have labels on so I can see it. But...
And squawk 2771.
Yeah, but 20 miles in real life you wouldn't see the traffic unless there's that contrail or something.
Yeah, I can just about, if I turn off the
Oh, yeah.
aircraft labels, you can just see the contrail in the distance.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I can see it's just above the cloud layer there. Quite sharp.
Handling update. Handling by hot start flight support. Contact Jenny. 30 minutes estimated time to departure. No, ETD. Should be ETA, whatever. Via sat phone. Yeah. Gonna have to call Jenny.
Yeah, we'll call her. Right, there we go. Pulse lights on.
See,
it's
right.
A little bit bumpy.
So now FMC3 has gone into low position accuracy because this guy doesn't get IRS updates at all. So he is.
Which one?
FMC3.
Okay.
So FMC3 right now is at. I brought it over onto the progress page. You can see if you just look on the CDU, that's probably the easiest right now. I brought it over to the second progress page, and you can see that it's in mode IRS-3 navigation, and the inertial EPU. You've got which one? There you go. Yeah, EPU-I is estimated position assert the inertial only 3.19 nautical miles. And so he's now over the 2 nautical mile active RMP, so he gives us a caution low position accuracy. But he's a standby FMC, we don't care about what he says.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just gonna box that message and tell it to go away.
Go away. Leave us alone.
Yes.
Mr. Tomboy just finished a DC Essential Bus, DC Bus 2-fold. Nice. Yeah, those electric failures, they can be very intense, yeah. Yeah, yesterday we did, on the 787, we did another exercise with airspeed unreliable. And it's so fascinating how the 787 actually recognizes these unreliable airspeed issues. So one thing that's strange to start with is that the speed indications on left and right side is actually a voted indication. So from 3 different sources, static, pitot, etc. It's the most reliable source or the most accurate that the aircraft computers sense, and they will then be displayed on both sides, which is quite interesting.
Choice.
And so either you as a pilot would notice a discrepancy. That's if you, let's say, in a climb and the system is below its threshold of recognizing a issue with the airspeed, let's say. The pilots would be first to notice, and then he would go with the airspeed unreliable, call that out, memory items, and then autopilot off, flight director off, autothrust off, and then either do with the flaps extended partly, it would be 10 degrees, 85%, or otherwise, if the flaps are up, you would have 4-degree pitch and 70% N1. And then you would have time to evaluate, and then you have a switch on the left-hand side there from normal to alternate. And if you switch that to alternate, it will actually just display the GPS altitude and the angle of attack speed indication, which is very accurate in the 787. And so by that, you would simply quickly be able to determine which indications would then be the most reliable, and then you would have both sides on that more reliable indication. What's interesting, though, is that it's a hell of a checklist that you start, and then suddenly, if the aircraft itself senses an issue with the air data, be it altitude, airspeed, it will then switch over automatically to the GPS altitude and the angle of attack speed indications automatically. And then it'll tell you that with another checklist, NAF air data system or NAF air data, and that's it. You just stop the airspeed unreliable checklist and then go into that other dedicated checklist and go through it. It's incredible, and for me, having gone through so many different aircraft types with unreliable.
171, contact Monterey Center 131.4. Good morning.
Monterey on 131.4. Have a good one. Exact check 171.
Monterey.
Yep. Troy Center. Good morning, ExecJet 171, flight level 370.
ExecJet 171, radar contact, maintain 370.
Maintain 370,
Nice.
ExecJet 171.
With a dialect, fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, so, it's interesting to actually then just, get your mindset to the point where you say, hey, that system is just so more, up to date and so reliable that, you can trust it and it'll fly beautifully with these backup indications. Forge, you're doing a flight from Tampa to Lima, India, Papa. For that is. That's a long flight, though, isn't it?
Flare 484, yeah. Flare 4851,
Just see what airport that is.
Mexico 126, sorry.
126,
Paderborn.
6, Fox 8, 12,
No, that's not. No, that can't be. What's Lima, India, Papa? My phone doesn't know.
Walker 121, contact Mexico
would be
126,
something in Italy, right?
Yeah, but
126.6 for Walker 121.
my app doesn't know the
I'm
airport.
going to show you how we're going to find this out.
Yeah, 601, contact
it
Merida,
out.
correction, Mexico
Look on the
126, bye-bye.
Index. Database.
Over to Mexico, what was that frequency for UPS 601? That's 126.60. 3660,
Yeah, not database. I think it's a typo.
Yep.
Hey, Peter. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
LIPZ will be
United 1234, you with me?
minutes.
Yeah, minutes, yeah.
In fact, we can
Yeah,
do,
maybe that. Yeah,
we can do
maybe that's the airport. Yeah.
frequency lookups here. So you don't know what the frequencies are for an airport, you can quickly look it up.
Frequency change for Echo 005.
For who?
Wow, that's so interesting.
Echo 005.
Tower frequency. Yeah.
005, not yet.
For some reason the
I'm still looking for Mexico to us.
carrier entered twice, but if we are lost, and normally this shows our origin, destination, alternate, and then whatever else other airport we want in there is as an additional choice.
That's cool.
No data available
That's really
for
good.
PSM. But for a destination, we can quite easily, if we get lost or...
Echo 005, now contact Mexico 126.60,
And as
bye-bye.
usual, yeah.
12660, thank you, bye-bye. Echo
On
005.
DFW we have like a million billion frequencies. There's 4 towers.
Dallas, yeah. Pile 19, thank you much for 43. I'm happy to hear that you're enjoying the stream. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your support. So normally now, thank you so much. So normally, of course, it's just a kind of a longer flight, and now we're going to be over water. We would, of course, have a look for possible diversion airfields. The Challenger, I guess you do have more options available.
Yes.
So
we
we've
have
got...
yeah, and we on a single pack we have to be within 60 minutes of a suitable
Jet 98,
diversion
Sierra,
airport.
contact
We're not
Mexico now 128.16, bye-bye.
Yeah. And so for us, it's for the 787, it's 431 miles still a
Jet
distance.
98 Sierra.
So that's single engine speed.
Yeah, we're nowhere near
Thank you.
kind of a the
Copa
limits here.
456, contacto México 126.6, buenas tardes.
So if I want to go
Recibido
to
126.6
so let's say we have a good
para
airport
México
here.
Centro. Buenas tardes,
Kilo
adiós
Bravo,
Monterrey.
Romeo Oscar. Do you know how many miles we have here for the 1 hour still a distance?
In miles, it will depend a lot on your.
Well, still air. No, so still air distance.
Still air. Then it will depend largely on the weight, because we're gonna have different speeds. We'll have to look at the table, to be honest.
Yeah, no worries, because for us it's important, obviously, for the ETOP stuff. So we get told it's 431 miles, but we are fast. So 787 single engine is still going very fast. So I mean, Challenger.
So
I would still say it'd probably be about 300 miles or something.
So we can probably estimate it if we go to the fuel management page. The third page on fuel management is called a trip calculator, and you can use that to like do estimates. So if I go ahead and push PPAS here from present position to the airport, so KBRO is what you put in there.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
To there. Oh, come on. Oh, BRP.
Yeah.
KBRO, and if we are able to do like 350 ground speed.
Okay, 2570, contact Mexico now, 126,
then,
60, bye-bye. 126.
Yeah, we're only 30 miles away from it, so it's not very, it doesn't take long yet.
But
yeah, so let's say, so let's say I'm going to put this to, let's say, a 350 mile ring. So that way we can see here now on this display. Let's say there's about 1 hour still a distance. And then normally today on this routing we will definitely always have an airport nearby that's within an hour single engine time. So here there's no need for ETOPS really, because we're not getting outside of that 1 hour range.
Yeah, you can always enable nearest airports, and that shows us very suitable diversions around the airplane. This always gets updated on the display at regular intervals every few seconds.
Hey Iowa, Scotsman, how you doing?
So there's our 4 potential destinations if we need to. And in fact, if we were if we had a fuel emergency or some kind of an emergency regards to an engine out, it makes the FMC makes it super simple to divert to them. You just go direct, nearest, and you can either go direct to the airport, or you can even just push one of the runways and without executing, let's say, I don't know, like KPIL, whatever, runway 13. If I push to the runway, it automatically inserts a visual approach and direct to the extended runway center line. 5 miles.
I see that here. Yeah.
So I can just go ahead and push. If I push to execute, the airplane would immediately turn and start flying towards the extended runway center line. If I was completely lost and needed something.
Wow, that's neat. That's very cool.
Runway center, Avianca 4132.
Nice.
And it'll also give you vertical guidance there. So.
Do you still want us with you, or do you want us to connect to Merida?
It knows the runway elevation. It gives me a 3-degree descent to glide path, so if I were to execute this, it would tell me how high or low I am, whether I need to descend or whatever.
Nice.
No problem at all.
Peter says it seems to be purposing a lot. Well, today we are still within a jet stream, 90 knots here, so it's X-plane. It's not the aircraft fault, it's X-plane doing something weather-wise. It's still not quite there yet, but it's getting better. There we go.
Turn on.
128.3 for Avianca 4132. Have a great weekend.
You can tell that it's turbulent just if you look on the airspeed trend, it like bumps up and down, up and down. It's basically the fact that there's a variability in the airspeed.
Yeah. I mean, the other week, came back from Dallas, we had, with the track system, lots of turbulence. And that's just it. I mean, it's normal. So going to the US, you're usually a bit more northern routings, because that way you can kind of circumnavigate the jet streams, which are usually going west to east. And then, of course, as you come back from the US, going eastbound, then, of course, your dispatch center will then plan you into those jet streams, or into the track system that obviously has the best wind field. And of course, jet streams, that's just the way it is. They are high-speed wind fields, and that's where you get more turbulence. That is just the way it is.
Yep.
Now, of course, we don't get planned into severe
CAT.
Actually, we normally would not approve of that, but it's a thing with forecasted and reported. So if we do have reported severe turbulence, well, that's of course a lot more concerning than And so on the frequency 123.12345 over the Atlantic, that's the air-to-air communication frequency. I always thought, like, it would be a bit better than 1 to 1.5, but man, there's some clowns on there as well. So
really, what are they talking about? Classifieds?
Well, no, they make all kinds of noises. Board pilots. There's always some idiots out there, which is kind of embarrassing, but that's just the way it is. But yeah, but of course, we do use it. So let's say
Berlin 484 heavy.
You have some turbulence. You would say, hey, this is call sign on track Tango at position 35 west, flight level 360, encountering moderate turbulence. And that way, you could communicate with us, let them know where it started, the severity, and so on. Also very interesting on the 787, the way you get TCAS indicating. Normally you would only have like 40 miles distance. Any aircraft outside 40 miles wouldn't be displayed, but with the data link available and being able to be used by certain systems, and our aircraft are able to use that data, we actually get indications from aircraft on the different track systems. So each 60-mile separation, so 1 degree in 60 miles, and you can actually see the aircraft following the same track.
Thank you.
So we have like, I don't know, 40 aircraft.
Yeah, but you also have ADS-B in, so I'm assuming that those contacts then have an actual directional arrow on them, right?
Yeah, and they actually have call sign written on them as well.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty good stuff.
Yeah. What we also could do is we can actually display a vertical profile on the nav display with all these aircraft, and we can see whether or not they're faster than us or slower than us. There's all kinds of toys. You can play around with that and plan, how fast you would have to fly to overtake them, undertake them. So it's very interesting, very, very neat systems.
How about I
also?
I'm sorry. I've given you radios for 5 minutes and I take a bathroom break.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, my radios and I have control.
Gotcha. Okay, your radios. Be right back.
Yep. So for me, since I've been flying the 747 a long time ago, flying now the 787 and being able to use all these different new systems available, which are very comfortable to use. I'll give you an example. So let's say you're logged on to Gander radio, or Gander Center through CPDLC, and then we got an HF check. So the HF cell cult check is done, and that's it. Everything's quiet apart from the air-to-air frequency. And then we approach 30 West, so switch over from Gander to Shanwick. We get CPDLC message saying at 30 West contact HF so-and-so. I press the accept button on the glare shield, and it uplinks then the frequency into the scratch pad of that TCP panel, where I can then simply press transfer, and it puts it into the active HF frequency. That's one neat thing. The other neat thing is that, let's say we're in Shanwick, and at 15 West, or at a certain time, when we are supposed to be at 15 West, let's say, and we're getting into Shannon airspace, VHF coverage, it will then give us an uplink saying, at time such and such, contact Shannon, let's say 132.72. I'll press accept. It will not uplink it into the TCP. It'll actually just put a little position on that routing. It's a little green circle it says ATC next to it. And at the time when we instructed to call Shannon, it'll actually then give us a little chime, and then uplink the frequency into the scratch pad, and then we can simply make it active and call Shannon. It's those little things that's so cool to use, and less risk of actually missing the time to call the next sector. Very nice. I would talk about things like heading instructions or new level instructions, speed instructions that are also going through CPDLC, uplinked into the MCP, and you can simply transfer these things then to the active. Also, conditional clearances, like let's say at waypoint such and such, descend flight level
59, contact Mexico
such and
now,
such.
126.6, bye-bye.
They will not uplink into the MCP until you're actually at that pseudo waypoint, and then give you another reminder, and then show that in the uplink window, and you can transfer that. It's interesting. It's just so many, you don't need it, but it's really helpful. I find that so
897, contact
so interesting.
Mexico, 126,
Okay, I'm back.
bye-bye.
Yeah, nothing happened here.
Sweet. So
So
my
if you
voice?
Yeah, your radios.
My radios.
Tango Papa Charlie.
Yeah, also the flight deck. So for Boeing aircraft, the flight deck is extremely quiet. So in cruise flight, we fly without headsets, and we can actually talk in a very kind of subdued kind of loudness.
Oh,
It's just
okay. The Pilot Club 897,
normal
Mexico
volumes.
on
Really nice.
126.6, bye-bye.
Yeah, I have never flown a 787 yet.
6,
I'd really like to.
Put that in our remarks.
As far as I heard that it is extremely quiet.
One thing though that had me concerned. Let's see if I can find it somewhere.
Like I have flown the A380s are already fairly quiet, and it might be that the 787 is even quieter than that.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
At least in the flight deck, it's so quiet. It's
once you've flown, and then you go back to like the 757 or 747, like the old clunkers, and it's just a screamer, it's just a roar. You feel like you're gonna be deafened.
Yeah. Well, you are. I'm partly deafened on some frequencies because of the 747. So there's a 787. Was it American? Brennell told me that yesterday. 787 from American. They had a lightning strike. And they actually have a cut in the fuselage.
As far as I understand, lightning strike induced holes in the fuselage do happen occasionally. But you mean like an actual puncture in the pressure vessel?
I'm trying to find that because the picture looked horrendous.
It's possible. Yeah.
But I don't think they had a decompression or anything like that. But the hole was.
The hole. So as long as the hole is small enough that the packs can keep up, then you're not going to get really massive loss of pressure.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you have to realize that the outflow valve itself is a controlled hole in the fuselage, right? As long as the hole isn't bigger than the outflow valve, then the outflow valve can simply be regulated to a more closed position, and it'll basically still maintain the same amount of delta P.
Yeah, that's correct. So let me just find that article. I can show the picture.
Captain Crash, I think, was just about to send a link for that.
Okay, let me see if I can give you a permit. So there we go, Captain Crash. If you'd be so kind to post that link again. Oh, I spelled the name wrong.
1745, contact Mexico 126.6, bye-bye.
Over to Mexico 126.6.
But Mark is on it. Fantastic. So let me see.
I'm gonna pre-tune 1266. I'm gonna expect that's probably what we're gonna get next as well, sometime.
So I'm not sure if you can. It's in German language, but here you can see the. Oops. So here's the hole. That is quite substantial. It's quite a big hole.
I can't. Yeah.
So, I mean, there's the fuselage. That's the top part. Let's see how large is that supposed to be.
Hard to tell if you don't have anything to
20.
scale.
It says 46 centimeters, half a meter.
Mm-hmm.
That is quite.
There must have,
thank you, Reynolds.
Something must have gone pop underneath. That looks pushed out. That's not just a straight up, like lightning strikes. Usually the way they puncture. Although I mean, yeah, this was actually a pressure vessel puncture. That's why it's pushed out.
So the thing is, that. Thank you, Captain Crash, for the link. That part. So the whole fuselage really is. I think it's two sections which are kind of made from one piece of these composite materials. And so normally you would have a conductive layer in that would lead the charge from that lightning bolt around the fuselage and then have it exit somewhere else. But it's quite interesting to see that actually causing such substantial damage.
128.3, bye-bye.
So here's another bigger view on that.
128.3 for Merida, 649 service flight.
I mean, that is...
Someone must be locked.
So...
And you can actually see the composite material below that sticking out a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of differentiate between what's caused by lightning and what's caused by the actual pressure inside, because you can see that the hole is quite obviously sort of mushroomed out, so that means something pushed from below, and obviously that's going to be cabin differential pressure. Since the 787 flies at like 9 psi, that's a lot of delta P pushing up against that.
That's
so
true.
It doesn't really take like the actual lightning strike might have been a little bit smaller, might have been a very thin sort of a crack in there, and it's just the extra pressure that did all the remaining work.
Yeah.
And also, since it's not metal, it's plastic. Plastic doesn't really tend to crack in a way that it stays together. Plastic tends to sort of just break apart.
No.
It doesn't bend.
And now the question is, how would you repair that? Knowing it's composite material, right?
So there are ways to do it.
Monterey Center, good day. American 2161, flight level 300.
Specialist training. It can actually be done. You need to cut out a piece, and then there are specialized glues for that.
American 2161.
Yeah. Because I asked the technician when we had a location day looking at the aircraft in the hangar. I didn't exactly understand completely what he meant or what he was telling me, but because I did ask what happens if you have catering vehicle, vehicle driving into the fuselage and making a hole in it. How do you repair it and so on? So he did say there's ways to repair it and but I mean. I'd love to see how that's actually done. How they would repair that IRL.
My side's EPU right now is 1.4. Yours is 0.23.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just have a look. Interesting. So let me go back to the study. So we've got FMC2 position.
Yeah, FMC2 probably doesn't get very good sources of navigation. Doesn't have DME, right? That's why.
But the question is, do I? I mean, like.
Yeah, you do. On your side. Let's see. Index prog. This says DME for mine. He's not receiving second DME.
No, right now not. So I would expect my EPU to get worse as well now.
Possibly, yeah. Might be just it doesn't have good candidates for position keeping.
So we're actually on the which page was it again?
That's on index progress. And are you looking for the positional error?
Yeah. So 0.28 right now. And for the updating,
that's on the first page. There, mine's already degraded down to VORDME.
Mexico 126.
I just have IRS3. I don't have anything else.
Well, yours is completely lost or updating capability, and it's going to slowly decay on the accuracy.
Yep. So just as we mentioned, now we are fully under just IRS.
The left side is, yes. Right side isn't.
So yours is still, I'm just have a look here. Yeah, so yours, it's interesting, yours is still VORDME.
Yeah, no problem, 126.6.
1266, exact jet 171, take it easy.
That's interesting.
I got a call into Mexico here.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Okay. Good catch.
Thank you, sir. Bar 54, Mexico Center. Go ahead, Bar 54 heavy. Contact Merida on 128.30, 2830. 2830, gracias por todo. Yes, that's it.
Mexico Center, good morning, exec jet 171, flight level 370.
Come aboard and continue flight level 3, you say 380?
370 for exec jet 171.
370, thank you, sir.
Okay.
So now you can see that it still has an IRS2 corrected position, but that's when we still had
yes.
updating available.
It uses, when available, it uses the radios to create a correction vector for the inertial reference systems, so that basically,
what's your request for
since the inertial reference systems slowly drift, it can actually do a guess of like, okay, where the actual IRS position should be, and it computes a delta from the purely inertial solution to sort of a mixed solution.
Exactly. So here, that's why the FMS right now is between those two. If you had 3 IRS position, with the mix, the FMS would then be in the middle somewhere, or, you know. But you can see that very nicely now. It has drifting, and I've got EPU now 0.36. So that is definitely
Delta 5711.
getting worse now.
For Mexico Center.
Mine's holding steady. 1.26, 1.2.
Shall I go ahead and prepare for a transition to the...
So that brings me then to the next topic, which I also find interesting, because I have had it happen in real life. So we know the Challenger here actually simulates GPS kind of jamming, which is not really a big issue here in these areas, but let's say, you know, around the Middle East, you do have GPS jamming, which is something you can easily recognize because you get a message normally saying GPS lost, or quite often we actually get the ADS-B messages, because then it cannot transmit certain data anymore to the ATC. That's how often we indicate that we have an issue with GPS as well. But in the end, yeah, you would get a message GPS left, GPS right. However, one of the more dangerous things that happens now is called GPS spoofing. So it's I'm not sure if you can say hacking of the GPS system, where the GPS doesn't realize, not necessarily, sometimes it does, but let's say worst case, the GPS on board doesn't realize that it's being fed a wrong position data.
Yes.
So it will, since it's not recognizing that to be false, it will then potentially start using that wrong GPS position for the updating, as we just been talked about. Which then, of course, since the FMS says, well, GPS data is high quality, I trust that, it will then put the aircraft suddenly, if you're not, if you're unlucky, suddenly the FMS position, the whole map, everything will suddenly, change, and the aircraft will be zoomed on the map to a different position.
And that's exactly the issues that have been described in a recent article by the Oscar. I think I've sent it to
Pod
you.
says, yeah, okay, yeah, perfect, yeah, love that. Yeah, Pod says there was an excellent article in the New York Times about GPS spoofing. So, the thing is
sorry, no.
that we
Contact
pilots,
Cinnabar.
obviously, we do get
Cinnabar
briefed
and 135.50.
on these
I apologize.
issues.
35.
And for give an example,
0.50.
in these areas, we're not allowed to do napping. All right, so we are on kind of high alert regarding GPS spoofing. For this 787 is very interesting that it has certain features installed that it will actually recognize the spoofing. So the spoofing that I've come across has been recognized by the 787 systems. And it will actually switch off certain things like terrain, so that the enhanced GPWS system. It will also tell us, warn us, and then what happens is that the ANP or the EPU will then suddenly get worse because the system will start to ignore these GPS signals and go back to the more DME updating. So it has an internal system that recognizes that quite well, and so we didn't really have big issues with that.
Yeah, there's we send you an article about that if you want to read it, or I don't know, review it on stream or something.
American 1029 Heavy, yes,
Discord.
Yep.
Contact Cinnabar Center 135.50. Goodbye.
135.5 y gracias por todo, American 10.
So this is not top secret or anything like that. It's public data, so yeah, you can see some of the areas where things have happened.
Contact Cinnabar
This is
Center
recent.
on
This is from November.
135.50. Have a good flight. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so, oops, you could see that they had some issues, right? The
Scroll
aircraft
down.
reporting.
And that's the whole article there.
Yeah, just interested now, right now, the different aircraft. So Embraer, Falcon, Challenger 650, lol.
Yep.
777, 737, 747, but I'm just looking now. 777, I don't see a 787. That's interesting, right? So maybe the 787 has something.
Could be, but
in
it's
there
more
that's
resistant,
yeah.
better software.
Yeah. So it's been 5 weeks since the real-world discovery of a fundamental flaw in avionics design. If a GPS position signal is faked, most aircraft are incapable of detecting the ruse. For many, it has led to total navigation failure. For others, it has led to subtle and undetected erroneous tracking. Yeah. And the worst case is that the impact has been severe, complete loss of onboard nav requiring ATC vectors, IRS failures, and unnoticed off-track navigation towards danger areas. Yeah, I mean, that is... Yeah. The industry has been slow to come to terms with the issue, leaving flight crews alone to find ways of detecting and mitigating GPS spoofing. I honestly... Now, in the 320, I would know how to deactivate GPS. 77, I would know that as well, but I mean...
Mexico Center, Walker 121.
Here, for example, how would you deactivate
I've already done
on
it.
purpose?
Thank you very much.
Let me show it on your side. Index, GNSS control, and there you go.
And then we have to disable it. But you would have to be quick, right?
Oh, that's the problem, right? It's the fact that if you didn't anticipate it happening, so there's many sort of ways that we were thinking about what could possibly go wrong, and one of the really insidious problems that can happen is some of the aircraft are using what's called hybrid or mixed GPS INS interval reference systems, where the IRS itself will be picking up the GPS signal and using it to create its own corrected position source. And the problem is that it doesn't matter that it is an inertial reference unit. If the correction got poisoned by a bad position, and there's no way for you to revert the IRS to purely inertial sources, you're kind of screwed. It's honestly kind of that's I would say that's what I would call the bug in the design of these IRSs. Is they're trying to be helpful, such that if, for example, they lose a GPS, then you would theoretically not have to degrade back to the fully inertial solution right from the alignment time, but rather it would slowly start decaying the accuracy from the point of loss of GPS signal. So, for example, if you lost GPS on an RNAV approach using GPS precision, then you would still be able to complete like a 0.3 nautical mile approach, because you'd be able to complete it within like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But the problem is that if that sort of an approach is used, that sort of a position mix is used, if the corrected position gets momentarily poisoned, then you can end up with a completely lost, so to speak, IRS and no way to recover it, which gets really annoying really fast.
Yeah.
I got DME IRS, and you also.
Yeah, interesting. The EPUs, I think it's getting slowly better again. Yeah, so it's picking up some more DMEs up ahead. Yeah, Alpha says some bad guys managed to deviate boats using spoofing techniques in the Middle East. Yeah. So now it's up to the aircraft manufacturer or system manufacturer to try to implement something that
it's
would
sort
help
of
with that.
it's sort of a fault of the GPS system's design. I mean, you can't really fault it because it was designed in the 80s, but the fundamental protocol is completely unencrypted and unauthenticated. So anybody who knows how to inject or scream louder than the satellites and to scream the right way, they might be able to convince your aircraft or convince whatever machine you have that it's at a different position than it really is. It's sort of like a bit of a design flaw with the way that the GPS protocol is designed, but it doesn't mean there aren't. Yeah, it's an open system, as Dendarium said.
Dendarium.
But it's not really. Yeah, it's not really necessarily has to be this way. Like, there are revisions in the GPS protocol itself, sometimes transmitted over slightly different frequencies, where the satellites are able to actually transmit over more than, they transmit more than one position signal. And so older legacy receivers will still use the low integrity or the unauthenticated, unencrypted one. Although I have to kind of separate here. A lot of people say encrypted and authenticated. You don't actually have to have one and the other at the same time. You can have just an authenticated signal that is not encrypted. All that the GPS designers have to do is basically include a little bit of data in the data stream that sort of digitally signs the data to make sure that it is only coming from legitimate sources, so that if your receiver hears a GPS position signal data stream from somebody else, they are not able to actually, fabricate the data stream.
Yeah.
And that basically kills the whole problem.
Yeah, so hopefully they will find a solution to that soon, yeah.
Oh, and ironically, by the way, this only applies to civilian GPS. The GPS originally was designed actually as a military system only. And ironically, the GPS, I think it's called the P signal, there is actually a separate encrypted confidential signal within GPS that gives very high accuracy, and that is encrypted and authenticated. It was that way from the start, but the US military kept that to themselves and they never opened it up. So everybody else just gets the sort of public signal, which is unencrypted, unauthenticated, nothing. It's basically just best effort. And that's where the whole civilian aviation business was built upon, is that open signal. But nowadays, and it was mostly because back in the 90s, GPS was sort of considered an optional, maybe, nice to have, but nobody relies on it. But these days, a lot of systems rely on GPS very heavily. So that kind of a design flaw is becoming a bit of an Achilles heel. So they have to create a new signal for the civilian sector that also isn't the same as the military signal, because they want to keep that to themselves for military reasons.
Yeah.
So that they can, for example, one of the things is the GPS satellites are able to do is they are able to selectively shut off GPS signal to a specific region. So rather than the satellite just being sort of a screaming the signal in every direction the same way. They have very highly focused sectorized antennas with many subsegments, and they're able to selectively disable certain regions if they need to. So they could, for example, if there's an active war going on where the U.S. military is participating, they're able to disable the civilian signal within a certain region, like a few hundred kilometers, and just keep the military signal going, which is only usable by the U.S. military, so they get the advantage.
Yeah.
And the rest, of course, they can also apply additional jamming from aircraft.
456 request change to Merida.
Your FA-18G Growlers that regularly jam GPS over the Arizona desert and the Nevada desert.
Yeah. Hey, Lord Fleshout, thank you much for the 42 months. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. And then Johnny writes on that Airbus Longhorse GPS receivers have failed a couple of times due to jamming to an extent that only a full power reset managed to restore them. Okay, yes. Interesting. Yeah, so for us, that's true, Johnny. I remember some cases with the 321 Neos that we had. Once they were jammed, and we switched them off. And then we knew that we were outside of the jamming area, and we tried to reconnect the GPS. Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah, you're right. We had that on the ground. Complete power down, power up again, yeah. Yeah. But that's some background information for those of you who've been reading up on some of these things in the press.
We're so busy with the traffic up here. Make your own flight plan, and once you're bored, contact me at flight level 200.
Yeah, I think we can clear out the fix here on behalf for the airport back here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we've got some good airports up ahead of us. Mike Tango.
Mexico Center, Walker 121 is back in contact.
I mean, you can always just... one thing I noticed. I know now why your side didn't revert to VOR DME.
Did I switch something off?
I mean, check on the tuning page. You manually entered a frequency.
Yeah.
So with just an empty...
Actually, yeah, but hang on. Is it? But at least for DMEs, doesn't it? Didn't the background choose its own DMEs?
Yes, but it was out of candidates for DME, and since you had taken over VOR DME tuning, it couldn't revert back.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So if you just go into the nav1 menu there, if you just push nav1 with an empty scratch pad on the CDU, so left LSK 3 left, and just push nav tuning to manual, automatic.
Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah.
So now it will have the ability to choose on its own.
Yeah, fantastic. Cool. Right, so I will be getting myself coffee, guys.
Sure thing.
I'll be handing over control to Toto. You have control, and RT.
Control.
And then I'll be back in 5 minutes.
So, folks, parents out of the house, time to party. What shall we do with the airplane? Shut down a couple engines like that Embraer pilot was trying a few weeks back. What should we break? First thing first, I'm gonna turn on the integral lights. Just to get a little bit of extra contrast going for the indications and stuff. Let's see, what else? Where can I place additional flags? So I don't currently have it such that you can place flags just absolutely arbitrarily. So right now you can't place them on anywhere where stuff that might move. So I can't place it on this panel here because that's actually something that would animate. And
American 2112, Mexico Center.
Most of the panels that are sort of like upright and stuff that you can place the flags on there.
2112.
Not on the underside of the glare shield. I mean, largely, we can place them just about anywhere, but I wanted to keep the list of potential targets reasonably short, because the click testing or the intersection testing is done on the CPU, so we don't want to make it like try and test against 10,000 polygons, because that'll take forever. Trip out 7 bomb. Cool. Instead of an RA. Ah, interesting suggestion, Captain Crash. Well, let's see. Good thinking. I'll go to the radio altimeter. Yes. I'll do it at a height above ground of 400 feet.
Land Chile 265. Can you read me?
300 feet. Now let's do it 400 feet.
Land Chile 265. We have too many traffics, that's why I didn't get to you. But do me a favor, go ahead and continue as file. What's going to be your flight level?
Nobody tell Blackbox.
Alright, climb and maintain flight level 390 unrestricted. And I'm going to give you a squawk. Let me give it to you in 1 minute.
GPS reports are very common nowadays for my airline's buses. My body and aerobody, but less commonly as they fly over the Black Sea. Yeah. And sometimes jams the SATCOM. Yeah. The Black Sea, Middle East, all that zone is right now fairly hot. Let's see, pull the power back just a smidge here. Yeah, speed is fairly stable. Mach 0.82 is about what we want to be doing.
Chile 265, squawk 2365, 2365.
We want to be going quick. Mach 0.83 is our red line nominally for the... Actually, what is it? Yeah, I want to go Mach 0.82 for our cruise speed. And we'll go.
Chile 265, ready contact, continuous file.
That it actually matters, because
enjoy your flight.
We are in
Thank you.
manual throttle mode, so whatever I set is what it's going. Pulling heading and pray. Reminds me, here's a feature we can do that Blackbox cannot do on his 787. We can push the knob for sync. No matter which way the thing is, count it off. Push, and back we go. Spicy nav. Minecraft Steve Head. Hey. Mushrooms are really kicking in now. I see a Minecraft avatar. Oh my word, eh? What's going on there? But yeah, November 8300 Bravo was having a hell of a time.
Mexico Center, good day.
Back in
American
DME navigation, so both sides are very accurate. All good, all happy.
Afternoon, American 2161, continuous file, then maintain flight level 320.
Add a little bit of power back in. Keep the speed. Gonna go fast, fast as we can. .30 knots of headwind. Want to be a speedy boy. So yeah. It's a funny story that these high speeds and high altitudes, there's not actually all that much thrust delta between like 93 to 95%. Yeah, the engines are already fairly high strung at this altitude, trying to maintain this kind of a speed, and in this thin air and that kind of stuff. But we can show you that. Hey, welcome.
I'm back.
Roger that. Ready to take control?
Yep.
You're in control.
I have controls.
And also a full mouth from what I can hear.
What you call sign once again?
Christmas time is great. With some cookies and stuff.
By American 121, is that
we got
correct?
first proper snow here.
Oh yeah, we had that much snow for ages, yeah.
Finally. Last winter was fairly warm, wasn't it? Yeah, it didn't snow like until like January or something.
Yeah. Like I said at the beginning, Munich airport completely closed.
Yeah, I saw that. That's kind of unusual to...
Yeah.
Munich was actually...
American 121, 521, I'm sorry.
Funny stories. Munich was one of the first airports I've flown through. I was flying for a trip to Japan, and my very first flight on any aircraft was, I don't know, strangely enough, not that long ago, because I've never had really much reason to fly anywhere.
Mexico Center, good morning.
Might have been like 2008, 2009.
Is with you. I
and that was on a...
Mexico City looking for the clearance to...
What I now understand was a BAE 146.
Oh, yeah.
The average
Mexicana 3031.
Yeah, or the RJ, basically, the
average
regional jet. I think it was operated by Lufthansa, actually.
I think it's Cityline, yeah. You used to have those.
Yeah, and it was flying through Frankfurt and then, sorry, not Frankfurt, through Munich, and then taking an ANA 777 over to Tokyo. But unfortunately, when we landed in Munich, we had about an hour and a half, 2 hour layover. Fine, but it started snowing really badly, and the airport got closed.
Oh no.
And meanwhile, we had boarded, taxied out, waited and waited and waited, and after 2 or 3 hours of waiting and de-icing twice, we had to taxi back to the gate, get more fuel, taxi, waited for another half hour, and then taxied back out. And overall, I think we had like a 5 hour delay.
Center 601, like.
And then if you're very unlucky, the crew runs out of duty time.
Go ahead and go to you said 3.
And then the flight gets cancelled.
Affirmative, 370.
Go ahead 601 and go up to 370.
So you can see there's just another contact 40 miles away at our 2 o'clock. Looks to be converging, same altitude.
Yeah, on T-Castle.
But really hard to tell right now, still fairly far away.
So last week, I actually had to do de-ice in the 787, and so I knew it was coming. I prepared, so I had all the documents out, made my notes. And my training captain, he never had a de-ice on a 787 either, so he was like, "Oh my god!"
What do we
do?
He's
scrambling through all the documents as well.
Did you guys de-ice at the gate or on a pad?
No, at the gate. So it was quite easy. So all you need to do is switch off the broadband, the PAX, and that's about it. Yeah. So it's a very simple process. And
I mean, at the gate, you might still be getting like conditioned air from the airport itself, right? So you might not even have to turn off. Or are you running the packs at the gate?
yeah, we normally do, especially when it's cold. But yeah, but if we do have air conditioning from the gate, then or from the jetway, then yeah, we just switch off the packs. But in this case, we didn't because it's Frankfurt, so we didn't have air conditioning from the jetway.
710,
Yeah, but yeah, very very simple procedures as well for the 787. Very nice.
It does help the fact that it's all electric, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Still kind of amazes me that they're able to make the brakes electric, because one of the things about electric systems is almost all kind of like servo motorized systems. You have to pick either there's like three things that you want a control system to be. You want it to either be powerful, fast, or precise. And on servo motors or electric motors, you can usually only pick two of the three. So, for example, that's one of the reasons why flight controls are all still pretty much hydraulic. It's because it's very difficult to make a flight control that reacts really quickly, but can also exert an enormous amount of pressure, but also be extremely accurate. So, within a fraction of a degree of deflection. How would you do that with a servo motor, right? You need to spin it up, and a servo motor doesn't have much torque, so you need to like gear it down, and then it's slow. It's precise and powerful, but it's slow. Or if you make it really fast, and precise, that's what's called a resolver. But a resolver doesn't have much torque at all. It's very weak. It's really difficult to design an electric system that is that kind of an accurate. So it's kind of amazing to me that they're able to do with the brakes.
Yeah. So all I can say is that from experience, it is quick, it is powerful, and yeah, very precise as well. So I don't know. I have not had any issues with it. And the cool thing is, so as an example, as you taxi out, let's say, or taxi in, and you apply brakes, the pedals, it will only use half of the. So I think it's below 30 knots. So it'll only use half of the cylinders.
Right.
And then when you release the brakes, it'll then switch over to the other cylinders. Right. So it always alternates between certain cylinders, which is really cool system.
That's the neat thing about software. It's infinitely malleable. You can make it just about whatever you want. It's not like this Challenger here, which is funny story. Is the Challenger, even though it has like super modern avionics, it's got synthetic vision and it's got heads-up displays with infrared cameras and that kind of stuff available, no problem at all. But in terms of the mechanics, underneath the skin, it's still largely electromechanical. Almost the entire control systems are electromechanical, and the engines are hydromechanical. So there is no FADEC on here at all. That's funny. It's a
no FADEC.
It's a very 70s aircraft design with just modern avionics.
Q70.
At least, fortunately, it's mostly a push-button aircraft.
PS601 heavy.
I'm just wondering, because I mean, you could retrofit engines, right? With new systems on that. So. But I guess it's a price question then.
128.30. You PS 601 heavy.
Yeah, they. I think it's mostly because of the fact that Bombardier have been focusing on other aircraft types. So they've been updating, like for example, the Challenger 300 series has had FADEC engines from the start, and they do keep those up to date. But the Challenger 600 series, the last update, really the last significant mechanical update to it, was the Challenger 604 in 1996.
This is for Walker.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, other than that, the Challenger's remained unchanged. Other than the avionics, it has remained unchanged since 1996. The tank layout is the same. All the systems are the same.
Walker 2570, contact Merida on 128.
But still successful. I mean,
they do still sell. I would say that's probably the reason why Bombardier didn't feel too much of a need to update them. But I think I don't have any sort of massive insider knowledge, but I do have some people that I can talk to, and they say that the Challenger 600 is due for an update in the coming years from Bombardier. I don't know if they're going to do like a Challenger 6000 or something,
Yes, sir. I'll try to contact
They're
you.
going to
Thank you
keep
so
the
much.
same sort of fuselage and maybe update the engines, update the wings, maybe that kind of stuff. But I don't really know what they're going to do.
Mexico Control, hello.
Maybe they'll end the line.
34,
Who knows?
Yep.
Maybe they'll terminate the
All
line
right, welcome aboard and maintain 350.
and just basically split the market, right? Because ironically, the Challenger 300 is a pretty big competitor to the 600 from below, and then the Global from above being bigger. So maybe they'll just decide to split the market, push everybody either to the Challenger 300 or to the Global.
Negativo, estoy con otros aviones y va
Could be the
para
case, yeah.
recibir su plan de vuelo serán 20-30 minutos. Gracias.
What scenery was that in Dallas? Hang on, that was the scenery.
It's from the Outwork store, I think.
Yeah. So is it Aerosoft? I think it was from Aerosoft.
Yeah, something like that. That does ring a bell.
Yep. Yeah, so that was Payware.
3303. Still waiting for that clearance, sir.
So Captain Crash says doing a flight from Reno to San Francisco. San Francisco socked in and so what? Socked in, is that like rain and bad visibility, or?
Socked in, yeah, it means basically miserable visibility.
Go ahead and make your flight plan. Take off on runway
Flow delays result in total travel time longer than just renting a car and driving, which a lot of passengers end up doing.
Yeah, from Reno. I mean, Reno is very close. So.
Mexico Center, could you repeat that for 3303?
Mexicana, right?
Yeah, Munich is like everything's closed down. You know, motorways, trains.
I'll be happy to help you.
Yeah, people having to spend the night in the trains.
Let's be honest.
Go ahead and make your
All the Germans there wanted just to have an early Feierabend.
And once you reach flight level 200,
but like I said, I have not noticed a closure like this for a very long time.
Yeah, that's unusual for such a big airport to close for a day.
The last bigger closure I witnessed was in 2010 in Frankfurt, where the issue was there was no more de-icing fluid available. They ran out of de-icing fluid. They had to bring in a tanker from the US with de-icing fluid, which took some time, obviously. And yeah, the airport literally closed down. Yeah, crazy times. And well, that's nature. I mean, you know, nature still decides on certain things.
She will mess with your best made plans.
Yeah, travel-wise, I mean, or aircraft manufacturer-wise, I mean, there's now the I don't know what manufacturer there is, but there's jets coming out that are cruising speed Mach 0.92 or something.
Yeah, Global is one of those.
Yeah.
To be honest, that is mostly a bit of a pissing contest between Bombardier and Gulfstream. So everybody's just trying to one up the other guy by 100 miles of range and by 0.01 nautical, by 0.01 Mach of cruise speed.
Yeah.
I know a person who works on the global test team, on the Bombardier Global actual test pilot team, and I mean they've done everything with the airplane, including taking it supersonic.
Yeah. So yeah, and then supersonic. Yeah, Boom. I've not heard much from Boom either. So they're having.
They're gonna go under. Count on it.
Yeah.
I would say that 5 years ago it was 80% chance they're gonna go under. Now it's like 95%. I would say.
Yeah.
They are fundamentally fighting physics, and yeah, whenever you fight that fight, expect to lose.
Yeah. I was skeptical when I heard, you know, advertisements with, you know, $100 tickets, etc. You know.
Oh, that's pie in the sky.
Yeah. So I thought, you know, we're still running kerosene on fuel, so you know, 100 seats. Nah, you need to charge a lot more to make that equation work.
It's like the 100-seat rocket from SpaceX for Earth-to-Earth travel is just completely insane.
Yeah.
It doesn't pass the cursory smell test.
Yeah.
Anybody with just a little bit of knowledge of physics knows that that's completely insane. And the Boom Supersonic, there's two companies. One of them was going to go like over Mach 2, and one of them was like just slightly supersonic. Which one was the Boom? Were they the super high speed or
slightly? No, I think they're just slightly above.
Okay, well, that's just sitting in the worst region of the market. That's like sitting right in the wave drag area where the drag is the worst, and you're still supersonic, so you're still.
Merida 128.30.
So you're still paying the cost of being supersonic, which is primarily the noise.
Yeah, I think they want to go fast, like Mach 2, 2.5 or something, but they couldn't design wise do it. So.
Merida on 128.30.
128.30, ExecJet 171.
American 7 Charlie, contact Merida on
128.30.
Yep, that sounds correct.
484 heavy request step climb to flight level 390.
Waiting for a response there.
Merida Center with 484 heavy, roger, continue climb to flight level 390.
Climb flight level 390, roger, 44 heavy, thank you.
Merida, ExecJet 171, flight level 370.
ExecJet 171, Merida Center, radar contact.
Sweet. Okay.
Mexico
yep, fantastic. So I think the British are getting sort of halfway now.
Yeah, pretty much. 2 hours 20 to go.
Yeah, there we go.
Copa 123 contacts. Copa 123, perdón. Contactes en América Centro 123
decimal. From here on out, we should have very good radio coverage for the FM position updates.
Nice. So Florian, thank you much, Florian, for the 13 months. Big round of applause for that. Florian, how are you doing? Hope you have a great weekend.
Again, 501.
Oh yeah, Avenger, that's correct. So call himself Boom, but yeah, advertising that the aircraft would not have a sonic boom. And I remember they did some testing on that as well.
Charlie, welcome back.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
No. It's still in the end, it's still physics.
So there are ways to soften it, right? But.
Oh, he had COVID as well. Yeah, a lot of people here around us have COVID right now, even the neighbors.
One of the problems is when you've already got a tenuous aircraft design where it barely even works to be able to go supersonic, and then you put an additional design constraint on the thing to also generate no sonic boom. That means you're going to have to compromise some other part, like your drag profile, something.
Yeah.
That's going to make your fuel burn worse. That's going to make your economical proposition worse, and the whole thing is just death by 1,000 cuts. Just too many compromises.
Yeah.
And I love all the sort of idealized, every now and then somebody comes up with, oh hey, this is a neat design, I should propose this, and they put it into like the newspapers, or some company makes an announcement about it, like Boeing did with the super thin wings recently. Airbus regularly comes up with their flying wing fat turd concept. And all of those, they get developed for 5 years, then abandoned because everybody figures out that physics still hasn't changed. And if you look at an airplane like the 787, the thing is already optimized to within an inch of its life.
985.
Not just because of not just the drag profile. Yes, theoretically, a flying wing concept has slightly better drag. The problem with the flying wing is ergonomics, right? So there are other aspects that drive the way the airplanes look. If you look at an aircraft from the outside, actually, let me turn down my volumes here. You look at the way that an aircraft looks like from the outside. One of the reasons why it looks the way that it does is for an airliner, for example, it's important to be able to load in people quick. And how do you do that? Well, you have to have many doors on something like a 787, or be able to evacuate the thing. And well, a tube is one of the easiest ways you can make sure that everybody is within a door within a certain distance, right? The other thing is those flying wing concepts have massive wingspans, and how do you park such a giant thing at a terminal? Ain't nobody gonna redesign every terminal in the world just for you. The A380 tried that and failed.
Yeah, and the 777X has to do
they have to do the whole
folding
weird,
wingtip.
yeah, the folding wingtip, and that
Mm.
adds weight and complexity and
Roger,
failure
what's your
points.
final destination?
In an industry that's already extremely optimized cost-wise.
Mm. Yeah, and the biggest savings really came from engine manufacturers.
3,000 feet, report 5 miles.
So there we've seen the big improvements. Spikefly is asking us, so I haven't flown Hot in a while, what's the newest thing that got added? Well, one of the things we're seeing today is, but it's still beta, correct?
Yes.
Uniform.
Okay, so we've got some labels here, and once that is released, you can then do that yourself. So if you could go to failures, and then
it's either you can find it under study or under the flight menu, the master menu on the simulator.
Yeah. So yeah, you can have circuit break collars. You can stick in these in-up labels.
Yeah, and the collars actually work. So if I try and push it back in, it's not going to let me.
Yeah.
Stand by.
So here we go. Pull it, pulled,
456, contact center center 123.9.
and colored. It says there. So.
Recibido Copa 456, llamo a Cenaver 135.5. Gracias, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, una disculpa.
Did you remove the collar from IRU1? Or, no, actually you didn't. I don't remember. And so if you try and push it back on the breaker, it's not going to let you push it back in.
Yeah, pushing up now, yeah. Yeah.
56, Roger, continue climb.
Kind of a funny statement there. Inoperative, do not operate. It's kind of a redundant statement, but yeah, that's that's the way they.
Yeah. Well, that's for pilots. So you can't put in "don't push" because pilots will then push. So, yeah. Cool. Yeah. So this is something, and of course I can only say, shared flight again. We just got connected, no issues whatsoever, and these things just work brilliant. So you can fly very, very challenging approaches together, and yeah, you don't have to fly on your own.
1123, contact center 123.9. Have a great one.
Yeah, we're down to EPU 0.1.
Yeah. I've got 0.18 at the moment.
I got 0.11.
Yeah.
Okay, 1123.
So much better.
Oh yeah.
So I was just looking for where do I find optimum and maximum flight levels in here.
You don't.
Oh no.
People keep asking about it on our Discord. It's just a thing that Collins doesn't have in the FMC at all. I don't know why. They don't. They do have the performance data for it. They could theoretically tell you, but they just never bother implementing it.
Is that something? That's obviously flying long range. That is a huge factor for us. Trying to fly in the optimum flight level.
I believe it's 1 Alpha 1 Bravo, whatever it wants.
So there's already some features in the FMS with the 787 that helps you over the next 250 to 500 miles. But for us, we have in our EFBs, we have a flight profiler. It's called. It loads in
was that you checking in?
regularly latest weather data, wind data, etc., etc. So
449, Roger.
coming back from the US the other day, it was quite interesting that it actually then proposed at some point, I think we're level 380, and then it proposed us not 400, but actually level 340. So just before we hit island, it actually told us to descend because the wind 4,000 feet lower was like 40, 50 miles stronger than up. And so, yeah, we followed that. And yeah, we saved like 3 or 4 minutes flight time. So these things are, for long-range aircraft, yeah, very, very nice to have.
Funny thing is you can now see that the FMCs, if you look on your bearing needles, the FMCs each picked an almost exactly opposite VOR for navigational reading.
Yeah.
So yeah, they each talk to each other and make up their minds about which radio nav they're going to rely on.
That's also neat.
Sir, Avianca 45,
Let's have a look
reach
here.
on 8,000.
Yeah, so you can see the I can just say the RS3 has drifted to about just over 0.5 nautical miles, and the RS2 has only drifted about 0.3 nautical miles. So you can see here, even it's not as if all of the RS have the same kind of drift error or internal error. It's actually different. That's nice. And then you have
Merida Center, good afternoon, KLM 239er heavy.
DME here and VUR DME as a reference. So that's a VUR DME position, and that's a DME. So again, you can see different accuracies, different predictions.
KLM 239, Colwyn crossing flight
The DME is actually somewhat outside of the 95%
crossing
range,
200, KLM 239 heavy.
Actually quite wrong on the position. It's got too much confidence in the value that it's computed.
Southwest 837, we're back.
Whatever.
Who was that?
Could be just the encounter
Southwest
geometry.
837.
Oh yeah, I know why. Signal quality is fairly low.
Okay.
On the DME solution.
So 35%.
Change. What call was that?
If you hold your mouse over that, it'll actually pop up a giant. It's now changed.
Left calling, repeat.
The candidate DME solution.
Yeah, it has. It's gone now. Oh, there we go. Look at that. And look how the FMS position that changes.
In fact, you should be able to see the airplane very gently steer. To correct for that.
Wow, that's a big update.
Yeah, so you can see on the cross track right now, it thinks that we're 1 nautical miles off.
What is your concept?
Yeah, see that here? So if you see the aircraft suddenly do a correction maneuver, that could be the reason.
Yep. Or if it's GPS spoofing, you might find yourself in Italy.
Oh yeah. At least on the map.
1126, contact Center Center 123.9. Have a great one.
That's very neat, yeah.
123.9. Thanks for the help, American 1126.
And Avianca 440, contact Center Center 123.9. Have a great
Those
one.
circles weren't even in the same postal code area.
Yeah, perhaps.
Well, they are. Yeah, but they are now.
Radar KLM 239er, we're above
much better.
That's the thing about radio nav, right? It can come up. One of the sources of this positional error for the DME is actually, we got somebody above us. It's actually on TCAS. I was watching him. See the can you? Oh yeah, they're much.
Bianca 194.
Much closer.
Far away. Calling in about
Look
30
up.
miles. 30 miles.
I don't know if X
Really?
Pilot's gonna show him. They're quite close.
Oh yeah. Oh, that one there. Ah, yeah.
There he is.
I'm actually faster than that? That's interesting.
I'm not sure.
Did he overtake us?
We've been following him for a while now. We did converge on the previous waypoint. At
American Airlines.
Yeah, at Ugata, we converged onto the same
Oh, that's a
airway.
787. He must be faster than us. He'll be going 8.5 or something.
Perhaps, yeah.
I repeat the squawk.
Unless he has got bad weather simulation, then there's more headwind.
KLM 239er heavy.
Slight consequence of the fact that each IRS is a slightly different solution. As you can sometimes see the wind vectors differing between the left and right side, so each side will compute a slightly different wind solution.
Yep.
Right now the left side's saying 30 knots and the right side's clicking between 29 and 30 knots.
Yeah, also a little aircraft, when you have engine failure, so you have a little bit of side slip, then the indications become faulty as well.
Interesting.
Because they are using data from the IRS for that as well. I think the 320 was pretty bad at that.
Huh. Well, I mean, the wind indication is computed in a fairly straightforward manner. It uses the I think I might have an idea what you mean by that. It uses basically the true airspeed of the aircraft to compute an along wind vector, and then it computes the ground speed vector, and the difference between them is essentially your wind component. So if it doesn't correct for the fact that the pitot probe may not be exactly angled onto the wind, you have a if you have a crosswind or if you have an uncoordinated flight kind of situation, then it might be that your air data system is just giving bunk data. So
that's something you could see quite often in case of engine failure.
Interesting. Well,
the 787 is not so affected by it. And because the thing is, the 787 actually does fly a little bit uncoordinated on purpose with an engine failure.
Yeah, I know that it's supposed to like force you to push a little bit on the rudder.
Well, actually, even when you have the autopilot engaged, it will do a little bit of cross controls because it is aiming for its best performance aerodynamically, and that does not mean all of the everything centered with regards to the slip indication, etc. Because that means you have to deflect certain ailerons, elevators, whatever, which cause drag.
Yes.
So it's doing kind of a mixture.
Yes.
Trying to achieve the lowest drag factor.
Yeah, there's an effect of this. Thank you. We're going to get there very soon. There's an effect of this. It's effectively the same thing as what you know as lift-induced drag or induced drag. If a flight control has to produce a lot of flight control force, so torque like a rudder, then yes, you're essentially sort of dragging a big boat anchor through the air.
Yeah.
Roger, Racer is ready.
Okay, I'm gonna go and have dinner for about 5 minutes, so...
No hurry. You do take your time, yeah. All good.
You have the radios.
My radios, yeah.
Center? Yes, sir, a long time ago, American 1123, contact Center Center 123.9.
Yeah, so the 787, because of its, the way it's designed, the wingspan, the aerodynamics behind it, flight controls, yeah, it's a bit of a different concept in many areas. Hey, good friend. He's just having dinner. He'll be back. Yeah, so Godfrey, absolutely agree. Yeah, and it would be fantastic if we had more people in the flight sim development arena like Toto that take things further. And I've said it many times. Toto shows what is possible in flight simming, and but you just have to accept the fact that it's an industry. It's a entertainment industry mainly. They want to make money, and if you try to optimize profits, well, you're going to have a look at how much does it cost to design certain things, and how much revenue do you expect from this, and then they try to optimize it in a way that we've seen many add-ons in Microsoft Flight Sim just come out that are so bad, but are being sold as being true to life, study level, blah blah blah. And so it luckily doesn't happen often, but I mean there are some scams out there.
FedEx 859, contact Center 123.9. Have a good one.
So to have this kind of high fidelity, for me is fascinating, because you've just seen it today. The amount of things you can actually learn with this, and this thing here is valid not only here in the Challenger. It's literally valid in any bigger. Yeah, Nick, exactly. So this is valid in any of the modern airliners as well. And here you can actually see that in real time, and we just saw how it switches over to different DMEs and says that is very high quality, and suddenly the FMS position shifts. So it's being recalculated. It actually shifts.
Echo 005 heavy,
and that goes on in real time.
9. Have a good one.
Nick, how are you doing? I've seen today, Nick, Helsinki -7 or something. Jesus Christ. That's cold.
There's the center, Valkyrie 542, flight level 410.
-14, bloody hell.
542, roger, Mirror Center, ready to contact.
You know. Whiffy, you said, yeah, I need to try auto. I don't know what it is. I guess I've been maybe just a bit spooked by the installation process. But hopefully,
Maybe that KLM 239er,
I can get it
clean for
running.
crossing out of your
Hey, Airbus 320.
right now, if you could confirm.
Yeah, it is. That's a
239,
gorgeous
yeah,
machine.
sorry about that. You can contact Center Center 123.9. Have a good one.
1239er for KLM 239, thanks so much.
On our way to Panama.
UPS 601 Heavy, contact Center Center 1239.
We're just been overtaken by a 787.
1239, UPS 601 Heavy, have a good day.
You doing good? Send it. Doing good. Last stretch at the uni. Work next week. Nice. Then how does it into Christmas? Beautiful. Yeah. You know, I've got my check flight coming up. So my final check coming up very soon. And then another sim mission. Yeah, I'm really hoping to get everything finished before Christmas, and then man, I'm just gonna relax, enjoy the Christmas spirit.
8451.
Oh, 707 project. Nice. Yeah. So there's a couple of add-ons that stand out and have continued to fascinate people, and more the kind of the hardcore of the flight simmers. So as long as we still get these, and then that's all fine.
Heavy contact Center Center 123.9. Have a good one.
Pilsner, yeah. I mean, last week in Toronto.
986.
Last week in Toronto, yeah, it was -2, I think.
Sierra, correction, my bad.
Yeah, some snowfall in the evening.
Sierra contact Center Center 123.9.
Yeah, that's a Great Lakes effect, right? So the humid air over the Great Lakes, and then hitting land, and then you get the snowfall there. Is it Buffalo that has a lot of snow there as well? Nick, you requested some extra time off work for the cool. Nice, Nick. Right, and that's something to look forward to. Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully on my final check, I won't have any bigger issues with snow there. Yeah, we were actually a bit hard pressed with the alternates, because if we divert to, let's say, Detroit or is it Cleveland? Then the problem is that we have passengers that are going to have issues with the visa regarding US. So if we do divert, we should stay in Canada. And so the airports that we have available, Hamilton for us is just a fueling, so planning alternate, and then we've got Ottawa and we've got Montreal, really. But Montreal is already quite far away. It's about 50 minutes, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, something. So you've got to have the fuel for that.
Just 2112.
Yeah, but that was interesting to follow and try and make sure that we have a good plan B. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Charlie Yankee Uniform Lima, exactly.
Confirm your call sign is Delta 211.
Yeah, confirm Delta 211.
Also, from experience now, I can say that the ETOPS procedure itself isn't really so. Once you're en route, you're fine. It's more the planning stage. So en route would only become a little bit problematic if one of your ETOPS alternate becomes unusable due to weather, or let's say emergency closure or something, and you have to find a new airport and do a new fuel calculation for that, that's when it becomes a little bit more complicated.
125, Roger. Climb to flight level
But otherwise,
382 unrestricted.
it's not really a big deal.
I'm full of the red shadow, mission 45.
I do not see a Delta call sign. If you could please ident.
Ident for Delta 12.
And Walker 2570, contact Centimeter Center 123.9. Have a good one.
1239, Walker 2570, see you.
Oh, we're going to stream tomorrow as well. I was going to check
Delta
whether or not we have...
2112. Oh yes, you can contact Centimeter Center 123.9.
Is there any fun events going on tomorrow on Vatsim?
For me, Delta 212.
2112, contact Centimeter Center 123.9. Have a good one.
223.9 for Delta 212. Thank you much for the service.
Alpine Odyssey, Geneva to Athens. And then you have Amman Luxor turnaround. Amman to Luxor.
Virgin 484 heavy, contact Centimeter Center 123.9. Have a good one.
123.9 with 45 adios.
Or Cape Town. You got a center exam. So Cape Town. Yeah, Hamilton Pilsnerish for us. The airport itself, I don't really want to divert to that airport. Not with the 787 and with passengers on board. And then maybe a duty time issue. So we've been in the air.
501 heavy, contact Centimeter Center 123.9.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Southwest
Welcome back.
37, contact Centimeter Center 123.9. Have a good one.
Centimeter Center 123.9, Southwest 837, see you.
I'm just going to pre-dial on COM 2 123.
501 on your frequency.
Actually, no, I should put that on disregard.
American 501.
So 1339 is going to be the next frequency, it seems.
Sure. Put it on the second
But not
line.
yet. Yeah. 1, 2, 2, 3, 9. And then I want to put 115
COM 2.
on COM 2. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so apart from that, nothing happened. All
Okay.
good. We're still flying along.
My radius, then I guess.
Yeah, your radius. And for me, it looks beautiful outside.
Yeah, same. And yeah, that 787 is running away from us.
Yeah, he's fast.
Although, not all that much. I mean, over the past hour, he's gained maybe, however long we've been here with him, maybe 5, 10 nautical miles max.
I mean, we're doing good to ground speed. Now 460 knots. That's really good. So currently, grids 10.4, going to get a bit higher, 16.2, then 12,000. So fairly high. A bit higher to the south.
Why is it not? I don't know why, but for some reason Avatab stopped being able to find the airport charts for me. I need to rebind it or something. Oh, apparently I have never bound it, or lost the binding, whatever.
Okay.
So let's do that then.
So let's have a look at weather-wise. Let me just get. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look if we can get not available. Let's get the weather then.
Meridian Center, Tomjet 163. Calling a little early from Redu. We're 10 DME from it. Noticed you gave the company aircraft in front, 1-2 left. Just confirming that we are 1-2 right still for Tomjet 163.
Tomjet 163, you can take 1-2 right or 1-2 left. Just maintain visual separation, and unfortunately, I can't control Cancun at the moment, so it'll be on your.
Yeah,
own
we're just going to talk a little bit
discretion.
about add-ons in flight simming.
Is maintaining.
And I was saying that this what you've created here shows what is possible with flight simming, and that the tendency, obviously, especially let's say with the Microsoft Flight Simming, is to try and maximize revenues. So trying to not get aircraft too complex
689, you're going to
from a cost factor side, and try and make it fancy so that it does sell in large numbers.
Yeah, I was listening, so I heard you talking about it. Just had my
so
mouth.
for me, it's a bit disappointing because I don't know. I mean, the Phoenix was an add-on that was high fidelity, but has still lots of issues. So you always get a feeling it's still kind of in beta. And then the PNG 737, yeah, it's okay. I do have some hopes for the 777 should it ever come out.
Romeo, India, Delta,
But otherwise, I don't know. It's kind of a dry spell right now.
Oh, there's supposed to be a 777 for its X-plane as well.
American 7 Charlie, contact Center American
Is it?
Center 123.9.
And a 787, but mostly,
American.
I think the nearest one is a 777. Flight Factor working on.
Exit 171.
Okay, Flight Factor. So Flight Factor to me has also got a certain reputation.
If there was a call for an exec jet, I think, not
Okay.
sure if it's 131.
WestJet 7 over Atla at 37,000.
Okay. Sure.
Jet 7 Heavy, Mirror Center, rate contact.
Because he said exec jets.
Exit 171.
Yeah. Go ahead for exec jet 171.
Exit 131, contact Center Center 123.9.
123.9 or exec jet 171.
There we go.
I just got some tea as well.
Control, muy buenas.
The Santa Maria, I think he said.
Flight level 410.
I'm not sure.
Charlie, you're ready
I'm just gonna call it Santa.
410.
No, that's the Senemar, yeah. Senemar control. Yeah.
Senemar control, exec jet 171, flight level 370.
Executive 171, your radar contact level 370, welcome aboard.
Hey.
Yeah, TFDI MD11. Yeah, that could be interesting. The thing is that DCS definitely making huge progress. And one thing
the guy up ahead of us is flying the same route as we are. He just turned left. You can see him on the contrail.
Yeah, and we're turning with him there. Yeah, and he's on that airway as well. Yeah, so DCS is definitely progressing very nicely. Yeah, but otherwise, yeah, that's. I don't know. We'll see. X-Plane 12 is still. The process there is also fairly slow regarding aerodynamics and
runway 07, I believe.
performance. But I think they're going to be addressing performance issues.
Alright, 07 Zulu at the Gabby intersection.
It's a Sisyphean task, right? It's eternal. You can always do better.
No.
837. Altimeter at believe is 29.
Yeah, I think so. Again, the flight factor to me has I don't know. They have not really delivered. They kind of promised so much, but they haven't really delivered up to now. So
yeah.
So Toto, we're all waiting for the A220, but I know that's still a Hercules task to program.
That's still ways away. Yeah.
Avianca 1087, contact Cinema Control on 135.5.
And data link slow.
135.5, thank you very much.
Yeah, we're just.
ATC, have a nice weekend.
Yeah, it's true, still requesting.
See you, same.
Interesting.
Cinema Control,
Busy.
Fox Air 8451, flight level 410.
So they do have Aegis Golf 040 at 13, so it's definitely going to be 003. Let's get it 2000, 33 degrees.
Papa Charlie 8970,
I've gone ahead and thrown in an ATIS request as well. We'll see when it gets back. ATIS is back. Yeah, there it is. Not much in the ATIS. Just that it exists.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't give us a runway, but I think maybe it just opened up or something.
For a little weather request here. What are you doing? I wanted to have a look at whether some of these controllers... Ah, here we go. Finally, terminal weather. Well, for all of 2 pages, we've waited this long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds pretty benign today. Nothing.
An American 699er
Not really
when able
any
to
threats.
fly
That's good.
direct
It did say on the when I had a look
Oscar
on Navigraph
705.
charts
Expect the RMP for runway
that
07 happening
so
broadband
we can have a
correction.
look at charts. Airport charts. Really had that. Yeah, there we go. For
Sorry, was that direct to
MPTO.
American 699?
We're in the correct category.
699er when ready,
DFW.
fly direct to Romeo Oscar 705. Romeo Oscar 705.
So I did brief the airport before we went there.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, got some action as well. Yeah.
And so they have like a oh, hang on. Overview weather. There we go. That was the chart I think I was looking for.
Yeah.
Or not. I don't know. There was a chart in there somewhere that had like summary information about the airport and what sort of... Oh, interesting. You have a different chart displayed on there than I do.
Yeah. The thing is that it shows... So, between June and August, 21 days thunderstorms.
DSM-239er contact center.
That's a lot.
I mean, it is the tropics.
Well.
We are very, very close to the equator here.
Yeah, Nick, I did fly DCS a little bit with VR lately. It's really good. Now with DLSS, very nice. And there's a 220 in the works for Microsoft Vatsim's freeware. Yeah, again, I don't really have too high hopes for these freeware things, but it could still be nice. For the average simmer, sure. Yeah, so we actually, that's something we, at least at our airline, have, which is very nice. We actually have a list of airports with very interesting data. And we have, internally, we have a section that does risk analysis, all the regions, the airports, etc. I think I talked about this. So all flights are actually recorded. So all the data, flap settings, speeds, localizer, glide deviations, any warnings that come up, they're all being recorded. And after each flight, it's being sent to a server, stored, and then for statistical reasons, it'll be evaluated. And then if there's certain airports with certain approaches, for example, have a higher anomaly.
2112, sorry, it's just for the
What's the word again? Anomaly. Just trying to think the English word for it. Hang on.
Expect runway 03 right at 214, Delta 212. Thank you very much.
How do you say anomaly? Anomaly, right?
Anomaly.
Anomalies. That's how you pronounce it. Anomalies. So any airport that has a higher rate of certain deviations, be it GPWS warnings, whatever. We get infos, or for example, the average go-around time. So the time that takes for the go-around and then do another approach. These things. So all of these infos we have available to us. That really helps you with decision making in certain circumstances.
ADM, aeronautical decision making.
Yeah. Also, certain airports that have that very challenging. We get some detailed infos regarding terrain and just like we've seen just now, weather situations and
Yep.
American 70 confirma está descendiendo de acuerdo a la Moram 3 kilo.
Yeah, and Banao, so Captain Crash, exactly. So actually, it's actually here in Europe, probably in the US as well, but here in Europe, it's actually mandated by the EASA. So every airline has to have that these days.
Fuel-wise, we're still looking very good for the destination.
7.5. Yeah, it hasn't changed much. Just been watching it. So
I would hope so, right? that means the prediction was correct.
Yeah, £7,500.
One thing I would change as a suggestion here for the VNAV descent. Let me do that on your side so you can more easily see what I'm doing. So perf VNAV setup. So by default it goes to 3 degrees vertical path angle on the descent. We're going to be coming down fairly heavy with a lot of fuel in, a lot of energy. So it probably would make sense to make this descent a little bit shallower. Something like 2.4 degrees. That's going to give us more drag margin to basically optimize our descent. If we need to, we don't have to then pull speed brakes so often and that kind of stuff. And also descent speed of 300 knots or Mach 0.80. Do you agree?
Yep, sounds good.
Wonderful. Let's do that.
So the 787 is actually really clean. And it has, normally we'd say like 3 mile per 1,000 feet. The 787 has more like 3.5 to 4. Depending on the way.
Noticed a thing in our flight plan. We look on legs. We have a discontinuity after Vuman.
Yeah, the thing is,
and there's an we still have an arrival after that. Vuman, Iruso, and then vectors.
Yeah, exactly. So show the chart.
So I think we can't.
I think that
cleared out.
I'm not sure because the thing is, because it is like procedure-wise heading 210, and then I guess you get picked up radar vectors for the approach.
Now what I mean is after Vuman at the start of the star, you still have a discontinuity.
Oh, okay. Hang on, let me just see.
I'm not sure.
Irumo, yeah.
Have we been cleared for the star or no? That wasn't part of
no. That was just
okay. That was just you anticipating that we're going to be getting that, eh?
Yeah, it's just Vuman and that's it. And from Vuman it's direct. I think that's why the discontinuity is in there. And then I selected a arrival. So the Vuman 1 Alpha is expected but not cleared yet.
Gotcha. Okay, then we'll leave the discontinuity. Just be aware that with that discontinuity, the FMC is not going to give us a top of descent. It's just giving us a descent advisory. On your side, you can see that. It's just guessing that that's where we need to start the descent, but it's not actually going to give us coupled VNAV descent with that discontinuity in there because it doesn't have a final target altitude to go for.
Okay, so would you, in this case...
I'll just wait. We've still got many miles to go, so don't worry about it. Still 600 miles to the descent advisory.
Yeah, because otherwise we could put Iruso and then... that Tango Bravo Golf VUR and then the arrival.
What do you mean?
And that way we could kind of close it.
Well, I mean, our cleared route ends at Vuman so far, so I just leave it there.
Okay.
No need to close it up. It's just
otherwise,
within the next hour, we'll have to do something about it. But
Good afternoon, Southwest 2120.
Still got an hour.
Otherwise, yeah, I'm just gonna put fix and then
Sure. 12, your
do
radar
some
contact level 330, welcome aboard.
calculations in our heads. So currently, so from this altitude, if you want to send it a little bit earlier, it would be like, I guess, 120 miles or something.
From where? Oh, we
From
don't.
the airport itself.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, perfect. Yeah, there. I mean, the FMS already gives you a descent advisory point, right?
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, exactly where I put mine.
So it
at
basically takes the airport as the target and then uses the vertical path angle that's entered in the VNAV descent page and just does a backwards calculation and checks where it crosses the flight plan path and says, okay, I guess here, but it's not going to give you coupled descent, VNAV descent because there is no bottom altitude for it to target right now. Because the path basically ends indeterminately. There's no hard constraint to stop the descent. And it needs that. Otherwise, if we were to close this up, then it would look further up ahead, and it would see that at Iruso it's 3,000 or above, so that would be the anchor point. So it would be safe to keep on descending, and it would know that it would never get below that. But yeah, it's not going to give a descent unless it can safely say that I know where this is going to end. Well, in a manner that doesn't end in the dirt.
But then again, I mean, we've just talked about it now, so we know approximately where we expect to descend, and from there we can.
That's the idea.
Go on. Cool. And then, as long as we have that available, we can fly the ILS approach. And just have a look at the layout of the airport.
FedEx 1480, confirm your position right now.
Yeah, good question.
So let me just get the
2 parallel runways.
So obviously it would be best to land on 3 right, otherwise it's going to be a long taxi in. Cargo planes would probably land left, maybe.
The question is, what's 10-9C? What's that remote position there? Is that the business ramp? If it is, you're thinking about it as an airline, and we might not want to go to the terminal.
General aviation is Echo, though. I mean, still probably best.
Delta 6219, same position
Land right.
Echo.
Yeah, it's just north of the.
Right, 10-9 Echo. With that, what you mean? Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
I mean,
probably the remote apron where it says.
Contact Panama Center now on 133.0.
I don't think it even has a chart.
Correction,
for that.
125.5.
It's just general aviation, really.
125.5.
Right, I see. 601.
That 112 request permission to leave the cockpit for maximum 10 minutes.
So where is that?
That's approved.
Here, just.
I see.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Yeah,
actually, 3 left would help us then. Yeah, 3 left would probably help us. 03 left.
Southwest 837.
Bravo off and then back to the, yeah.
You can exit the runway and taxi to the apron as.
Or long landing 3 right, and then Yankee.
Maybe we have to push through the whole. I don't know. I guess. Either one will actually end up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we won't intervene. Whatever we get, we'll take. As long as we don't have any bigger delays.
Descenso a unos 1000 pies está aprobado.
Para unos 0.000 pies, alza 627.
Para el AXA 627.
What's the difference between the Yankee? Oh, it's from the right. Oh, hang on. The Yankee has actually a Russo. And then final.
ILSs?
Yeah, the Yankee actually. So that way we could actually then close that routing.
So for ILS wise, there's only 03 right is the only ILS available.
Yeah.
Everything else is VMOR. But the weather is good, and it doesn't hurt us either way The FMC can fly the VOR approach for us. That's fine. We just have to monitor it, but that's it.
Es correcto, el ILS solo estaría bien para
Yeah.
el acceso.
Yeah, I'll be up for it. Yeah. So let me just try then to do that. So just for the so we have better calculation means.
Okay.
So then
Jet
it
7,
would be
your radar contact level 370.
Let's knock
Wuman
150 pounds off our predicted landing fuel.
1123, contact cinema control on 135 decimal
hang
times.
on. The Russo 41.
With 135.5, American 1123.
I'm good. Previous.
Target
So
001, contact
that would
cinema
be
control on
Anson
135
Wuman Irumo. That's the arrival, and then to Iruso 4100, and from there
135 decimal
Angut, Lambi, and then onto the approach.
Yes, sir.
No problem.
American 6-minute armor established.
Well, let's hope
American
that's what we get.
699, wind 0 degrees 15 knots, clear runway
But we're
07,
flexible.
clear to land.
That Echo Apron has private jets parked. Nice, Avenger. Okay, so then we are definitely going to be parking there. And greetings to Osnabrück. Robin, do you have snow in Osnabrück? I think so, right? Because we have near Bremen, we have snow. So fuel. That's what I wanted to check here.
Sure.
Study engines, fuel system. Let me have a look for the.
See, now we've drained the tail now completely, and it's finishing up draining the center and aux system.
Yeah, yeah. So aux, yeah.
Because otherwise it would have basically been keeping the aux system sort of topped up until the tail tank reaches 38% full. Once it is below 38% full, it'll drain the center down below 35% to make sure that the airplane stays within limits, and then it'll finish draining the tail into the aux. And once the tail is completely emptied out, then the center and basically the aux system is going to drain out into the wings. It's a little
crazy complex for such a little aircraft. I find that so fascinating.
It's basically a fuel tank with wings.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, the little transfer pumps you can see on there.
Hang on, let me just pull it up again.
It's okay. When the transfer pump system from the aux out to the wings is using little ejector pumps. They're in the center aux tank towards the bottom, the left and right of it. Little jet pumps, and jet pumps their flow rate kind of depends on what the pressure is that they're getting from the engines. So when the engines are running very fast, the jet pumps can actually might be overfilling the wings, right? It might have to have some way of stopping it. So you'll notice that there's a little float valve. That's the symbol that is on the little bobble. There's a little ball on the end of a stick, and as the wing fills up, that basically floats up to the top and closes up the transfer.
Oh wow!
Stops
It's
it.
a mechanical way of stopping that.
Yes.
That's interesting.
And in fact, if you bumped the rudder and put a side load on the airplane, you would see these probably slightly bobble around. Maybe not.
Oh, because it's pretty full, right, at the moment.
Yeah, they are.
So maybe that's why. Nice. Hey, flying Fox Vatsim, how you doing? Very nice. So otherwise, EPU still is steady now, 0.12.
Well, I got 0.84 on my end. Now 0.11. Probably just switched from VOR DME to DME DME.
Yeah.
It will regularly change its mind. That's kind of the idea.
Hey Nathan, thank you so much for the 10 months. Nathan, I hope you're doing well. What's I think you're in Brussels, right? What's the weather there like?
Roatan, exit the runway when able and taxi at your discretion to the gate.
We will exit when able and we'll taxi at our discretion. Thanks for the ATC, by the way. American 699.
Yeah, but very happy how X-Plane is holding up today.
Saying that so unconvinced, like you were expecting something different.
Well, the thing is, last time I had some crashed desktops, but I think that was because of that little program I tried out to change some of the shaders. I didn't like that.
That's the thing about messing with files from inside of the simulator that you're not really supposed to be messing about with.
Yeah. So the effects were quite nice, especially kind of dusk and dawn. But yeah, right now I can't really complain about the way X-Plane 12 looks.
And this
I
isn't
like this.
This isn't ortho, is it, on your end?
No. This region is not ortho, no.
Gotcha.
But I mean, from the shaders and the colors and so
presentable.
on. Yeah, absolutely. So Flying Fox had a X-Plane crash in the 650 yesterday. Well, I don't think it's due to 650. I think it's something else.
I mean, you might have had some encounter some bug. Fighty also flies the beta, and I mean he and Pilot Deviation Stefan, they put the airplane through its paces. They do exercise a lot of the functions pretty thoroughly. Well, I guess that's the kind of the point with testing, right?
Yeah. So they're inserting a star. Okay, well, I mean, if you can kind of pinpoint that way, yeah, okay. Brussels cold, no snow. Okay, interesting.
Yep, I remember that report, Flying Fox. I still need to revisit that. Let's see, where should I let people place these stickers? I've been thinking about like all kinds of places that I need to place a little bit of geometry over the appropriate spot. So let's see. Like for instance, I don't let people put stuff like on the arch here of the throttle. Probably not the best idea. Also not in the hole where these disconnect handles go. I mean, they are required for flight. They're not MELable.
Yeah.
One thing I did want to let you put the stickers on is this upper bezel. Thing is, on the CDU itself, there's not really all that much room to place any stickers anywhere. I guess pretty. Overall, the cockpit is fairly tightly packed with buttons and stuff.
Yeah. Rust reversers, probably put something there.
This is possible on here, on this little plate.
Yeah.
Where you can put stickers on there. Let me just make it a little bit bigger so you can see more easily. Make it red and make it big.
Alright.
Yep. Y American 709 vía Delta Alpha, la plataforma se probó.
It's reverse normals here.
Delta Alpha plataforma.
I mean, it's easy enough to spin around. That's not really a problem. I was trying to make it such that you would just point with your mouse, but it required messing around with mathematics of rotational composition, and it just made my brain hurt and I couldn't figure it out. So I just made it stick to your viewport, which is only a single rotation, not two stacked on top of each other. And that made the code a whole lot easier and simpler. Put one over there.
Delta 5711, contact Guayaquil control on 128.3.
It was
3.
It was Delta.
Was it Delta? We were already on 123, correct?
We're on 123.9, or what do you mean?
Yeah, because I wasn't sure if he called us.
No, I heard Delta something. People in chat might know better.
Delta 5711, are you ready?
Yeah, Delta.
Okay, 57 something, yeah.
Yeah. Delta 57 is probably stepped outside for smoke. Outside of the airplane.
Hope he finds his way back.
No smoking on board. One side effect of us not having GPS is we do not now have synthetic vision either.
Yep.
So if you try turning on synthetic vision, it's just going to say womp
Oh.
womp.
Yeah. So got here top of descent an hour. It says. So it's giving itself about 120, 130 miles before it descend.
Yeah, that depends upon. Let's see. That depends upon a lot of factors, primarily the track distance that it thinks it's going to have to travel.
Let's have a look at the descend later on. It's a funny thing about long range. You tend to prepare a lot earlier now. So arrival, Wuman 1 Alpha, very likely. Although, I mean, if it's very busy, we could get radar vectors at any point.
No more parabolic flight profiles for you.
So, 250 knots, Wuman. Yeah, but terrain-wise, not really that bad. So sector's 4.5, but white.
Am I reading this right? It's 33 degrees there.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Tropical weather.
Yeah. So 3,000 is safe in white contour layer. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to go up to 4,500. So terrain is more to the north of the airport.
I agree.
That looks all right.
Yeah, that was part of the briefing for the airport as well. It was talking about rapidly rising terrain to the north, and that there isn't any straight-in approaches from the north either. But fortunately, that really doesn't bother us because the majority of the prevailing winds are from the northeast, so we're going to be mostly approaching from the sea, from the south. And so there's not really an issue there. I mean, we can dial in the minimums if you want for an ILS.
Yeah, we'll always put something in. Let me have a look though. Bearing source.
Just at 549, push 5 minutes out.
There's not that much work keeping a manual thrust up, eh?
No, it's okay. So found a nice sweet spot, 93% right now.
And the valley is actually going to be going down with the more fuel burn off.
Bravo, you ready? Contact level 380, welcome aboard. Ready to transit 449er, say again?
West 5 minutes away.
And transit 449er, approved as request, just report back.
Thank you.
So minimums we would expect is 230.
Sonoma Control, Copa 456, 350.
Straight in ILS.
Copa 456, está en contacto para adelante, nivel vuelo 350. United 803, your radar contact level 3400, correction.
Control, good day, United 1916, flight level 350.
United 1916, near
Man, that took me a long time to find where I can change inches Mercury to hectopascals.
All right.
Flight level 240.
But I found it. I don't want to ask again because it's too easy to.
That's fine.
You know where it is. I'd rather search for it and hopefully it sticks better. Tell Toto that he could place MEL stickers on the pilot avatars. Lol. On his forehead. Up. Yeah.
117, will you be maintaining flight level 240?
Flight level 240, climbing 380.
Roger that, so continue climb unrestricted to 380.
Thought he said exec jet was.
Yeah.
It's exec jet 170. Great.
Oh my god.
So there's somebody else with a very similar call sign.
Mm.
Still bumpy on the airspeed.
Yep. Quite. So 8s. That was
So what
1008.
What we can do here, I'm going to show you a little trick on the ATIS. We can go ahead and request, do an auto report, auto updating.
Ah, yeah, perfect.
It's going to give us one, the latest one, and then it'll only notify us once it changes.
Yeah, so 1007.
Yep.
Perfect. Just like in real life. Very nice. So the minimums for the, let me have a look for the Yankee approach. Yankee.
For the ILS?
Yeah, 03. So I am planning for the
yep, I've got
03 right
I've got it on the MFD as well.
Yeah. But if you want, I mean, I would be open for VOR 3 left if they let us.
We'll ask them. If there's a long line of traffic coming down, then I don't think
it doesn't make sense. Yeah,
we're going to be stepping out of the line.
Yep. Then for the ILS, minimum 230 rounded up. So
yes,
just get that. Bearing
It's on
refs.
Refs, yeah, refs.
Blackbox 711, 0 grado 5 nudos, lista 07.
Minimum to borrow.
O para aterrizar 07, lanza 627.
230.
Checks.
Perfect. And then Tango Uniform Mike.
Are you doing tuning in the VOR?
Later on, yes. Just do it far out right now.
So you don't actually want to touch those. We're going to be doing an ILS approach. Right, so you mean like just know about it? Okay, that works. Because if we're going to be doing the ILS approach, we don't want to be touching the radios because it's going to upset the FMCs.
Okay. I mean, it has a ILS PME, so that's fine as well. Yeah.
Yes. So when we get to within 31 miles of the airport, the FMCs normally take over tuning if the ILS is loaded in, and they'll tune the ILS for us.
Okay, cool.
So after that's tuned, you don't want to be touching it. Once you see the ghosted localizer on your primary flight display, you basically want to leave the radios alone. It's getting ready for the nav to nav transfer to ILS.
Sounds good. So auto.
I mean, they can be. You can have them in manual. That's fine. The FMCs will take them out of manual, tune them, and set them to manual, and will not touch them again. But basically, after it's done the tuning at 31 miles out, you don't want to be playing with them anymore. A lot of people start second guessing and playing around with it, and then they wonder why the FMC doesn't want to do the transfer.
I guess that comes from the airliners where
say the name of that city there.
Yeah.
Tegucigalpa, the one that you always like to say that.
Yeah, Tegucigalpa.
Too many cities.
Yeah. Into the Blackbox says he prefers manual tuning, having total control over it. Well, I mean, if the system is doing everything correctly with auto tuning, I mean, I don't see why you shouldn't trust it and use it. Cool. Anything else we can set up right now?
That's pretty much it. Do a brief, I guess, for the approach.
Yeah. So, yeah. Haven't got the star clearance yet, but we do expect either Wuman arrival, the 1 Alpha, or radar vectors. And depending on how busy they are, we talked about it, we expect the ILS Yankee 3 right.
2169 at your
If it's not that busy, we can actually ask for 3 left VOR approach.
Confirm that was for American 2161.
The ILS itself is going to be out of fairly low, 1700 final approach altitude to Lumby,
No problem for American
with a 3-degree profile. Minimum cat 1 230, and a missed approach straight ahead 500. Right turn heading 140, while climbing to 3,100 feet. Then turn right heading 200 to intercept outbound Tango Uniform Mike 165 radial to Diego and hold. So 3,100 is our missed approach altitude.
For the hold, so I see it in the missed approach listing here. And then probably just switch over the speed constraints to use the ICAO's hold table.
Sounds good. Landing distance wise, no problem.
Liney. Both runs are very long.
Yeah, so
I can do a preliminary calculation here quickly. So it's 040 at 11, and it's 33 degrees if memory serves. Yeah, 33. And like 007. Actually, no, hang on, it's just because we are still heavy.
Yeah.
Predicted weight. Let me check the predicted weight, landing weight there. It's just being a little bit fussy. 36.2 is the predicted landing weight, so we have to manually enter it because we're doing it fairly far out.
Yeah. Yep, there we go.
2,500. No problem at all.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, we'll vacate left. Taxi to the general aviation apron.
1916, go ahead.
Weather. I don't see any threats.
125.5,
so right now, two runways.
125.5.
We can stay at the airport, shoot another approach.
We got fuel for days.
Hmm.
We'll be landing, so the airplane burns about 2,000 pounds an hour.
Yeah.
Our predicted landing fuel is 7,500.
Yeah, so plenty. That was me. Sorry, I just kicked the rudder.
1123, are you in frequency?
So, turn on semi-rotate. Yeah, so we've got like 3 hours worth of fuel. More, for almost 4 hours worth of fuel.
Yeah, easy. So enough Vatsim fuel available.
Yes. If there's a big traffic jam, you have to hold for an hour. No problem. Shoot a couple approaches.
Hi, Jared. Welcome back.
I packed in, I planned so much fuel. It's probably too much, but whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. What my instructor said, the only time you have too much fuel is when the aircraft is on fire. Apart from that, you're fine.
Okay.
Oh yeah, don't forget to call Jenny.
Yes, of course. So let's go. Just do a quick experimental calculation. MPTO to our alternate, which was PSM, I think. That's 60 miles for alternate, so not that much.
Sounds good.
Hope I didn't miss any radio calls.
Nope.
People do yell at me in the chat if I did forget something.
Oh yeah, on my chat watches over me as well, which is good.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. I'm not really watching my own chat too much. I'm telling everybody to go with yours. I'm just streaming so that I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's easier. Yeah, it's easier to monitor just one chat. Yeah. Hey, the Kalidos.
I have to think of it. One thing that I wonder: are we going to be coming in? The airport's pretty much sea level, isn't it?
American 001, are you in frequency?
Yeah, 25 feet only. Yeah. Hey there, Kalidos. Thank you so much for 2 years. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Thank you so much for your support.
Corrección, Avianca 40.
Port says
Buenas
MTO, so
tardes,
Panama has the worst air conditioning of any airport. Always hot and muggy.
So 1007. 7 something.
American 001, are you on frequency?
It's like there. Just setting up the landing field elevation.
Yeah, let's have a look.
I was just setting the Paris upscale here.
FedEx 859 approved as requested.
I mean, I can read off the field elevation. New ATIS? Yes, sir. Info India.
Yeah. 32 degrees, 1007 still. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much the same data. Gotta punch in the new temperature and then leave it. Pressure altitudes for it. I was wondering, like, if there's some big step just short of the runway or something coming up from the water, but there isn't apparently. It's 25 feet.
Yeah.
Have you gotten used to turning or synchronizing the heading knob yet?
On the 777, yes, I have actually. It's kind of weird how quickly you can adapt to these things.
But check this out. We've got a feature we can do the heading knob which you don't have.
Press it.
Magic.
That's cheating. That is cheating.
They actually made that even more convenient on the A220 Proline Fusion. Now, when you're in LNAV, it automatically keeps the heading knob synchronized to you.
Frequency.
It's sort of like the Airbus. It basically just follows you around.
440 contact Panama Center 125.5, so.
Panama 1255, Avianca 440, thank you, bye-bye.
12555, that something's telling me.
That's the next one, probably. And that is Havana. Has anybody been to Havana lately? Like the last 2 or 3 years or something? Just wondering what it's like.
I find the lack of CPDLC here disturbing.
Yeah. Just looking at the boundaries. Yeah, probably is Anson is probably the boundary.
Look at it. That's why we got geographic. That's really hard to tell, though. Even with the geopolitical boundaries. Normally, if you have a waypoint, obviously, on the national border, then that's a pretty clear indication that we're going to be changing over. Although we do have airspaces, but those are not for upper information regions and that kind of stuff. Even if I turn on airspace here, I'm gonna have to turn down the range.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Actually, we might not have the database entries for the Central Americas. Huh. Normally we take airspace data from Navigraph. But they don't have it here.
Captain Crash says, Toto, you got jammed with the Raspberry. Okay. So, an insider.
Yeah. Yeah. Jammed with the Raspberry. You know what he's referring to there?
No.
He's talking about the movie, the Mel Brooks comedy, Spaceballs.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know that?
Yep, that I do know.
We're being jammed.
Oh yeah, and you get
Raspberry. Nobody gives me the Raspberry. What did he say? Lone Star, or it's only Lone Star that can give me the Raspberry.
Yeah.
Entonces me paso a 35.5 por el Copa 5.8 o me mantengo en esta frecuencia.
Y para el Copa 5.8 ya estaba hablando con el otro controlador, pero si pasaste 35.5 que no me dejaba ver tu
I need to watch that. Yeah, Christmas is always a great time to watch those movies.
Yeah, just got done watching Men in Tights on Netflix. We watched that over lunch and dinner and that kind of stuff in like half-hour increments.
Oh, what's it with Che Che's Christmas something? where the family shows up, and
Yep.
that's just so funny.
Yeah, I should also rewatch Mel Brooks' History of the World. That was also a good one.
Yeah.
So MPTO frequencies, not that many. And it's Vatsim, so these might not actually apply.
Yeah, Christmas Vacation, that's the one now.
Christmas break?
I didn't know the English name for that. Christmas Vacation. Chevy Chase.
So how you doing on your small talk for long haul flying yet? Have you have there been
up to now, the thing is,
have there been cases where you ran out of topics?
No, the thing is that right now it's all been training, so we have a kind of a catalog we go through.
Right.
So you have to cover all of these topics, get them signed off. So literally, it's just really busy because at the same time we're trying to actually apply all these different procedures, especially over the Atlantic. Or for example, towards India in Bombay, we had stuff with the spoofing, then the procedures, area procedures, entry procedures for India, Pakistan, so on, Iran, ETOPS, lots of things really. So no, I have not gotten bored at all up to this point.
So it's pretty much non-stop schoolhouse up in there
Yeah, it
in
is.
that cockpit.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's fascinating. The kind of most complicated thing really is always the area procedures, special things. I guess after a while you get used to them. And the thing is with for example, the NAT crossing procedures, it's just that you have to do certain things. So you've got to get your clearance in time. You've got to check that the FMS has all the right programming with the coordinates, that you're going to follow the right tracks, the speeds, the level, and then cell call check, HF frequencies, and then after entry procedure with Squawk 2000, etc., the fuel checks, time checks. So yeah, you just want to make sure that you don't mess up on any of these things. And so
I'm gonna do a what's aloft request for.
Oh yeah, probably helps.
Yeah. Just to see what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, no big difference. For 370 up to 390, it's still the same wind. It tapers off at very high altitude, but not by a whole lot, maybe 9 knots. So not really gonna get us anything.
Yeah, nothing major.
It's really not worth fretting over. Just gonna leave if you're on ATIS so we can watch the ATIS.
Oh.
Yeah, the Challenger doesn't have quite that many convenience features, like the ability to transfer heading instructions over from CPDLC requests. We do have the ability to push load routes, so that's there.
Yeah, it's also nice. Yeah.
But the communications management unit here, the CMU, doesn't have quite such a tight integration with the rest of the avionics and the auto-flight system. But it can do something like push a heading or push a tuning target, or for radio, that kind of stuff. It does have a lot of features. It has the ability to do things like automatic reports. So, for example, when probably not going to be able to get it now because we're not connected to a fans network right now. But if we were logged on, then you would have like reports pending or something like that, messages pending, and it would tell you. So if ATC sent like report passing a waypoint or a point of latitude or an altitude and that kind of stuff, then it would automatically fire off those reports without you having to do it manually.
One thing I've found quite interesting, that when we are at the NAT track system, that for one, we have to set a delay value, so max delay 300 seconds for the response time.
Right.
And then another thing is that we get pinged after entry to send a copy, if you like, of our programmed routing in the FMS.
Right.
So we downlink our routing that we have in the FMS. But the 787 again, it makes it so easy because when you get the uplink request, we simply call up the ATC message, and then it gives us a prompt to load or just simply send route 1. So it's not not a lengthy procedure for us to do. It's very simple. But interesting that they do want that downlink, as a confirmation whether or not we've got the right routing in the FMS. I guess it's more a thing with the reroutings really that that cause the biggest issues.
I suppose, yeah. Or perhaps some people mess up and enter the wrong thing. You want to be able to catch that early.
Yeah.
Then again, though, with ADSB and satellite-based ADSB, they have essentially full coverage, full visibility over who's doing what over the ocean.
Yeah. I guess it becomes interesting when you do some weather deviations or something off track. Because normally, so if you have an emergency via CBDLC, you get a very quick response and a quick clearance. But weather-wise, let's say you want to deviate 25 miles left or right of track for weather, they may not give you the clearance for that. And then you would do your normal weather deviation. If you go north more than 5 miles off track, you descend 300 feet. If you go southbound, you climb 300 feet. These sort of things.
Contact Panama Center on 133.0.
That wasn't for us. No, we're not.
Exec 117, are you in frequency?
I'm sorry, go ahead for exec.
Yeah, that's the guy, the other guy.
And exec was in the contact Panama Center on 133.0.
133.70 for exec 171. Have a good one.
Okay. Is that really us?
I think so, yeah.
And because I have Panama Control 133.0.
Oh, okay, I might have messed up there then. Yeah. 230. Let's try that.
Panama Control.
Panama Control, exec 171, flight level 370.
Can 4821, how do you read?
85 by 5, checking in 340, Can 4821.
Alright, that's a lot better. Thank you so much. Can 4821, radar service terminated, contact Bogota 123.7.
Busy.
United 710.
Vinny, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Take care.
Transat 454. Hello, 454. 454, radar contact 410, thank you. Exit jet 117.
Exec jet 171 on flight level 370.
Exit jet 117, radar contact 380, thank you. Break, Copa 456, Panama.
He's got completely wrong numbers. Yeah, neither 380 nor 117. Oh man.
I'm not going to correct them. That's fine.
He should have that on scope. Flying Fox asks, do my colleagues know about my little hobby? No, why should they? They shouldn't. They probably won't care either. It's quite interesting to see how many people our real world pilots actually have come into, making videos or streaming.
It's like it's like train drivers that drive model trains after work.
Yep.
Panama, good evening. Exec jet 117, flight level 380.
Okay, that's going to confuse him.
He's like, huh? Hang on, didn't you just check in? No. Yeah, for me, so Flying Fox. I mean, I've talked about it. I've been fascinated by flight simulation for a very long time, over 20 years, let's say, maybe even longer. And that has accelerated. So the way things have improved and gotten more interesting over the last 5 to 10 years, to a point where personally I can use some flight sims for professional use. In a sense, I can practice for my flight sim checks, and I've become a lot better prepared for these check flights for many reasons, and become more confident, and so I've actually had a lot of gains through these flight simulators. And if I hear about others struggling to a certain degree when they have their check flights, and they are nervous and they make mistakes because they are tense, these sort of things. It has many different aspects, and for me, helping out with the development of the FS Labs, that was also a very interesting experience. And meeting lots of interesting people here in the communities. Yeah, so I don't know. I sometimes get a feeling that people think like, because you're a professional pilot, aren't you embarrassed to kind of, play on a flight simulator? Well, no, because like here, the Challenge 650, you see the level of detail, the things you can learn through this. If you are a true kind of, if you're truly passionate about aviation, you don't have to be a real world pilot. You can actually do so much these days just through these flight sims and these add-ons that you have.
Interesting. Pilsner says that we should still be on 123.9 or.
Yeah, I think they messed this up with the other flights.
Walker 2435. Go ahead.
Where's Anson? I mean, Anson is, 150 miles away still, yeah.
Alguien tenía el micrófono abierto. Ok, no sé si era yo, si fui yo, mis disculpas.
Yeah, that's a moment, yeah.
So should I call him? Let him know?
Yeah, maybe just let me know that maybe there's been a call sign mix-up.
Yep. Hey, Senator, ExecJet 171 here with question.
Yes, sir.
We are still about 150 miles away from Anson to the northwest. Did you want us on this frequency, or should we go back to 123.9er?
117, you can stay on this frequency.
Yeah, but we're 171.
Okay. But we're ExecJet 171.
Oh, you're 171. Okay.
There you go. Ah, you see? That's the problem.
So do you want us back over on 123.9er?
Yes, sir.
Roger that, switching back. ExecJet 171.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah, one of the numbers, can actually cause big confusion.
Center ExecJet 171 at flight level 370. We had to switch back because we were still not at the FIR boundary. Oh, plot twist. Now this guy doesn't even know that we're here. Or he switched off.
You're now on 123.9er, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure I am.
Yeah. But just give it a few seconds.
I mean, they say the radio telephony regs say to give 10 seconds for a response. Center from ExecJet 171.
I don't see... No, the frequency is not online anymore. I think it's locked off. Oh.
Okay, I'll switch.
Yeah, we might as well just switch over to that next frequency. Just wait until we get to the boundary and then we call him.
Oh, I guess. Oh well. Vatsim moment. Well, still pretty good coverage so far.
Yeah,
Well,
that's another piece of experience that I find fascinating. there's a lot of dedicated people, not just pilots, but also people doing ATC on Vatsim. And they are, putting that up to a level that I sometimes I just find so fascinating, because it's literally like in real life. So people that don't fly in real life and just use Vatsim to fly the aircraft around here as a hobby, they probably don't realize how close to real aviation it has gotten. So also very nice, very fascinating to see.
I remember my flight training when I started was because I've been flying on Pilot Edge a lot before that. I had absolutely zero mic fright, not at all. Trouble talking on the radio with controllers.
Yeah, there we go. Also a big advantage. Yeah.
Coordinating and haggling out clearances.
Yeah, it really does help. Yeah. And I remember some very cool moments where, weather-wise, let's say there's a Vatsim event, and if you don't want to cheat, so you don't do air-to-air refueling, right? You just literally do as you would do in real life. You think about certain fuel amount you take, but you're not being completely stupid. Just take what you would normally take, maybe a bit more, and then you got lots of weather and lots of holding, and then you start making some calculations about plan B, and we've done it on stream a couple of times where I actually did then divert to. I think last time we went to Nice, there was a big event that I actually didn't realize that there was an event, and we ended up diverting to Marseille. So it's these things that make it very spicy and interesting.
I think the controller's back.
Yeah, Nathan. Yeah, Nathan. Exactly. So it's a huge community now, and it's kind of thriving on that.
Sort of strategically planning another bathroom break for myself. We've got about an hour to the airport, so I'm going to step away.
That's exactly like in real life as well. That's what I do as well. Just you never know. You just don't want to be caught in a holding and you can't go to the toilet.
Yep. So you've got the radios, and I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Roger. I got everything.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go dump fuel.
Yeah, Zarbi's. It's and that's just the thing. It is very fascinating, and I love to follow that along, see how things progress. The next big thing for me is going to be shared flight with different aircraft types. So let's say 747-200 or 737-320, these sort of things. Also here, I don't know, I guess a lot of people are a little bit intimidated about, the level of detail here in the Challenger, but it's just a matter of using the systems and allow your brain to adapt, and the learning curve is always very steep. And then, once you've reached a certain level, and then find a part to fly with, and then give yourself some challenges. Nothing too extreme, but you can let the other guy know, what, give me some abnormal during the flight that I'm going to have to deal with. And so the other person can program something in without you seeing it. And just try to manage it, especially in a kind of a two-man or two-pilot environment. Also, the shared flights that I've done, for me, because it's my daily bread. So for me, CRM and crew coordination, these things, that to me is second nature, right? I'm used to that. But when you fly with someone that's not so experienced, and then having to kind of respect that and teach people on how to become more efficient using CRM, and using a certain way to communicate. That is really interesting because once you get proficient with that, you can then have your challenges with some abnormals and even on Vatsim, and you will be fascinated on how much better you can cope in that multi-role situation or multi-pilot situation. Yeah. And of course, yeah, if you're flying with someone who's very experienced, like I learn a lot of things at Toto when I fly with him. So, and that works for everybody. Who's that person that has more experience can then teach some stuff, and that increases the learning curve again for the other pilot. Cool. We are about to get to the boundary. Top descend is going to be in about 20 minutes. Very nice. That's a cool feature. I need to try them out more. So you don't have to get these panels open all the time. You can just simply hover with a mouse over that, and then it'll bring up the correct menu. So he's back, he says.
Cinema control from ExecJet 171.
And ExecJet 171 Alpha, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, there's been some mix-up with the other call sign. I think it was ExecJet 117. So we are back on your frequency until we get to the boundary.
Alright, no problem.
Alrighty, I'm back in the saddle as well.
Yeah, so let him know that we are back with him. That was been some mix-up, yeah.
Just heard that as I was making tea.
Yeah, no worries. And then, yeah, we'll stick with him until we get to the boundary.
Sweet.
Cool. 171, contact Cinema control on 135.5.
135.5, ExecJet 171. So
7 Charlie, are you on frequency?
Yep.
There we go.
Alright, who's the aircraft checking in?
That's 2 Mike Uniform Charlie Hotel.
2 Mike Uniform Charlie Hotel, Center, Roger.
Center, hello, ExecJet 171, flight level 370.
ExecJet 171, Center, where are you?
What do you say?
I have no idea. Does it stand by?
I don't know. All I heard was wah, something like that.
On my way?
I'm assuming he wants some way. I don't know.
Soname, muy buenas tardes, Copa 33, corrección, Copa 4471, nivel 360.
Where are you?
Okay, Copa 4471, Center.
Okay, might as well just tell him that we inbound to... Was it Ilos or...
Cinema Center, American 7 Charlie, flight level 410.
Cinema Center or something. This guy doesn't seem to be on his A game.
Yeah. Where have you flown? And it's Mumbai, Dallas, Toronto. And yeah, the day trip Munich. Hey, mathematics, wie geht's dir? Guten Abend.
I'm going to assume that we are radar contact for the time being.
Yeah. It shouldn't be that much. I think Anson is the next sector, so
Yeah.
In a few minutes, and then. Cool. So we've done a briefing.
I'm trying to pick up a few tags
The
here,
ATIS
just
has not
jump in
updated
at
yet,
the
so there's
position.
nothing new
Stand
there.
by.
Okay, firm.
Beautiful. Oh, sorry, no, that's the... Sorry, didn't change that mathematics. So it's just one flight today. So we took off about 4 hours ago in Dallas. And we're just flying to Panama, which we'll be reaching in about 45 minutes.
Yep. Both FMCs are sort of converging on their estimate.
0.10. Oh, you got a little bit worse EPU again than me.
Yeah, 0.37.
It's not bad, though, I mean.
Perfectly adequate for what we need.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's because of the fact that I am the standby nav side right now, so I don't get the best choice of nav aids. If I was if we had, so if I push over here on the autopilot panel, if I push on XFR, then I become the master side, and then you'll see, for example, one thing that immediately the airplane starts steering to the left to center my CDI. And yours is then going to go out of alignment because my side starts to steer, and also my side, see now EPU 0.15, and yours is still 0.11.
Well, it's probably getting worse now, yeah.
But yours is now going to get second pickings of the best nav aids for navigation. Anyway, I'm going to transfer this back to you.
Roger.
And back to the right we go to recenter your navigation source.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a big difference.
No.
All fine.
But yeah, that's the thing, is for a lot of add-ons, the way that, I mean, pretty much all flight sim add-ons, the conventional, I guess anything you can get your hands on, there's really only one common navigation core running underneath the simulation, and this is just one or two or three different pages to show on the FMC. In here, but in the Challenger, these are really three completely independent processes and threads running in the simulator with shared nothing state. They don't exchange, they don't share any memory state. They simply communicate over some serial buses, but other than that, each of them is navigating completely independently.
Yep.
So it's a no trick here. It really is doing the thing.
Yep. Well, I guess sometime before Christmas, I guess we're going to do one flight here with winter operations.
Oh, don't worry.
One thing the Challenger has as well is a very nice anti-ice and de-icing tool.
People have already started having to run into it, having to de-ice.
Yeah, I can imagine that. I mean, anything really north of, well, even Munich, you know, going up to Oslo, Stockholm, Helsinki,
yeah.
or the US, I mean, or Canada.
Yep.
Lots of wind.
Yeah, unfortunately, X-Plane 1207 has a bug in there where sometimes the windshield starts to uncontrollably fog up. It was a problem in 1205, but they bugged it in 1207 or introduced some sort of an issue in 1207, and since that was released in the summer, nobody noticed.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, why would they?
So our airplane hasn't changed, but simulator sometimes screws up.
I wasn't there at the Romaniani event again.
Possibly.
The event where only 30% ever reach Romania, the rest has to divert. Yeah, see the Santa event. Yeah, fly and see Santa. There's always chaotic. Is it next week? Okay. But I guess they have slots, don't they? Yeah, so Liam, a firm. So these things will be in an update for the Challenger. And yeah, you can make your own stickers, place them at certain areas, or even have CBs colored.
Yep. And if you kick the rudder, you can see that the collars and the flags on them actually sway about with G-forces. I did implement that.
Of course, yeah, brilliant. That's cool.
And they are subject to accelerations and all that good stuff. They bounce about.
Nice. Perfect. It's the 9th. Okay, thanks. We started with slots when there was holding the stuff. Yeah.
112, contact Panama Control on 125.
Thank you much, Hilo. Is that 9th December? Yeah, I'm gonna be flying IRL on that day, so I can't join.
Oh, you're gonna be flying big boy planes.
Yeah. So I'm looking to see some northern lights. I haven't seen that any yet. So apparently yesterday there was a kind of the day before, a big eruption, sun eruption, and yesterday is supposed to have lots of
solar flare.
Yeah, the solar flare, and then yesterday was supposed to have lots of northern lights.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be a flare; it could just be solar activity. Yeah.
Yeah, but they said for some reason because of that solar activity, it's supposed to be very strong and.
Stands to reason.
So shall we report Ansem? And then maybe we can switch us over to the right frequency.
Yeah. Although I would assume that he would know. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Just give me a shout maybe then.
Are we on an FIR boundary?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Center from ExecJet 171. Do you want us with the next controller yet? I feel like this guy's kind of out to lunch.
So you have to speak Spanish, maybe.
Maybe. Although I suspect this guy's also not going to get a response.
So we are officially with.
XJ 117, you're supposed to be with Panama Control on 133.0.
Yeah.
133.0, ExecJet 171. See ya.
Actually, you know what? Sorry, I got you confused. Somebody else. Stand by. I'll shut off.
Okay, we'll stay with you, ExecJet 171. Guys, sort it out between yourselves, cause.
Yeah. Can't be that difficult. Okay, so peak was around daytime, noon. Okay, that explains it.
Let's bring up this thing. Checklists.
Yeah. So let's have a look. So we're going to be going through descent checklist soon.
Yeah, not the immediate.
So you want to go ahead and contact Panama 133.0 now.
133.0 for Panama, ExecJet 171. Have a good one. Okay, 133.
484. Panama Control 1, Expano 5, listo descenso. X Sierra Noviembre, X Sierra Noviembre 15. ¿Cuál fue el último aeronave que llamó? ¿El 15? Sí, X-Ray 15, X-Ray 15. El X-Ray 15, buenas. Guillermo, ¿todo bien? Cuando listo, ascienda para 18000 pies. 18000, X-Ray 15, hola, Greg.
Good afternoon, Copper 493 with the bus level 223 climbing 350.
Liam, yeah, I'll ask her towards a minute. So they didn't get into the
Waiting for the response there.
Panama Center, UPS 601 Heavy is ready to start air descent.
Okay, people are just kind of chiming in, I guess.
Stand by 1.
Okay.
7 minutes. To top
Yeah,
drop.
if you want to go to the bathroom, go ahead and I'll sort this out for now.
No, I'm fine. I'm
Okay,
good.
cool.
All good. Ready.
I'm just gonna call.
Yeah.
Panama Control, hello from ExecJet 171, flight level 370.
All aircraft stand by 1. I'll be right back with you.
Okay,
Doing
sure.
a coordination on the landline. Stand by.
Info Juliet.
Affirmative.
006.
30309er.
9, yeah, good. Let's get it 2000. 31 degrees, yeah, cool. Still no threats.
030 at 31 degrees, you said.
Mm.
He's coordinating.
Cargo look 7075 Heavy, contact Bogota 128.6.
So 1006 is the meter. So it's slightly temperature and pressure is going down.
Who's calling ready for descent?
UPS 601.
UPS 601 down to 18000.
8000, UPS 601.
Okay, so these are...
Anybody else looking for descent in that line?
Not yet, no.
So I'm just going to adjust our landing
FedEx
weights
859, descend and maintain for level 200.
Yeah, mathematics, no, there's no active runway yet in the ATIS, no.
Probably going to be the ILS, if I had to guess.
Virgin 44 down to 200.
I mean, if they're busy, yeah, very likely. So they got 2 runways, 03 right, 03 left. It's mathematics. So Liam asked how's it going with the A220?
Haven't started on it yet in earnest, so yeah. We're getting last bits and pieces into the Challenger, and I got the TBM update out.
Mm.
Is it still coordinating, or what? Do I call him? Oh, man, I hate this.
Just wait until we get to drop, and then we'll ask for the send.
Panama Center, 493, climate level, Moscow 254, climate 350, direct Devon.
Okay, that was 2 at once. Who's the Copa calling?
Copa 493.
Copa 493, Panama. Hello, radar contact, climb to flight level 350.
Climb 350, Copa 493.
Who's the other aircraft calling?
Giant 5 Tango Bravo, maintaining level 160 inbound Aurora.
Giant 5 Tango Bravo, roger. Contact the other Panama sector. It's going to be 125.5.
125.5, Giant 5 Tango Bravo.
Panama Walker 2570, what's the sign?
That's quite fascinating that all this flight we have not used autothrust
the Walker
system.
calling? Walker 2570?
Just like it. Yeah, not at all.
200, please.
It's almost like it's flying itself.
Yeah. So
Okay,
we have
let's
reduced
see,
the cruise thrust
correction,
ever so
Echo
slightly over the time.
005, best speed forward on the descent.
Yeah. Looks nice and stable.
Yeah.
Delta 2112.
Started at like 94 point something percent, now we're down to 91 point something,
Vectors for traffic
92%.
turn right 160.
As we've burned some fuel.
2%.
10,000 pounds of fuel, so it's a lot actually.
Yep.
Oh, EPU 0.8 at the moment. So apparently
probably just reverted to the ordinary.
Delta 2112 confirmed, turn right for traffic sequencing, turn right heading 165.
Although it says DME-RS.
Confirm 165 heading.
Oh, now it's back to 0.16. Okay.
FedEx 601, vector for traffic sequencing, turn left heading 090.
They are busy.
Oh yeah.
UPS 601 heavy.
Go ahead, 601.
601 heavy, vectors for traffic sequencing, turn left heading 090.
090,
Okay,
UPS 601.
go time, dude. It's gonna get busy again.
Looking for descent.
Yeah.
Vent Charlie, descend and maintain 4000.
4000, American 7 Charlie.
Echo 005, contact Panama approach 119 or 0.7.
119.7, thank you, bye-bye.
Delta 2112, does it maintain 14,000?
Maintain 14,000 for Delta 12.
Okay, let's get the checklist out of the way. How about that?
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
So shoulder
Send
harness
checklist.
are secure, passenger signs on or auto.
Yeah. Put them on.
Pressurization is set. Already got that done. Fuel quantity and balance. We got plenty of fuel and balance is within limits. Didn't have any asymmetric burn today. Almost at all were within grams of each other.
Yeah.
FMS landing data and charts. So FMS is set up for
Alrighty,
the
let's see
ILS.
who's up next. Walker 2570.
Landing data we have
Vector for
confirmed
traffic
and
sequencing, turn
VSPs
right
are
heading
sent
165.
and charts have been set up.
Right turn 165.
Approach brief we've conducted, right?
Yep. No changes.
Exit jet 171 heavy, correction, 171. Descend and maintain 4,000.
Descend and maintain 14,000. Exact jet 171. Okay, 14,000. We are just 15 miles. We can do this. I'd just do a gentle V-speed descent, I guess, and then let the VNAV capture. What say you?
Yep, sounds good.
1,000 feet per minute will do, and that will intercept, because we only got like 12 miles to the top of drop anyway.
Okay, sounds good. Continue the checklist, please.
Okay, VNAV transition flight level. They didn't give a transition flight level in the ATIS, but it might be that they have a fixed transition flight level for the
18,000 should be so.
Yeah, for the airport.
I guess 190. So it says 18,000.
Spain 105, contacte aproximación de Panamá 119,7.
Actually, on the right hand side it said transition 190.
Okay. In that case,
right hand side.
it actually already loaded that in, probably in the FMS.
Please, Rayo, ciao.
VNAV setup. Flight level 190 checks out.
Yep.
Sweet.
One thing though.
Walker 2570.
We didn't transfer the
left heading.
speeds yet.
Correction, turn right heading 190.
We didn't? I'm sure we did. I sent them.
Okay, I don't. I'll send them again on my side.
FedEx 859, descend and maintain 14,000, QNH 1006.
Oh, they're sent.
Okay, got Roger. So that's set.
UPS 601, turn right heading 150.
Let's check. Descent checklist completed and range checklist is next.
Perfect.
Delta 2112, fly heading 130.
Alright.
Delta 2112, fly heading 125. 125.
Thank you much, Flying Fox and Mark for the link for the space
Virgin
weather.
44, descend and maintain 16,000, QNH 1007.
It's a strong geomagnetic storm. A cannibal
American 7
CME
Charlie, I'm at altitude, descend and maintain
struck
18,000,
Earth's
QNH
magnetic
1006.
field.
18,000.
A strong G3 class geometric storm with auroras in both hemispheres. And I didn't see them. We had cloudy skies. Oh, that's a shame. So careful the speed.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit of effort, but maybe not that much.
So we will be reaching enough path blue.
So we could also do a VNAV direct, whichever one you prefer.
Yeah,
UPS 601 heavy, contact approach 119.7.
I will
We'll
capture it. That should be fine.
UPS 601 heavy, thanks.
Yeah, 1,000 feet a minute, that should be something that they can work with.
Yeah.
FedEx 859, contact approach 119.7.
Approach 119.7, FedEx 859, bye.
There are no special considerations with our MEL status here. That's all good.
Yeah, I don't even know for low-vis. I guess you don't auto thrust here.
Nope.
Jet 117, I'm going to be
5 seconds to TOD intercept.
That's fine, 171, just when ready to descend to flight level 200.
For, is that Jet 117?
Confirm.
Roger that.
So there is a 117 here.
Delta 2112, recycle transponders, squawk 0253.
That's the guy who's been messing us up.
Transponder.
I did change the descent speed. Yeah, so
Walker 2570, turn left 120.
Usually done in the
VNAV setup. Yeah.
VNAV setup, and then you go to page
Virgin
well, descent will be page 3.
Turn right heading 165, vectors for
And
traffic
so
sequencing.
there you enter the target speed that you want to have.
And now we were on VPath captured.
American 47 Charlie Heavy, vector for traffic sequencing, turn right heading 160.
So CME's coronal mass ejection.
Yes.
For American
Just be aware that with the VNAV path capture, we're going to be a little bit steeper, so maybe back off on a little bit.
04 vectors, American 7 Charlie.
Perfect. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir. Doing my best. Hey, Cannon Plug, good Abend. Good evening. How you doing?
My auto throttle is named Blackbox.
I remember on 737 at some time, we had in-up auto thrust as well.
Delta 2112, contact approach 119.7.
So according to MAL, you can fly it unless you have to Cat 3 approaches, but otherwise you're fine.
I mean, I'm sure you can use any aircraft with manual thrust.
Yeah. It just requires a bit more attention.
I guess
to the speed.
Airbus doesn't really work without auto thrust, but they don't have motorized throttles and no cables, so
yeah.
fewer things to break.
No.
The throttle quadrant is basically just a single angle resolver. It's just a joystick.
Yeah, honestly, you're right. Yeah, the CRJ pilots, they have manual throttle as well. Yeah, that's true. Again, I mean, they're so used to it. To them, it's second nature, right? They don't have to think about it.
And now we're changed over to IAS here, so I guess we need to back up a little bit more on the thrust.
Roger.
And if you want to be an absolute banger of a pilot, you'll try and sync up the throttle levers so that the N1s are in sync. Because otherwise it creates the kind of whooshing sound in the back of the cabin.
Ooh, okay. Yep. Well, passenger comfort, very important.
If you go back there now, you'd be able to hear the sort of wah wah wah, the kind of noise that it makes when the fans are out of sync. The auto throttle system has an N1 sync function.
Yeah, I can hear it. Let me just change
Walker
that. Walker
2570, descend maintain 16000, QNH 1006.
16000, 1006.
I guess that can get annoying if.
Oh yeah. In cruise, it's massively annoying. You have to listen to this for 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, can No engine sync? Well, not with your other thrusters not working.
Yeah, you're the engine sync now. I'm gonna give the passengers a brief.
Walker 2570, contact approach 109.7.
Walker 2570.
Virgin 44, fly heading 190.
Right, 190, Virgin 45.
American 7, Charlie Heavy, fly heading 180.
180, American 7 Charlie Heavy.
ExitJet 171.
Go ahead for ExitJet 171.
And tables in their fully stowed position. All portable electronic devices must be turned off. Ensure
Go ahead for ExitJet 171.
And that all loose articles are stowed. And observe the seatbelt and no smoking.
Strange. He called us and it doesn't reply.
And Virgin 44, sorry for the delay. Approach just accepted the hand.
I did hear you on the
turn
frequency, so
left heading 130.
And I saw TX light up for me on the comm.
American 7 Charlie Heavy, same for you. Approach just accepted the hand in. Turn left heading 140.
To 140, American 7 Charlie.
ExitJet 171.
Go ahead for ExitJet 171.
ExitJet 171 is maintain 16000, QNH 1006.
16000, QNH 1006, ExitJet 171.
Yeah, 16,000 set. Next frequency 19.7. I can pre-dial that for you.
That's okay.
Reset. So yeah, 16,000, 166 is heard.
I'm gonna prepare tower on COM 2.
Panama Tower,
And then
452
ground
as
as well. 121.9er is gonna be ground. Alrighty.
Excellent.
Virgin 44 to 17, 15,000.
So when do you normally call for the in-range checklist? How many miles?
American 7, Charlie, Heavy to 17,
Usually about 10,000 feet above the airport.
Maintain 17,000, American 7 Charlie.
That is primarily meant for run.
ExitJet 171, vector for traffic sequencing, turn right heading 170.
Right turn heading 170, ExitJet 171.
170 is set, heading.
Checked. Probably also want to take it out of VNAV, I guess. That's where on VPath. Yeah, just
that's fine.
Alrighty, and what is it I wanted to do here? Just about to do something, and then I got interrupted.
Yeah. Just daily life of a pilot. So 100 and let's see, how many miles do we have? 51 miles. No, it's more. It's about 75 miles to the field.
I guess we can shallow it up. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
Your choice.
No, you're right. No, you're correct. And there's definitely a delay vector, so no need to dive down.
I mean, he did specify that it is a delay vector.
Yeah.
21.9er.
It's one of those things. So that's also very interesting.
Oh, right. You were asking me about you were asking me about the APU.
ExitJet 225, radar contact 350.
And I just wanted to do this because our approach speeds are computed with packs on APU, so
yeah.
We have to switch this over. Engine bleed to 10th. That clears the V speeds, but it's a dry runway, no problem at all. So I'll just resend the V speeds again. And one thing I can do on your end is on approach MFD data here, I'm going to switch you over to the approach reference so that when you want to see your approach speeds, you just have to push this MFD data button. That's going to show you your V speeds and all the other data.
Nice. Okay, thank you. Cool. So these circumstances where we get taken off the arrival routing. Actually, let's change altimeters.
Yep, just about. It's got a reminder. It was blinking at me.
Yeah. 1006 with 18.5 now.
Checked. Don't worry, the Challenger has an instrument comparator, so if we were too far out of
difference,
it would actually tell us.
So the FMS is great if we are on track, on path, telling us the remaining fuel at destination and the time, obviously. But then, if you get delayed with the holding
Virgin
pattern
44,
somewhere on the arrival routing, let's say here at Irumo, also fine, because
turn left heading
at that point the FMS will also
110.
calculate with an estimated exit time that you can enter, and then calculate again with the fuel and time.
Right.
But it does get complicated in situations like this, where you get radar vectored far away from the routing, and you don't know exactly what the plan of the controller is.
Yeah, that's true.
So you don't know exactly how many track miles he's planning with. You can ask him, but quite often, seen in real life as well, they're like, approximately. So that can be from 50 to 100 miles, right? It doesn't really help you that much. And for us, if we have plenty of fuel like today, no problem. I don't have to really do much calculation. But if you kind of stuck with, say, 10 minutes extra fuel, then things become Then things become a lot more complicated.
wants to. You should push VNAV so it doesn't keep this beeping at us for descent here. Yeah, deselect VNAV and just take it manually under control. So the V path is basically not in our way anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Then we can just.
So right.
American 7 Charlie's going to hold you off a little bit more just so
right now,
can get in.
People that have been following my streams for a long time, the A320.
That's fly heading 150 for now.
They know, for example.
No problem. Heading 150, American 7 Charlie.
Appreciate it.
I've already said that it's 10 kilos of fuel for 1 mile of ground distance. So if you have like, if you estimate 100 track miles, well, that's about a ton of fuel. So, you have some kind of rule of thumb to help you out a little bit. And these values are pretty good, actually. So I'm not sure how many pounds or kilograms that would equate to here per mile in the approach, but...
Double the value and you're there. The easiest way for me to think about it is it's 2,000 pounds per hour.
Okay.
I'm guessing we don't even need the speed, really 300 knots. Just a thing. Just a thought here.
Yeah, you're right. The thing is, the question is what speed he calculates with the separations. True. I mean, might as well ask him.
I don't think he really knows or cares, to be honest.
Okay. 30 pounds per minute. Okay, there we go. And then he can have a look at your ground speed, how many miles per minute you're making, and then he can, kind of rule of thumb your way in there, and at least you have some values you can work with.
Although, to be honest, as long as it's not too long, it really won't affect our landing weight and predictions all that much.
Yeah. So currently, if I go to MFD data, I can see we are currently at 37.1, and the estimate is 36.3 for landing.
That's manually entered. It's now adjusted it to 36.1. If I wanted to, I could now adjust it down and resend the speed. It isn't really gonna affect our landing distance or anything like that. It's like whatever, 5 feet one way or the other on the landing distance. Who cares? Or if you want it in meters, there, 781 meters.
There we go. Gives you a professional feel, I think. Oops, stepping on the rudder again. So there we go. Beautiful. Oh, is that kind of a thunderstorm in the distance? That's interesting. Didn't see that before.
Yeah, X-Plane does towering cumulus and cumulonimbus now correctly.
Nice. Now,
if only they gave us the API to access that from a radar.
Yeah, that'd be great. Man, that would add so much to immersion.
Oh yeah. Being able to see the blob on the radar, match it up with what you see outside. Yeah, absolutely.
So if I look at the TCAS traffic ahead of us, also same level, I guess he's kind of taken us around kind of a long base.
Yeah.
And a long final. That's what it looks like at the moment.
Still got like 70 miles to the airport.
Hope 411.
Affirmative.
So when I look, it's about just below 25 miles ahead of us.
What's your current position?
So,
Well, to be honest, I'm a bit annoyed. I've just been left out. Firstly at 5,000 feet, now 6,000 feet. I've been sent back to 2 different frequencies. It's just been a whole mess, but I'm currently maintaining 6,000 on heading 090.
He's not happy.
Couple 411, just I didn't see you because your call sign is backwards. It should be CMP, not CPM. That's why I don't know if you want to keep it like that or if you want to switch it.
Whoopsie.
I'll reconnect really quickly. Okay, just give me a minute.
Problem, thank you. American 7 Charlie, turn left heading 080.
To be honest though, the controller shouldn't even be able to see the call sign, really.
Panama Center, couple 493 request.
And then if there's a confusion on that, you could ask.
Requested 493.
Yeah.
But I guess he's busy.
Not a problem, couple 411. I'll keep you just for the moment. Sorry about the other sector. They're having to hold people, so I think they're out of range or quite busy. Climate team 350.
That's totally understandable. Climate maintain 350. No worries. Code 411. Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Good.
Hoping,
Good
yeah, hoping we'll be turned before we reach Peru.
493 Aputas requested climb 370.
Climb 370, Kappa 493.
Yeah, right. That's just gonna go at 270 now, slowly.
Because we're trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, we are. I mean, the aircraft ahead of us is also fast. She's actually increasing distance now. It's 25 miles.
ExecJet 171, turn left, heading 115.
Left turn heading 115, ExecJet 171.
115 it is.
Checked. Right at the other traffic. He's literally placing us in the other guy's trail.
Hmm. Yeah, it looks like a long final.
Yeah, so I wouldn't really hurry with the in-range checks here. Normally it's done 10,000 feet above the airport or so. But, you know.
It's still a bit to go, yeah.
Almost 100 miles. 75 miles as the crow flies, and we're down at 16,000 feet. It's a good thing we packed in a bunch of extra fuel.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the landing fuel prediction, though the weight keeps on going down and the burn going up at this rate.
Yeah. So ground speed 330 at the moment.
340.
ExecJet 171, turn left heading fly heading 09 or 5.
Left turn heading 09 or 5, ExecJet 171.
95 it is.
That's kind of an odd vectoring style to use the in-betweens, but sure.
We're flexible.
I mean, you could specify it down to the exact degree if you want to, but... You know, we're so far away from the nav track that the FMS is kind of making it not sure how to make up its mind about the VNAV path.
Yeah.
American 7 Charlie, approaches requested a quick hold for you guys so they can finish the sequence there. They seem to have somebody going around, so...
okay, there we go.
Moment,
so
fly heading 130.
But that's the arrival route, empty. So for Mike Papa Tango Oscar, 86 miles. That's for the arrival routing.
ExecJet 171 is for you. The same. Expect a short delay. Approach just trying to clean up the TMA there for people going around. So expect a short delay here. I'll give you vectors for that.
No problem. ExecJet 171.
Shoot you both.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I'm going to slow down a bit more.
See, good thing I packed in the fuel.
Absolutely.
What was it? So the arrival routing there is expecting basically that we return to the Irumo waypoint and then continue on from there. If you want a direct line, you'd probably want to fix in there.
Yeah. Actually, can I ask you to maybe take out some of the waypoints?
Sure thing.
Yeah.
Do you want an extended center line to...
American 7 Charlie,
that would be
fly
better,
direct to the Cyril position. That's Sierra, India, Romeo, India, Lima, and hold. Actually, stand by for 1 second, disregard that, American 7 Charlie.
Perfect. Excellent. There we go. Yeah, now we're updated 70 miles. That looks about right.
Yep.
Cool.
ExecJet 171, fly heading 100.
Heading 100, ExecJet 171. I mean, if he wants to give us a hold, that's fine. In fact, now come to think of it, if you look at the extended center line, the guy ahead of us is already through the center line and on the other side.
American 7 Charlie, proceed direct to Cyril position. You're 8 miles from that. Cyril as in Sierra, India, Romeo, India, Lima. Cyril.
And looks like
hold at Cyril at 16,000 feet. Right-hand turns.
That's him. That's the other guy.
Cyril and hold at 16,000 right-hand turns. American 7 Charlie.
Yeah, might have to
7 Charlie affirmative and free speed.
American 7 Charlie.
What fix that
ExecJet
was?
171, same for you. Proceed direct to Cyril. That's Sierra, India, Romeo, India, Lima. Hold at the Cyril position. Right-hand turns, free speed at 16,000.
Okay, direct Cyril, hold at Cyril, right-hand turns, and at 16,000. November, ExecJet 171.
Affirmative, American 7 Charlie, descend and maintain 14000.
And maintaining 14000,
Oh,
American
did you
7
just already enter that in?
American 7
As we
Charlie, affirmative, and
reading
expect
that
further
back?
clearance 2147.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No
I
problem.
was running, okay. And I just pressed the wrong
That's
button
okay.
there, 0.
Yeah. That's your job anyway.
Yeah, so
yeah.
execute.
317, adelante.
So
That
press LNAV.
Good stuff. And you want to enter the
No.
hold
No
in
hay ningún
there.
problema, Copa 317, contacto
Yeah,
running
so we're currently
285,
nav,
continúe para
direct to
310.
0, and then 0.
Copa 411, radar service ready, contact Bogota, actually,
You go to index,
standby 1.
hold. Index, hold.
And next.
Clear the scratch pad because that's going to confuse the thing.
Already? Okay.
Yeah. Just go to index,
So-
hold. Hold. Yep. New hold.
New hold, and then 0.
Copy
Copa 411,
serial
contact
into the line
123.7.
there. Good stuff.
And then right turns.
Yep.
Apologize on my end for the annoyance
And
earlier.
execute. That's all
Okay.
there is to it.
Perfect. Wow. There we go. Yeah, that makes more sense to fly holding.
Not a problem, not a problem at all. You
I was
guys take care, okay? Happy
the way I
holidays.
did it, as I just went index, hold, typed in, well, went serial, typed in a new hold, and just put that into the scratch pad, and then placed it on the line, on the second line there as a new waypoint. That automatically creates the direct
Jet
to
225,
and
yeah,
the
descend and maintain level
holding one
200.
step.
Perfect. Nice.
Copa
So
413.
max 240.
Yeah, there's no hurry. You don't
Yeah,
you don't
we'll
have to
slow
slow
down.
down too soon. It's just the hold speed categorization according to the hold tables.
Yeah, max speed. Yeah, I'll go 230 though. I mean,
It is the maximum, not the minimum.
yeah. But we'll fly like first of all 230 and then.
Sure. Again, we're in delays, so it's not like we need to hurry anywhere.
No, and we got plenty of fuel.
You know what? I'm actually kind of curious. I'm going to turn TCAS to
American
below.
7 Charlie, approach is set to the hand in
above.
into their TMA, so cancel the hold, fly heading 330, descend to 14000.
That's the guy ahead of us, right?
So the whole heading 330 and down to 14000, American 7 Charlie.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, they're fairly far away, so it's not really like we can see much on the TCAS, but there's some traffic 10,000 feet below.
Well, I'm impressed with the cloud simulation there. Quite interesting. Tower
Oh yeah,
and,
X-Plane's gotten a lot better.
Cool.
Copa 810, buenas tardes, Panamá Control, contacto RAR, continúa ascenso para 350.
Ascenso para 350. ¿Todo bien, Craig?
¿Todo bien, men? ¿Pura vía?
¿Todo bien?
Bueno, me alegro. Copa 413. Copa 413.
Yes, that American is descending.
Copa 413, bienvenido, contacto RAR, continúa el ascenso para 360.
One of that is the 787.
me confirma por favor si puedo hablar directo a Aurora, manteniendo heading 090.
Afirmativo directo a Aurora y para
I don't see
360.
him yet.
Hacienda 360, directo a Aurora, muchas gracias.
Perhaps people didn't tell us you could look on the Vatsim.
Jet 171, you're going to be next to an end. The approach just accepted in your hand in, so fly present heading.
Present heading for ExactJet 171.
Firm end, it's maintain 15,000.
Down to 15,000, ExactJet 171.
There we go.
American 7 Charlie, fly heading 320.
Heading and yeah, 15,000.
320, American 7 Charlie.
ExactJet 225. There
now
might
we
be a
know how
short
to
delay.
program it.
The
That's
approach
fantastic.
controller is having an overload over there at the airport with some traffic going
God.
around, so just expect a short delay here with vectors.
Okay, Captain Crash, thanks. So that is the American 787. Fantastic. So
much
even though he
for-
overtook us, even though he overtook us, he didn't really get very far.
Yeah, we caught up to him. That's the thing with these, even on a several-hour flight, unless you're going really fast, it doesn't save all that much time.
Oh. Alrighty. Oh, there he is. Okay, 2 o'clock.
Where?
2 o'clock. Just a little lower than us.
ExactJet 225 to maintain 200, proceed direct to Vuman. Hold at Vuman, right-hand turns at level 200. Expect further clearance 2153.
Ah, I see.
Descent level 200, direct movement, right hand turn for ExactJet 225.
American 7 Charlie Heavy, fly heading 350 and contact approach 197. Thanks for your help, sir.
No problem. 350 and contacting approach on 119.7 American 7 Charlie. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye bye.
You too, guys. Take care. Happy holidays.
To you.
There we go. Out capture.
Checked.
Jet 171, turn right heading 160.
Right turn heading 160, exit Jet 171.
And Panama Central, good day. American 2161, flight level 340, inbound woman.
Could you do me a favor and
American
put an extended center line,
hello,
please?
contact 340.
Sure. So easy peasy.
Copa 317, cuando listo, descienda para nivel level
Gonna go
200.
direct and good. And I'm going to copy the next legs 033 course on
Copa 5810,
onto
cuando
this
listo
line
para
here.
200.
Perfect.
That's going to give us the extended runway center line there.
American 2161, ready to descend level 220.
Ready to descend, flight level 220, American 2161.
Nice. Cool.
Jet 171, continue that right turn now heading 280.
Right turn heading 280, exec Jet 171.
280.
Checked.
Data link, ACARS. Probably new ATIS.
Yes.
Sierra. 166, 31 degrees, 030 at 9. Still good.
Yep. Does that match our planned? Yep. 1006.
Jet 171 is emitting 14000, QNH 1006.
14000, QNH 1006, exec Jet 171.
Down we go. 14000. Vertical speed.
Yep. Weather's unchanged.
Perfect.
Jet 171, continue that right turn heading 330 and contact approach 119.7.
Right turn 230, 119.7, exec Jet 171.
You guys take care. Happy holidays.
Yeah, you
Take
too.
care.
Thank you.
Approach hello, exec Jet 171, turning right, heading 330, down 14000.
Check Jet 171, hello, Tokyo approach, roger. Maintain heading 360, descend maintain 6000, speed 220 knots.
Heading 360, down say again for the altitude, and speed to 220 knots. I think it was 6000?
6000.
Down to
6,000,
6000, exec Jet 171.
220.
570, person heading, you're gonna need to establish on the local light
Cut.
report.
Okay, person heading established.
Alright, so
Yeah. So we could just about start getting started on the in-range
And
checks here, yeah, but we're still fairly
you-
far and high.
Yes, for
yeah, we're to 10,000 feet and we'll do it.
340.
No hurries.
340 now for UPS 441.
We're having a little fun party here over the water.
Hmm.
EPU is fine.
Yep.
We're so
About 60
far.
miles.
Yeah, we're so far out. It hasn't even entered ILS auto tuning range.
Hmm.
Copa 9929, estamos haciendo un huequito para meterlo ahí, por favor.
Yes.
Long final.
Very long. Let me actually check what the chart says for the frequency in case I need to tune it in manually if it wants us to receive it further out than the FMS was.
10.7 it should be.
Yep. 10.7033 front.
2112, are we clear to ILS only 03, right?
Yeah, put on the landing lights.
Delta 2112, turn right heading 040 degrees. Descend maintain correction 010 degrees. Descend maintain 2000, director for ILS 3 right approach.
We have a little common click spot here for the landing lights in case you want to know.
Oh, yeah.
So if you click on the bottom part here underneath these, then it's going to turn them on all at the same time.
Yeah.
Power 181, 127.
Just a little convenience feature.
That's 441, descend maintain 3000.
3,000 for UPS 441.
2112, roger, descend maintain.
Like if you want to, for example, just have them on pulse, that's just one click down. That's going to turn on the pulses left and right and keep the nose off. Yep, there it is, just pulse. From the outside you'll see.
2112, turn right heading 050 degrees, descend and maintain 3000.
Turn 050 and descend to 3000 for the T12.
So nice shallow descent.
441, fly heading
220 knots.
360 degrees for UPS 441.
Yeah, you can use the banana on the nav display.
Oh yeah.
You're used to that now.
Yep. Looks good.
Still 50 miles to go to the airport.
But at least we're now flying towards the airport.
At least that.
And you can see TCAS there, lots of traffic inbound.
Delta 2112, roger, no problem.
Everybody converging on that final.
The runway is at your
So
11 o'clock, 22
not the
miles.
time to be messing about with VOR approaches.
No. That would be unfair.
So we are clear the visual approach for 03 right, confirm for the T12.
American 7 Charlie, descend and maintain 4000.
Descend and maintain 4000, American 7 Charlie.
Tattoo 112 second.
I was wondering. So the aircraft that is about 17, 18 miles ahead, 12 o'clock. He's at 8,000 now, it seems. But he's north of the center line. Just wonder if he got another delay vector there.
Possibly. Or was local traffic? I don't know.
Copa 9929, desciende, mantenga 5,000 pies.
5,000, Copa 9929.
I mean, kind of fascinated by the people that are creeping down.
Traffic 122, after bubbles.
If you look, those are 9,000 feet below us, so they're like 2,000 feet above the water. It's still like 20 or 30 miles out.
Yeah.
They're pretty much creeping along the belly over on the water.
Well, looking for fish or something like
that.
Probably.
Sightseeing.
10 knots, American 7 Charlie.
Feeling like my viewpoint was a bit too low there.
Racing ahead only to get stuck in traffic, as Avenger Orion says.
Exactly. Hurry up and wait.
Yes.
GPS 441, turn right heading 020 degrees, you're clear for Jala 02 right approach, report established.
Okay, so let's do the in-range checklist, please.
Right turn to
In-range
020
checks. Okay, APU is an operator, so I'm going to skip that. Altimeters are set, 1006, 1006 on the standby, and 1006 on the right. Avionics are set, external lights are on, and one target. I'm going to set to the takeoff thrust limit.
Yep.
Pack transition we're not going to do because we have the APU off. APU generator is going to stay off. CAS is clear, and the in-range checklist is complete. That's it.
Much.
Before landing, it's going to be next.
Traffic 122, maintain 210 knots.
Speed 210, start like 122. American ground 46 miles, flight level 140 inbound.
And here comes the center line, but I think same thing for us. Takes us through. Let's add a bit more track miles.
American 7 Charlie, turn right heading 100 degrees.
Right 110 degrees, American 7 Charlie.
Yeah, that's him ahead of us.
Yeah, also he read it back wrong.
American 7 Charlie, descend and maintain 3000.
Controller giving 100, he read back 110.
American 7 Charlie.
Within 10 degrees, that's okay, that's measurement error.
And the last aircraft second.
Air Canada 46 Mike, inbound Hotpool at flight level 140.
Canada 46 Mike, Roger, hello, radar contact, descend maintain 6000, maintain 240 knots, enjoy descent.
Approach hello, Challenger 39 Alpha Yankee, 14,000.
You know, with that speed and accent, buddy, here, you're not going to get far.
November 39 Alpha Yankee Kilo, Tokyo approach, radar contact, this is maintain 6000, maintain 240 knots.
6240 on the speed, 9er Alpha Yankee.
Get in line. Is this the Vatsim?
7 Charlie to maintain 3000.
Are we Vatsim eventing correctly here?
Maintain 3000.
I think so. Hey, those lovely aircraft maintenance apprentices. Nice.
The ILS work finally, so we are
Oh.
We are on the localizer for the 212.
It's a 212 Roger Tower, 18.1, yeah.
118.
They got the ILS working. GG's.
Sweet.
Oh, nice. So Lovely says they have currently the same aircraft in hangar. Nice. It's amazing. It is.
One thing I like about the explained weather is that it is deterministic in the sense that we both have the exact same cloud formations.
Yeah, that's a big improvement.
So yeah, I see the exact same large groupings of cumulonimbus on the right-hand side in the distance.
Excellent.
Clock mid approach, UPS 441 has the localizer.
Route 10-7 Charlie, turn left, heading 060, you're clear for dial 02 right approach.
Left 060 and clear for the ILS 3 right, American 7 Charlie.
441, contact tower, 18.1, yeah.
18.1, UPS 441,
Hey Doc,
thanks.
Grüße, ja. Gleichfalls. Schöne Adventstage.
I'm gonna update our landing weight prediction. It's now 35.7, so we're gonna get UV speeds, 1 knot down.
Okay, checked. Yeah, it's definitely burnt about 300 pounds now.
Yep.
More than we wanted. Yeah, got the ILS indicating.
Tango Capper 122, turn right, heading 3200 degrees.
So we're within 31 miles now.
Right 300, start like 121.
Yeah, so this is when you...
122, turn right, heading 3200.
How's it go?
Yep, checked.
Start like
Now we need to leave the nav radios alone.
Copied.
Jet 171, this is maintain 4000.
Down to 4,000, exact jet 171.
1,000.
Checked.
Interesting path on the coastline.
Yeah, well, it's all milk outside.
I got a little bit of visibility to the left, but not much.
472, this is maintain 3000, after above, would maintain present heading, speed 210 knots.
3000 after go, but maintain present heading, 210 knots.
Just with no GPS, we're not going to get terrain look ahead from the JIT west. So something to consider.
Yeah. Currently, though, I would say highest obstacles would be 1670 on the coastline, so
checked.
3000 is definitely safe.
4,000.
Yeah, well, 4,000 is cleared, but 3,000 would be safe if we get cleared. As long as we're south of the airport, that's fine. Wow, he's really taken us out here.
Mm-hmm. And we are in the rain.
Approach, good afternoon, Copa 971.
Temperature's high.
4000 with 0.
25 miles from the localizer antenna.
971, hello, Tokyo approach, radar contact, this is maintain 6000, follow the Super 1 Bravo, start dial as Yankee approach, 02 right.
6000, follow the arrival, and the ILS Yankee 03 right, Copa 971.
American 7 Charlie is localized, established 3 right.
Copa 9929 por su derecha, rumbo 050. Notifique establecido localizador 03 derecha.
050, llamaremos en el localizador 3 derecha, Copa 9929.
9929 adicional, desciende mantenga 3000 pies.
3000, Copa 9929.
Yeah, within a sector 4.5. But again, contour layer says 3,000 is safe.
Oh, it's 4,000 all around the airport.
And Copa 472, Tucumán approach.
4,500.
Copa 472, yeah, our aircraft decided not to follow the plan.
When in doubt, blame the FMS.
The aircraft is
Canada
at fault, yeah.
1,000 to go.
Yeah, check. You gotta love it.
Canada 46 flight heading 210, please.
My FMS ate my homework.
American 7 Charlie is now fully established on the island.
Aircraft's always at fault.
American 7 Charlie, roger, contact tower, frequency 1810.
Tower 118.1, American 7 Charlie, take care, bye-bye.
Jungle Cabin 122, turn right, heading 050, your
Right.
right.
Man, I mean...
Right 050, clear S3, right approach.
Should I propose?
46 Mike, descend maintain 4,000
Yeah.
speed.
I mean, he gave us clearance to send 4,000, but maybe we can ask when we can expect a right turn.
Jet 171, turn right, heading 140 degrees.
Right heading 140, exact jet 171.
There's the answer.
Yep.
Oh my god.
We just
We've gone back again.
Another base. Pretty much.
Oh.
In fact, it's more than a base. It was pretty much tracking back outbound.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Breaking out the clouds. You can see the terrain below.
Well, sightseeing tour.
Jet 171, descend maintain 3000.
It's us.
Yep.
Copa 439, estamos en el aire.
Yeah, the delay vectors that we're getting are pretty ridiculous if you look at it on the Vatsim map. Captain Crash posted there.
I think that we just got cleared 3,000. Sure, I didn't hear the read back.
He told us to descend? Okay.
Yeah, just confirm 3,000.
489 adicional, sete el squad en 0105.
Try and get a word in. And descend down to 3,000 November, correction, exit jet 171.
Copa 472, fly head 330 degrees.
There we go, so 3,000, according contour layers, acceptable.
Yeah, we're going below the ceiling here, so...
Oh, I'll do a very slow descend.
500 feet.
Number 39 Alpha Yankee after bubble, maintain present heading, maintain 4,000 feet to 1.
After Bubba, maintain present heading, and you said 210 knots?
Yeah, I keep trying to say November 650 Charlie Lima. Force a habit, I'm sorry.
4,000, 210 knots, present heading after Bubba.
So we've got opposite traffic.
Triangle Captain 122, flight heading 060,
tons of traffic.
Clear for Dallas, 3 right approach.
This is going to be interesting.
060.
It's really raining now. Didn't expect that.
I mean, we are
Jet 171,
all around the clouds here.
Yeah, that was for us. Say again.
Say again for exec jet 171.
Jet 171, maintain 170 knots.
How many knots?
170.
Maintain 170 knots, exec jet 171.
Blimey. We'll never get there.
Yeah, I mean, Probably next time he'll ask us to stop and park it up.
So we're gonna have
2500.
That's the
I guess
radio
some flaps
altimeter.
everything right. Yeah,
Yes,
checked.
sir.
Flaps
Canada
20.
46 mile, flight heading
Flaps
340 degrees.
Heading 340 degrees left, Canada 46 Mike.
Love how the pitch changes. Because a lot of lift coming from the flaps now.
Oh yeah.
171 due for traffic. Can you accept the visual approach runway 03 left?
Affirm,
Yep.
we are able for 03 left.
Okay, CJ 171 turn left heading 080 degrees.
Left turn heading 080 degrees, exec jet 171.
So now it's your turn. What? So the VOR 3 left.
Roger that. Did he clear us
my
for
God.
the VOR?
No, he's just at heading.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna load in the VOR here with vectors. Okay, and go direct SDUM and 036 for final course here.
472 turn left, correction turn right heading 060 degrees.
Right, 060, I'll couple 472.
How's this?
That looks good. Just checking the SDOM fix, then final ARV at 1700.
171 Roger. The runway is up to 11 o'clock. 15 miles report runway sight.
We're in the clouds
Yeah.
currently for exec jet 177. We'll report.
GTS 171, it's descend between 2000 please.
Down to 2000, exec jet 171.
Yeah, I can see the runway, but might as well just follow the VOR inbound.
You're clear for JLS, you're to approach, report established.
Okay, I'll...
Here, Alice 3, right approach, couple 472.
So we've got vertical speed, 2000, safe, above the water.
Gotcha.
Another 46 miles, flight heading 065
And we may as well tell him that we need the VOR approach initially. Although, I mean, I have the runway inside. I'm not sure, do you have it?
Not sure, but
025 degrees.
I'll do the whole thing. Stand by.
Well, they've got 3 left inside.
Protocol cover 122, contact tower 18.10.
1181, start break 122, bye-bye.
Bit fast. Just let me
And
know.
exec jet 171 will request the VOR for the runway 03 left. I mean, we're pretty much on the final anyway.
171 Roger, you're clear for WR, DME, runway 03 left.
Clear for VOR DME 03 left, and we also have the runway now in sight, exec jet 171.
Jet
2500.
Contact tower, frequency
Alrighty.
1.1, yeah.
Yep.
There we are.
So, turning final,
Roger.
and Arbu
November 139 Alpha Yankee, fly heading 330 degrees.
a little bit ahead of Arbu will descend.
Okay, I'll give you VNAV here, just quickly, and that way you'll see your vertical profile as well.
Yeah,
This is coming
perfect.
from the database.
Yep, sounds good.
Tango uniform
Hey,
Mike. And I'm gonna turn on my bearing needles here.
FJY 22, thanks for the rate.
Centro 133.0, hasta luego.
Hope you had a good stream.
So, my side
November
FMS.
139 Alpha Yankee, continue to heading 360 degrees.
T to the turn, 360 degrees.
Okay, we got the nav aids monitored. So we can go ahead and
Another 46 Mike, descend
follow the
between
VNAV path, LNAV path. This will give us an advisory VNAV path as well.
Yep, perfect.
And minimums would be 430. I'm gonna
That is confirmed, yeah.
put those in for you.
Commander
Too
Alpha
much.
Yankee, can we intercept the localizer on this heading?
So, looks like I could see like 1 white, 3 red, so should be coming up to the path.
Yes, you'll see
We're
the
established, clear the
path
ILS
on
3,
the
red
on
approach,
the
General Alpha.
PFD as well.
Another 46 Mike, fly
There we
heading
go.
060
Okay.
degrees.
So I tell you what, we're going to put the flight director off main flight.
Roger. I'll turn off the flight director. Okay, you got that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll just
And yeah, gear down.
gear down.
Canada 46 Mike,
Any
maintain
speeds you want?
190 knots.
Speed 160.
Yep.
November 39 knots at Yankee, maintain 170 knots.
Yeah, missed approach 3,000. Actually, it's going to be 6,000 this time.
170, until advised, man, off Yankee.
Set.
Thank you. Flaps 30, please.
Check. Flaps are set. And I'll get started on the for landing checks here. Gear downs, 3 green. Nose steer is arm centered and clear. Anti-skid is tested. Passenger signs are on. Cal anti-ice is not required. Continuous ignition is on.
November 39 Alpha Yankee, to maintain 3,000.
I'm going to ask if he wants us with tower now.
Yep.
Exec 171, will you want us with tower now? Just do auto flat.
1,000.
Over to tower, confirm for Exec 171.
Over to tower 18.1.
Thank you, see Exec 171.
153 is the approach. No, actually 126, so 133, I think. And flaps 45. Yeah.
Flaps 45 and slow down final speed. I got a word in here.
Yep, sure.
Tower Exec 171 on final for runway 02 left.
Jet 171,
Slightly high correcting.
wind 030 degrees, 9 knots, runway 03 left, clear to land.
Runway 03 left, clear land, Exec 171.
Oh, there's an aircraft.
Jet 171, go around.
Go around for Exec 171.
Is he lining up or just parking there?
171, contact 100. approach.
Go around.
He's lining up, going around.
Go around.
Yep, going around. Flaps 30.
Go around for Exec 171.
Derek, couple 472, ILS.
Okay, flaps 20.
Flaps.
Or 20.
472.
And gear up. Yeah, gear up, please.
Wind 030
Change
degrees, 9 knots,
200.
runway 03 right, clear to land.
Perfect, thanks.
Good, there's a right.
Give you LNAV here.
Awesome.
And we're then above target speed, so flaps are coming up now.
Yeah, I'll give him a call that we're going around.
Okay.
Torre, en Copa 105 tenemos un tráfico justo a nuestra frente. Estamos autorizados a despegar.
Negativo, le dije que mantenga posición Copa 105, mantenga escucha la frecuencia.
Entendido, mantenemos posición
Press
105.
toggle buttons so we can get the modes here.
And Exec Jet, do you want us over with approach?
29, posición en la que va a parquear.
Gracias, Copa 9929, solicitamos
Autopilot's on.
hangar manto allá por la 21 derecha.
Y para el 999,
2500.
Red Vía Lima, Golfo y Eco, el hangar de mantenimiento de prueba.
Ponemos Lima, Golf, Eco, Copa 9929.
Little speech.
Start back, 122.
2500.
Where are you parking?
2500.
Signature.
I'm not sure. Did you call the tower?
I was trying to get a word in, but he's ignoring me.
Lima,
I'm going over to the approach
Echo
now.
to the position.
Approach hello again in the mid from Exec Jet 171 passing 4.5
Tris,
down the
Jesus
approach
Christ.
for the VOR 03 left.
Jet 171, hello again. Roger, flight heading 180, maintain 5,000.
Heading 180 5000 Exec Jet 171.
Actually, that's Jet 171, expect the Osuka 1 arrival.
Oh, so I didn't hear any of that because somebody played the jingle.
Hang on. Confirm heading 180 and 5000 for Exec Jet 171. Heading 180 and 5000.
180.
Yep. Okay, so
5,000.
Roger.
Yeah, going down. And
5000
180.
and heading 180 for Exec Jet 171.
Blimey.
Yep, 180 and 5000. It's a little bit difficult.
Yeah, coming down again. 5,000. Speed's coming back.
British Tower, we'll see you later, 18-1.
Oh, blimey. So we got heading, vertical speed up, select 5,000.
Yankee approach, report established on the localizer.
So we got the gear up, flaps are up.
Right, I'll do the after immediate return checks here.
Yes, please.
The pressurization is still set. Altimeter is set and cross check. Thrust reversers are armed. Landing data is going to be unchanged for the time being. Approach brief. Do you want to? You can do the VOR again. Although at the turn he's
whatever they have for us. Are we on set number 2 or set number 1, Toto?
I am on COM 1. Sorry. I switched back to COM 1, yeah.
Okay, so that's 19.7. Okay, for the speed.
The fuel quantity imbalance is checked. CAS is checked.
Copa 971, check on approach.
Copa 971. And PTO D8 is not
971, I heading 360 degrees.
Checked.
60 Copa 971.
Your radio...
Yeah.
Your radio altimeter is having some fun.
Jet 171 is back the ILS Yankee approach.
Currently, for me it's quiet, so that's...
Roger that. We'll expect the ILS Yankee 403 right, Executive 171. Okay, I'm gonna load in the ILS Yankee 03 right.
Yep.
And yeah, I'm gonna activate it here. 033. Execute.
Yep, sounds good. So, back again to the ILS. Yankee.
Yes, sir.
Minimums.
Okay. Recycled our avionics. Minimums of 230. Still remember that.
Yeah.
Roma Control, buenas tardes. Copa 105, despegar 03 izquierda.
Today is spicy.
So I can see what you mean. Yeah, radar altimeter seems to be getting some glitches on my side from time to time.
Yep. So I guess don't rely on it too much.
Oh, there's a bit of a roll there. What's happening?
971, heading your clear for Canada, 03 right approach, report stop.
Turbulence.
Cool. Yeah, I think the approach control didn't tell the tower for some reason or something, and the tower didn't realize when we left approach.
One flight direct to Balfour.
Bobut. Direct. Direct Bobut.
Direct Bobut for Executive 171. Okay, so we'll want this is probably an approach transition, right? Yeah, I'm gonna load it in from the Bobut waypoint in.
Jet 225, direct approach, hello.
Yep, that sounds good. Execute if you like.
1 Alpha, Bravo 03 right.
Thank you, and going back to nav.
Sweet.
Alrighty, so you already did the immediate return checklist. Thank you much for that.
Yes.
Briefing wise, yeah, so we're going to be on the ILS Yankee 3 right again. Minimum is set 230. Miss approach then would be 500, then right turn heading 140, climb 3100.
Copa 105.
Yep.
Follow the path to Tango Uniform Mike VR.
And next one is going to be before landing.
Perfect.
Jet 225, radar contact, is going to maintain 3000.
So I saw the aircraft nose stick into it and I thought,
yeah.
Alright, this space threshold, yeah, not nice, but I mean, doable. But then he taxied onwards, I thought, nah, alright.
Yeah, and
can you, yeah.
I read back the go around on the radio and you didn't hear me because the Vatsim, basically the Vatsim feedback sounds weird.
Yep, Copa 931,
okay.
flight heading 080, this is going to maintain 2000.
080, Copa 971.
Is there a way to pull the circuit breaker off the left radial altimeter or something?
Yeah.
Because it is giving me spooky.
Yeah, I know, right? Must be that 5G. Oh well.
105, comunica centro 133.0.
Interesting enough that in the US, 5G is no more an issue for us for the bigger airports, so they've done something with antennas. You looking for the circuit breaker, or?
Yep. Where might you be? You're probably going to be over on the right-hand side here. If you don't mind me squeezing behind you.
My radios for now.
Yes, sir. Your radios. You're way more attentive than me, anyway.
Exec Jet 171 is approaching Borwood.
Jet 171, Roger. You're clear for JLS Yankee approach. 03 right. Report established on the localizer.
JLS Yankee via Borwood, call established on the localizer 03 right. Exec Jet 171.
All right, so clear for the...
Please maintain 2000.
Maintain 2000, Exec 171.
So 2000 it is. I'm going to do flight level change here.
Okay, I'm back here. I can take the radios again. I can heard 2000. I can find the radio altimeter breaker on the quick.
I don't have any sound glitches, so I'm fine with that for now.
Gotcha.
Good. So we're going to go to speed. So they're going at 2000, which is fine, and they cleared the approach via Angut and call established localizer. He said. Press the approach button. ILS localizer is identified.
Yes, and approach log is armed. Yes.
There it is. And currently 11 miles out.
Bit of an early transfer. You might want to hold off. Put it back to heading. It's gonna get lost. Yeah, that's the pro line is a little bit prone to this.
Okay, no worries. Heading select.
You try arming it now. It should be better.
Okay. Approach mode active. So lock armed. There we go. Lock and light slope. Flaps 20, please.
Okay, speed is good. Flaps 20.
Slow down 180. Not an Airbus. Yeah.
Yep.
You telling me? Right, yeah, a little overshoot, but we'll correct that. And
I'm going to let him know that we're on the localizer.
Yep.
And Exec Jet 171 is established on the localizer.
Jet 171, Roger, contact tower, frequency 18.1, yeah.
Tower on 1181, Exec Jet 171, take it easy.
Cool.
Lima, correction, Lima, golf, holding point runway 03 left.
I'm going to also swap you over to tower as well on your radios.
Misapproach 3100 is set.
Panama Tower, hello again. Exec Jet 171 on the ILS 03 right.
Exec Jet 171, continue approach. I have a traffic 1 mile final from 103 right.
Continue the approach, Exec Jet 171.
Cool. Speed-wise, are we still good with the approach speeds?
Yeah, I'm happy with the speeds that we have.
2500.
Yeah, I'm gonna set it like this. That's easy.
Yeah. 120. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I mean, worst case, we're gonna be lighter than that anyway, so it's not like it's gonna hurt anything. We're actually 700 pounds lighter. I can quickly recompute them. That's no problem.
No, that's fine. Leave it. That's fine. Gear down, please.
Alrighty, gear down.
Oh, look at that. Pilsner's found radio altimeter DC bus 1, circuit breaker 1, hotel 14.
Yeah, I'm not going to reach over there now.
Not runway 03 right, clear to land.
That's for us, clear to land.
Clear land, runway 03 right, Exec Jet 171. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be fine now as well. That's good. So flaps 30, please.
320, runway 03
30.
left, wind 010 degrees, 8 knots, runway 03 left, cleared for takeoff.
Okay, nose steer is armed, centered, and clear. Anti-skid.
Answer Canada 46, Mike, continue taxi and Juliet.
45.
Close short of Lima.
Flaps 45. Auto ignition was never cancelled, that's okay. Passenger designs are still on. Wing calibrating is not required. Continuous ignition is on. Thrust reversers are armed. Spoilers are stowed and auto. Laps are 45. CAS is checked. Before landing, checklist is complete.
Thank you much. We're cleared land.
Is next. Yep.
Wind, pretty much headwind, slightly left 10 knots. Manual flight.
Checked. I'm going to center up your Heading bug here.
971, welcome to Panama. Where are you parking?
1,000.
1,000, let's check.
971, taxi via Lima to parking 140.
Set.
140, Lima, Kepler 971.
I think target speed should be about 133.
United 46, Mike. Continue your taxi, don't stop in Lima, and continue Lima to gate 135.
So now just do your piloting thing. What we pay you for.
Yeah, exactly. I love doing most.
500 feet.
Stable. Push and start is approved.
According to the ILS, smidge low. The Pappy's a little bit high, so.
Your Pappy is, well, 3 red, 1 white, so that's pretty much the same.
Okay, I have a different height.
Yep. Pushback approved facing north.
Perfect.
Confirm
approaching minimum.
Left for departure, not 03 right.
We'll confirm that's correct. 03 right, so expect runway 03 right for departure and facing south then for the departure.
Minimum
for the pushback
100.
Continue.
Roger. Pushback facing south. Runway
50,
03 right.
40,
61.
30, 20, 10.
You got plenty of runway, you can make it long. Okay.
There we go.
Speed brakes are now up. And reverse is green.
Stowing reverses again. I'll take the next one to the left.
Yeah, Quebec's coming up. Perfect. High speed. I have different terrain height than you. That's why I thought you were off. But
Torre, buenas tardes, Copa 317 establecido en el 03 derecho.
There we go.
It's a good thing I
We made it.
fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. That made it very, very relaxing.
Sector 171, welcome to Panama. Where are you parking?
Exact Jet 171 will be parking at the General Aviation apron off of Taxiway Echo.
Your taxi via Quebec, Lima, Golf, and Echo for the parking. Exact Jet 171.
Quebec, Lima, Golf, Echo for General Aviation parking. Exact Jet 171. Okay, so easy peasy. It's just a right turn here onto Lima.
Azul 369er, line up and wait, runway 03.
Down to the end of the runway.
Line up and wait.
I'm amazed how close the FMS is to our actual position.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna clean up the airplane here.
Yes, please. After landings. Exciting flight, yeah.
For sure.
Nice, exciting approach there. So Lima Juliet means we're going to be swinging over to disregard Quebec Lima Echoes.
Yep. Yeah, just to the end here, then a left onto Golf.
Yeah,
and then a right onto.
Right.
369er, wind
Gotcha.
010 degrees,
Cool.
8 knots.
Nice.
Airborne contact. Panama approach on 19.7 and you're clear for takeoff.
Departure contacting 11.
And no cows on the runway this time, no.
Fortunately. Yeah, Golf is still straight ahead. I've got a different scenery than you, so
yeah.
for me.
Oh, I did get the freeway. You
I don't know what I have. Maybe I disabled the other one.
Okay.
Yours looks
Thank
a
you
lot
so
better,
much,
I can tell you
Vickers.
that much.
Oh yeah.
So,
checked it out this afternoon. I thought, wow, yeah, nice scenery, freeway. Vickers, thank you so much for the 77 months. Thank you so much.
Yep, left turn here.
Checked.
Good stuff. Ooh, guess who forgot to call Jenny? We had some excitement.
Hot start flight support.
absolutely.
Jenny speaking.
I have my excuse.
How can we help?
And some excellent topics as well.
Yeah.
Understood. We'll have that ready for you. Anything else?
We will also want a
Understood.
GPU.
We'll have that ready for you. Anything else?
And that'll be all.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
Bianco 61, taxi via Lima to holding point runway 03 right.
So he didn't tell us to switch over to ground or anything, so...
No, just Echo, and that's fine. Yeah.
QNH 1006.
Yeah, yours looks a lot better than mine. I wish I had that scenery. I mean, I have it somewhere on the drive. I think I just disabled it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, again for freeway scenery, hats off. Really good. Right, echo, and then.
Correct, and then another right on the nearest one. No, actually, the second one from the right. Yeah, you can turn right over here. That's correct. I don't want to end up on the runway. And then on echo, the second one to the right. So the first one I think is the fire brigade. We don't want to end up in their parking lot.
Some jets there. I can see. Looks like another Challenger.
Yes, sir.
Nice. Yeah, guys, I hope you've enjoyed the flight. Again, I can only say this is one of the best add-ons available, and you can see the shared flight is a lot of fun.
Okay, let me get the afterlands.
So dive in. Yeah.
Yeah, windshield heating probes are off. Wing anti-ice, cowl anti-ice is off. Spoilers are still, flaps are up. ATC TCAS. So I'll switch you over to. No.
Document Tower, good afternoon. American 90524.
The button I want. Radar mode is standby. Afterland check is complete. Shutdown checks.
Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. Thank you. American 90524.
I think.
In this moment, we are on terminal number
it looks like it rained here as well. It's wet.
Yeah, you can see on the airplane chart here. It's maybe a few hundred meters off the taxiway. It's not too far of an
clears you to the Bogota International Airport via the RNP departure 03
It's surprisingly usable even for taxi, even though we have no GPS.
Expect level 330. That's final flight level squawk 01.
So that beautiful Challenger up there.
Yeah, I'll park left of that.
Could you please say again the squawk? 0177?
Correct, and departure frequency will be 119.7.
Thank you. We're clear to El Dorado, Bogota International Airport. Via the
Since we have no APU, we're going to have to ask for the ground power unit to be plugged in.
With Tirla transition, then as 5. Initial altitude 5,000 feet. Expecting final level
let me set the park brake.
Squawk 0177.
Signal chocks in.
Frequency 119.7.
And you can also signal to them to.
American 90524, read back correct.
I think we need to switch off the beacon.
Tell me when ready for push and start. QNH 1006.
Beacon off.
QNH 1006. We'll call you when ready for push and start.
And they probably haven't gotten the ground power. Yeah, tell them to put on the headset.
1010 degrees 8 knot, runway 03 right, clear to land.
Headset is on.
Muy buenas tardes, bienvenido a Panamá.
Alrighty.
¿Dónde parquea el día de hoy?
Damn it, they still haven't got the ground power unit ready for us.
Puerta 220, perfecto.
I'd recommend switching off just one engine for now. And
317, ruede vía
so generator
Lima.
1 is off.
Y vía Sierra 2 la puerta 220 está aprobado.
And can you look under Challenger 650 ground services, and at the bottom there should be like a service status menu item. Oh, I apologize for getting the...
No worries. So it says PAX waiting deboard. AC GPU request, so...
On request. Should have been here by now. Weird. No. Why isn't it letting me plug the GPU in? That's weird.
Oh, here we go. Ground power in.
There we
now
go.
It's giving me the option to
yes,
connect
please.
ground power.
Yeah, got 61.
So he says yes,
ground
but
power.
not
Yeah, give it a sec.
There we go.
So
Yeah.
ground power is on bus. Engine generator is off, and now we can shut down the other engine.
Roger.
Okay, parking brake is set.
Correction, Avianca 61, line up and wait, runway 03 right.
Generators 1 and 2, engine, boost pump, seal system, engine 1 is off, anti-ice off, 14 stage is off, beacon is off, No steer is off. ATC TCAS is standby. Parking brake we can release since we're on chocks. That's okay. Yeah.
And the vehicle has
So they're going to bring the passengers as soon as we open the door.
103 right, clear for
Okay,
takeoff. Once airborne contact.
So you can release the parking brake.
100.7.
We got the chocks in.
Clear for takeoff, runway 3
Do
right.
right. There we do.
Bricks
Once
released.
airborne contact.
Gotcha. Passenger signs are coming off. And cabin differential is 0.
225, welcome to Panama.
Yes,
Safe
open
parking.
the
Sweet.
door for the passengers. They're probably very happy to get out now.
Oh yeah.
The airport taxi's here. Thank you, Captain. Great flight as always.
Yeah.
Don't mention
Well, I'll see you next
Whatever,
time.
don't mention it, yeah. Right.
So we originally were planning to land with like 7,200 pounds. We actually landed with 1,000 pounds less.
Okay, wow, that's a lot.
That's
1,000 pounds?
That's a half-hour delay.
Yeah. Wow, that is a lot, yeah.
So,
very nice. So, they're the boarding, and we're good to go with the securing.
Alrighty,
Check
securing
this.
checks. Let me get that ready. Actually, you know what? I'll do a post-flight walk-around. Normally, securing checks take a fair while.
Oh. Good. Nice.
Alrighty.
So, Anna, you say you have to get the game now. Yeah, do it.
I want to step outside and kiss the ground. It's been such a chore.
It's wet, though.
A little bit, yeah. Let me pin the gear. This will be staying here.
So definitely interesting routing today.
Oh yeah.
Look at that delay vector back, then another delay vector, missed approach. Boy, it got late. But that was a lot of fun. Enjoyed that. Very exciting.
APU, I don't know why I'm looking at the APU control panel since the APU is dead anyway.
Mm.
Alrighty. Last pin in.
Mm.
Get the probes covered up.
Excellent. I love how they move in the wind.
Fill out the technical log, all the paperwork.
Yeah, done that. So didn't add any more failures.
I mean, we had a squawk with the radio altimeter on the left side.
No, that's true. That will be worth some nuisance warnings. Definitely worth for the technicians to have a look at. But you didn't program anything, did you?
Maybe?
Ah, hang on. Only because I only noticed something when we actually did the go around. It then kept saying 2,500 or something.
I did.
So systems. That's
well, I cleared it out now,
okay.
But there was a failure in radio altimeter to give. When we passed 500 feet, I set it up to show a sporadic measurement of 0 feet to simulate like 5G jamming.
Yeah.
5G interference.
Yeah, that worked nicely, yeah.
Yeah, it works a lot better when you have auto throttle in, so if at like 500 feet you suddenly, it will start going into the retard mode and pulling to idle. If you're not careful, you can stall.
Oh, ouch, yeah.
Cool, okay, securing checks.
Please.
Let's be done with this thing. Okay, EMER lights are off. AC/DC utility switch. Push. Did I hit the correct switch? Yes, I did. Headsets. Oh, mine's off.
Yeah, stowed as well.
Thrust reverser. Off. Chocks are in. Parking brake is released. Hide pumps. Still left. I left the hydraulic 3B pump on the whole flight. I forgot about it. Yeah, whatever. Didn't hurt anything. We just had extra pressure.
Yep.
Nav and logo lights.
Can't have enough pressure.
Yeah. And now we'll kill the ground power unit. That's gonna make the cockpit go dark. And the remaining items are to take out the bleeds, deselect the pack. APU is already in off anyway. And yeah, with that out of the way, battery master. And yeah, the airplane's ready to go to bed. So am I.
Feierabend. Yeah, Feierabend, we say.
Feierabend indeed.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the very interesting flight. Very nice indeed. Yeah, so hopefully some people have learned some interesting things about GPS missing for the updating, FMS positions, DME updating. Yeah, very nice indeed. Covered some of the fuel systems as well.
And I'm going to let them know that we're done with the ground power so they can take it away.
Thank you much. Guys, yeah, and I'll be up for some more flights because I do have holidays coming up as well. I'm not going anywhere, so we'll be at home. So I guess toward the next flight will definitely be some shenanigans with cold weather.
Yeah, good.
And maybe some
good thing.
Yeah, and we got some. Well, we definitely got some interesting failures for that as well. That can happen.
Yeah, it did happen. One of our guys, who's real world challengers pilot as well, he was complaining that he had to push like 80% N1 on the approach just for a quick test. I'm like, are you sure you weren't iced up? And he's like, no, I had the anti-ice on. But what he didn't tell me is that he spawns the airplane in already iced over on the ground, didn't de-ice, go flying. So he had probably the whole upper surface of the wing iced over. So the wing anti-ice did absolutely nothing on the leading edge.
Okay, wow.
His leading edge might have been the cleanest thing in the world, but...
Yep. Wrong procedure.
Yeah, if the upper surface is iced over.
Yeah, that can really mess up your day.
Thank you so much, Ken Plug.
Thank you so much for watching, dear moderators. Thanks for looking over the chat, and thank you so much for all of the gifted subs, and thanks for all the resubs. And I will see you if you like Sunday evening, so tomorrow evening, for some more flights coming up. And stay tuned for another flight with Toto in the near future. Here comes the outro, guys. Take care. Have a great, great Sunday. And there we go. Wonderful. Yeah, amazing flight. Always wonder how quickly these flights can go.
Yep. Okay. And I'm going to disconnect my stream as well. Everybody, thanks for watching. See you around, and everybody, much love. See ya.